Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Listen here, this is a fact of life. I be rapping like Nat Turner came back to life. Grab Donald Trump by the pussy, he ain't acting right. I never run from a conflict, I be glad to fight. It's a very cold world that we live in. Somebody please tell Elizabeth you're not an Indian. You just trying to con them people to get the benefit. Just another immigrant, stealing from the Indians. That's some punk ass shit and that's too lame. Now we finna step over to Andrew Yang. And you a sucker, you can never speak for black folks. Fake ass pandemic, trying to get the black vote. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You know your boy be high off sativa. Kamala wasn't popping, so we said bye, Felicia. She ain't had a right policy. We ain't trying to meet her. Y'all can take Biden too. Bye, we don't need her. We don't need Roland Martin or that coon Al Sharpton. Didn't need Cory Booker from the start, man. I don't fuck with police and no snitch. You know I'm coming with the heat when I spit it. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. If you ever go to court and this is your luck, try not to get fucked by Benjamin Crump. I know it's hard. You and all go is hard. But who the fuck is Amy Cloak? Put her picture up on the bullseye and start throwing darts. People cut our organs out our bodies, that's a stolen heart. They can't save us from the flood like Noah's Ark. Black lives always matter, we finna go for ours. So then we savages, we don't need to pot the piss. Mike Bloomberg can suck dick with that stop and frisk, bitch. You ain't speaking for us, we don't know you. Bernie Sanders, they get your funky ass on too. The Democrats don't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. Republicans can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. A bitch ass nigga can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me. You coon ass niggas can't speak for me. Speak for me, speak for me.
I'm talking about shout it going crazy. People going crazy in these motherfuckers. Run that shit back, man.
But it means nothing. Nothing. Got a woman on the bed. Man made the car. Carry the heavy load. Man made the electrolyte to take us out of the dark. Man made the boat for the water. Like the 7-millimeter. Man thinks about a little bit of baby girl and a baby boy. Man makes them happy because man makes them sorry. But after man make everything we can, do you know that man makes money? To buy from other men. This is a man's world.
Sorry, y'all. I didn't even realize I was muted. Thank you for tuning in to Season 5, Episode 46, Part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News. And we'll be discussing the topics we didn't get to in Part 3. And that is observance of the 96th anniversary of the birth of man behind the code book, Neely Fuller Jr. Big rest in power to him. He transitioned back in February, exactly February 1 of 2025. And he would have been 96 today for the next 5 minutes. Then we got the real reason Kyren Lacy is not alive. Chicago flips red. They said kids were zip tied. That's a lie. Corruption over truth in Chicago. Jessica Jackson exposed the city council hypocrisy. We're coming for those seats. City Hall press conference in support of Trump. Illegal migrant gang leader busted. ICE agents targeted with 100K bounty. Pam Bondi has heated back and forth with, I don't know how to say his damn name, Schiff, during questioning about Homan. Is Bari Weiss or Reese winning or whining? How will it end? Melchisedek, the nation should reject Scientology. Tough love for Minister Louis Farrakhan, Minister's son Mustafa. Ancient artifacts from the Americas, but they don't want you to know about our true history. Our unhoused neighbor news, our illegal migrant news, and our local Denver news. And we are based out of East Denver, North Aurora, Colorado. We give the news from a frontline and Black first perspective. We are part of the New Black Media and also the signal boosters of the New Black Media. We have been around for 5 seasons now and counting. We have several platforms that are part of the Frontline campaign. Frontline Black News being one of the first. And we started back in 2020, 2021. The other two are, of course, Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced, which started on Blog Talk Radio, and we recently moved to StreamYard. And Lady Chase, the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Make sure you sub up to the RBA, the Revolutionary Agenda. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced is based on the 50th anniversary of the founding of the original Black Panther Party for Self-Defense. We started on Blog Talk Radio, like I said, back in 2016, and have been around for 10 seasons now. Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced covers the Black experience from the beginning of time until 10 minutes ago. And it's also part of the Frontline campaign, like I said. Please join us on StreamYard, YouTube, Frontline Black News. The links to all of our channels are in the description, including the RBA, Lady Chase channel, Jay Militant's channel, or Cuzzo out of the Bay Area, California, was Cracker TV with Jay Militant. Then we got Kool Keezy, who does our intro track. His link is also in the description. The Church of Black Power, our brother out of Watts, California, who's now in Houston, Texas. His link is in the description. Also, please sign the petition for reparations. That link is also in the description. The GoFundMe for the young Black college student that mocked the death of Charlie Kirk and was expelled from a Texas university. His GoFundMe link is also in the description. Support the GoFundMe that Lady Che has set up as well. That's in the description. We have copyright disclaimer under Section 107 of the Copyright Act of 1976. Allowances made for fair use for purposes of criticism, comment, news reporting, teaching, scholarship, education, and research. I'm sorry, Lady Che is like playing something in the background. I'm trying to go to sleep. So you hear background noise, that's what it is. If you don't understand racism, white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything you think you understand will only confuse you. And that's by the great Neely Fuller Jr., who we're going to honor tonight. ProduceJustice.com, and also by Neely Fuller Jr. When you, a Black person, are captured by any race soldier, you must never fuss, fight, or flee. Comply and defend yourself in court. ProduceJustice.com. And last certain not least, we got racism, white supremacy is conscious and subconscious behavior to maintain white genetic survival, to prevent white genetic annihilation. That's by the great Dr. Francis Cress Welsing, who transitioned back in 2016. So those are the topics. Thank y'all for tuning in. Make sure y'all like and subscribe to the Frontline Black News. And it looks like we got Daniel in here. Salute to Daniel. We got Randall in here again. Salute to you. We got Mac 285 in the building. Yes, peace to you, Mac. Yes. So I'm going to hop right into it with Neely Fuller Jr. So I went on his show earlier. Well, yeah, his show that was originally on Blog Talk Radio and then over the years moved to YouTube, Produced Justice. And yeah, I chopped it up with them. We seen it earlier, Mac, but for those that didn't see it, I'm going to replay it, the whole thing. So where is it? All right, so I said Neely Fuller Jr. responsible for the code book, the compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy. I think I brought it. Let me see if I can show y'all what it looks like. I don't think I did bring it. Damn it. I want to change the damn background. So we'll put it up on the background so you can see it. Yes, that's right, Mac. Tangibles. Continue to demand something tangible for your vote between now all the way up to 2100. I don't know if this background isn't working. Let me see if I can find it for y'all. This one. I want to change over. Somebody's acting stupid. I'll have to go out and come back in. Yep, tether free zone, twin. Alright, so I got screen shared. So I'm gonna play this. Justice. Shout out to Mr. Bobby for keeping the platform afloat.
And that's all you have to do. Today,
shout out to Gate for helping out Mr.
If you do not understand white supremacy,
start over.
I'm sorry, where is this even coming from? I love your daughter, Mrs. Wright.
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you do understand will confuse you. In all of these 9 areas of activity, economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anywhere on the planet, minute by minute, day by day, all of the time, all of the time, all of the time.
Well, good morning, good afternoon, or good evening, and welcome to the edition of the Neely Fuller's Counter-Racist Code Show. I am Mr. Bobby, and we thank you for listening. Before I get started reading the housekeeping duties, keep in mind that as the show is being produced, we are under constant attack by the usual suspects. It's not a joke. even with me right now reading this, some of my screen is not showing, whereas before they used to. But I am intentional, which I will be using that word, in doing what I have to do in the preservations of producing justice. In fact, you have to be intentional to do it, or else you will fail, because the system that is against us is designed to fail, and that is why the system must be dismantled. With that being said, today's topic is the observance of the 96th anniversary of the birth of the man behind the code book, Neely Fuller Jr. But there's another code book out there too that I thought that Gate was going to mention, and I did some research on that. But anyway, this is about the 96th birthday of the departed elder Neely Fuller Jr. Now, housekeeping. You can help support and promote the show by hitting the like button, please do, and the share button. To watch the show live, go to YouTube at Produce Justice, Facebook and Instagram at Produce Justice Neely Fuller Jr. And you can also watch the show live at producejustice.com. Now, a replay of the show is available immediately on all platforms. To get on the show, please, ma'am, please, sir, do this. To share your thoughts, click the link in the feed, and you will be prompted on what to do next. You can also find the instructions on the website at producejustice.com. And while you're doing that, feel free to read a passage from one of Mr. Fuller's books on the air for discussion. Now, to contact us off of the air, which some of you have, send your questions to contact@producejustice.com. Excuse me. To order the books, go to producejustice.com. And that's all you have to do. Today being the 7th of October, 2025 edition. That's what's missing from my screen, but that's where we are. October the 7th, 2025 edition of the Counter Racist Code Show with Mr. Bobby. I'm one of the co-hosts, and Gate, who was in the background getting ready to tool it up. So we say good morning. I'm still learning. I know Gate's going to say that, and you are still learning too. So let me present Gate to you as we continue with this show. Gate, good morning, and how are you?
Good morning, and indeed, I am still learning. Glad to be here on this Tuesday morning, and we come to you every Tuesday at 9 o'clock to bring you the Neely Fuller's Counter Racist Code Show. I'm still learning, and we're going to learn today as well. Hopefully today you'll learn a little bit more about the man behind the Counter Racist Code book. This is going to be a different kind of show. In the past, we've been talking about some of the passages Mr. Fuller put out here, his books, and we're talking about justice, dismantling the system of racism, quoting his very well-known quote: "If you don't understand racism, white supremacy, and how it works, then everything you do understand will only confuse you." Well, this signature quote has been played, I would say, millions of times across various platforms because it's so profound. Mr. Fuller wrote 3 books. In 1984, he wrote his original United Independent Compensatory Code Book, which is Counter Racist Code Book. And then in 2010, he wrote the Word Guide to give us some guidance on words to use, phrases to avoid, providing context. And then in 2016, he wrote his expanded edition of the code book. So today, what we're going to do, we're going to let you get behind, instead of turning the pages of the book, we're going to turn the pages of Mr. Fuller's life. Who is this great man? Who is this master storyteller? Who is this author? He was actually a person, a very genuine, down-to-earth, knowledgeable, humble. I had the pleasure of getting to know him as the producer of his blog talk show for 5 years. Before that, I was working with Produce Justice, helping them get the books out and working behind the scenes. And I'm telling you, when it comes to someone who is so self-deprecating, who is so, it's not about me, it's about others, it's about the work, it's about justice. That was the embodiment of Neely Fuller Jr. So today, feel free to join in if you have some acknowledgments, some personal stories, how he may have impacted your life. Then this is what this show is about today. I'm going to start out the show by playing, we're going to be playing videos throughout the show. The good thing about this show is you're not going to just hear us tell the story. You're going to hear the story from Mr. Fuller's own mouth, his own words, on some of the things that he has experienced. He's going to tell us about his dad, about his mom, about his wife, about his military service, his dad's businesses, what inspired him to write the books. And we have time, we're going to actually play a clip from his final show on the final show that he did publicly on Blog Talk on December 17th, 2024. So let's get into it. Let's start out with one of his, he talked about his dad. His dad was a business owner, and he talked about why he left Muskogee, where he was living, and he was raised. So let's start I'm gonna pull the.
I remember you were saying that there was a time when you were back in Tuskegee, Oklahoma, and your father had businesses like a restaurant.
Muskogee, not Tuskegee.
Muskogee. Yeah, Muskogee. And the town was dying. And I wanted to know, was your father still alive when the town was dying, or did he already pass? And what did you do to compensate when the town was dying and then you had to go and join the military in order to support yourself?
Yes, the town was dying.
Yeah. And then you had to join the military in order to support yourself. Was your father still alive? And then
no.
Okay.
No, he
okay.
died. He died at the same time that during the same period that the town was having its worst period ever.
And what did you do to compensate? I heard that you had to join the military.
Yes, I compensated by joining the military. I no longer had an income that would sustain myself and the people that was working for me under, the people that were helping me running the business. But the business couldn't run on empty. Meaning what? You have to have customers that could pay you. My customers could not pay me because they weren't making money. So they were coming in and eating and sleeping and whatnot on credit. They had been doing that for some time. At the time my father died, trying to hold the black side of town together. But how do you do that? If you're running a cafe, a hotel, 47 rooms, and you have a barber shop and a beauty parlor, you have a small grocery store, you have a pool hall. These were businesses that my father had for years. When the town itself, including the white section, was prosperous, but the whole town, including the white section, was slowly dying. It was slowly dying. For anybody that went there, that wasn't a place of great opportunity, like it had been when my father got there from Arkansas by mostly walking and riding freight trains.
Now, let me tell you what I take from that. This was very. Sometimes you wonder why you're attracted to people and why you end up in their circle. Mr. Fuller's dad was a business owner. You hear that? Cafes, barbershops, movie theaters. It's like Mr. Fuller's dad created a little mini Black Wall Street in Muskogee. And so that's a little part about people, a little part about Mr. Fuller and his lineage that many people didn't know about, that and it's really personal to me because that's what I do for a living, help people start businesses and grow businesses. So I found that very poignant and I thought it was worth mentioning. Mr. Bobby.
He was intentional about what he was doing. He had a plan and he thought it logically. And as the caller, that was Victor from Canada, was asking him, what were you going to do? And you see, by logic, he decided that he would join the service to sustain himself, because, like he indicated, the people needed to, buy products and support the business, but they couldn't because they were without an income. So he made a logical decision. He was intentional on using what he had. So he joined the service, and later on we would discover that he was what the Air Force and Army, not at the same time, but he had done that. So yeah, that's good. Before I give it back to you, Gate, let me acknowledge Satch 7. Thank you, Satch. You've been with us all the way. Mo Fax, send that thing to me again because I don't remember getting it. And Terrence Martin, right there, grand rising to you and to everybody else. Go ahead, Gate.
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. I think another takeaway from that passage was many people in our community joined the military as a way of sustaining themselves because other opportunities in the private sector, in many cases, they were non-existent. And also many people joined the military to get education, learn trades. And so Mr. Fuller, once again, was the embodiment of the experience that many non-white people were going through at that time and continue to go through. We're going to keep it moving. Now, Mr. Fuller also talked about his time in doing segregation and the experience that he had when he left the military. He came home from the military to visit his dying mom, and he tells this story about how he encountered blatant rank racism in something that should have been a special time of peace and, average people. For somebody who was, a system of justice, this would have been a time to sit down on the train and reflect and be at peace. But that just tell you the viciousness of racism and how he continued to experience it throughout his life. So hang on, we're going to bring up another passage from Mr. Fuller, his own words.
And the person that I referred to as mother, and most people do, was dying of cancer in a separate section of a hospital in Arkansas. I was sent on emergency leave in the Air Force. This is after my Korean stint. This was in another branch of service. And after I had been in the Army and gone into the Air Force, the person that gave birth to me was dying in a segregated section of a hospital in Arkansas and I had to stand up in the aisle halfway across Arkansas because I could not sit down in the section that was marked for white people. And there I was standing up in full uniform, ribbons and all, trying to hold my duffel bag, carrying all of my military stuff, and sitting on it from time to time, and had some clean shirts on a hanger that I had to hold in my hand while I held on to a strap hanging from the ceiling, and as the bus that I was on rocked back and forth all through the night with the white people sleeping, and I'm the black person in uniform forced to stand up because I could not ride in the white section. And when we got to different places, all of the white people got off the bus, along with white soldiers, got off the bus and went to eat and use the restroom, but I could not. You're not talking about ancient history, even though I am kind of ancient. But I'm not talking about the old South has been told to me. I went all through that. All through it.
Yes, sir.
I went. And I'm talking about during World War II, after World War II, before World War II. I was born in 1929. You're talking about the stock market crash, born in October 6, 1929. That was right on the button when the stock market crashed. Now, you know, if white people were eating out of garbage cans, what do you think black people were eating?
That final statement was pretty powerful. He said if white people were eating out of trash cans during the Great Depression, you can only imagine what black people eat. Now, a couple of things from that. This points to the diabolical scheme of the white supremacists and the racists to erase history. But we have Mr. Fuller here reminding us in very vivid terms of how preponderant it was. This man's trying to go home to see his dying mother in uniform, having served in 2 branches of the military, not just one. And this man can't even sit down. He can't even get off the bus and go to the restaurants that his white peers, fellow soldiers, were enjoying. So you're starting to see why Mr. Fuller was, he's going to talk about why he wrote this book, but you see that the case is starting to build up in him, that this injustice was everywhere. It was omnipresent. Mr. Bobby.
Glad you pointed that out, Gate, because I was doing some more research this week, and I've been focusing on the word intentional. And one of the things that they have been trying to do was erase our memories in all the areas of people activity. And one of the tapes that I've read and reviewed and listened to, and I implore that all the people who are listening, I know that all of you won't, but when you get a chance, please listen to the message that Malcolm X had called A Message to the Grassroots. It explains everything that we are experiencing right now, and it is to come. See, racism is intentional in the mistreatment of us. It's intentional. So we have to do as the Japanese do. They studied the Americans and what they were doing. And we have to study them to know what to do and what not to do. That means we have to be intentional. That's right, you heard it. Intentional in what? In dismantling the system of racism, white supremacy. In order to do that, you must, as Mr. Fuller said, know what it is and how it works. If you don't know what it is and how it works, then trust me, you will only be confused, as most of us have been. So we have to be intentional in dismantling this. Gate?
Thank you, Mr. Bobby. And you're exactly right. Mr. Fuller was very intentional, and he wanted us to see. He left these words behind intentionally for us not to forget. One thing about history, those that forget it live to repeat it. He also reminded you weren't going back hundreds and thousands of years. He said this happened during my lifetime. This was fairly recent. And for those just tuning in, today we're remembering Mr. Neely Fuller Jr. His the 96th anniversary of his birth was yesterday, October 6th. And he also reminded us that was the same day the stock market crashed, October 6, 1929. Boy, life just imagine how things just happen. So Mr. Fuller continued to tell his story. So we're flipping through the pages of Mr. Fuller's life. We're not celebrating. Mr. Fuller, he actually had a thing about celebration. He said, we don't have any reason to celebrate, including when it came to himself. I was talking to Mr. Fuller's son this past Saturday, and I told him we were going to be doing this remembrance of his dad. He said, I think that would be nice. He said, but my dad had this saying that you don't really have a birthday. You can't have a birthday after that. You only have one birthday, basically. That's the day you were born. He said that was kind of one of his little stories he would tell his son. What do you mean it's your birthday? No, you were born X number of years ago. That's why I said today we're recognizing the anniversary of his birth, which took place on October 29th. October 6, 1929. He left us and went to join the ancestors on February 1st, 2025, which was earlier this year. And we're going to be adding some of our own stories as we go through this show. Mr. Bobby was the co-host of Mr. Fuller for many years on Talktainment and on Blog Talk. I myself was a producer and engineer of the show on Blog Talk for 5 years, and I worked with the Neely Fuller family and the organization Produce Justice. So we're here today to let Mr. Fuller tell his own story, and I'm going to put up another passage. He's continuing about some of the racism he encountered over the years. Let me get Mr. Bobby back on here quickly. Hang on there, Mr. Bobby. Go ahead, Mr. Bobby.
Okay, yeah, and I'm glad you brought that point up, Gate, because Mr. Fuller wanted us and wants you, that's me and you, to not worship him. He said, follow the logic.
The logic.
If you're going to do anything, follow the logic. Do not worship him or anybody else. And as far as the birthday is concerned, I think I got that from him, because you do only celebrate only our birth one time, but you breathe every day. So it could be appropriate that you can say, which we don't, if you feel to do that, happy breath day, because you breathe every day until you don't. There you go, Gabe.
Well, even with that, Mr. Bobby, Mr. Fuller gave us VGQ. So he's saying, as a fellow victim, you have the right to approach life, administering justice, the way you feel is the most appropriate. So even though some people still say happy birthday, I'm sure he's not going to hold that against you, because he did give us almost a carte blanche with VGQ, Victims Guaranteed Qualification. What I'm going to do is put up another video from Mr. Fuller where he talked about some of the things he incurred as a victim of racism and white supremacy. So hang on a second.
Mr. Fuller. I had a question for you, Mr. Fuller, regarding you growing up in the Jim Crow era. I wanted to ask you, did you ever get threatened by the Ku Klux Klan, or were you ever threatened to be lynched? And if so, how did you respond to that?
No. They had always I fulfilled all the requirements when I was a younger person. That's one reason I'm still here. If I didn't fulfill the requirements, I wouldn't be talking to you. The requirements by whom? By the white supremacists. Drink from the colored water fountain, Fuller, Negro Fuller. So I did that. Go to the colored school, Neely Fuller. I went to the colored school. I never set foot in what they call the white school. Did not set foot in there. Got no business in this building. We'll string you up on the flagpole. Got that, boy? I got it. Don't you even step on the steps going up the steps to the door to the place, unless you're the janitor. And you better creep up there when you do that. Come in the back door, not the front door. Do you know where you are? See, I knew about that.
Another thing about that passage, Mr. Bobby, when I hear some of the young people nowadays talk about how they would have responded differently if they were back then, you've heard them say it, man, they wouldn't have done that to me. If I was, they wouldn't have made me walk on the sidewalk. They wouldn't have made me drink from a different water fountain. Well, unfortunately, if you're so big and bad and bold, well, you have your chance once again. Because right now, the racists are working overtime to take you back to that era. They are working 24/7, 365 to take you back to that era. You might still share the same water fountain and walk on the same sidewalk, but other opportunities are being stripped away as we sit here on this show today. So that's another reason I think it's important to go back into history and to bring us to the current and let Mr. Fuller tell his story from his own lips. And you can tell Mr. Fuller is starting to get a little, he started hearing his voice. He's not feeling this. He's like, at some point, like most of us, like all of us should be, we have to find a way to do something about it. Mr. Fuller wrote his books. Mr. Fuller educated us. Mr. Fuller wrote a counter-racist code because he felt that the racists had a code that worked every time, and it was being used to administer injustice. So he felt it was necessary to write a counter-racist code to dismantle this system of racism, white supremacy, and injustice. Mr. Body.
A complete agreement, with that, because again, Fuller was really ahead of his time, but he was intentional, and I'm gonna use that word again, on what he knew to be correct. He was using evidence, facts. In other words, he told the truth, what we should be doing, tell the truth, and not showcasing. in any area, racial showcasing or whatever, we must be intentional in following the logic, even if we don't completely understand that. But logic is truth. That's why we don't worship anything but that, because that in itself, if we do that individually and as a collective, will dismantle what's going on right and then replace it. That's important, to replace this system. To replace the system.
That's right, Mr. Bobby. You're listening to David Fuller's Counter-Racist Code Show with Mr. Bobby and I'm Gate. We're going back through the annals of time, bringing Mr. Fuller's life from when he was born, talked about his dad's business ventures, how he tried to get to visit his mom while she was dying, and the terrible experience he had. Couldn't even sit down on the bus to grieve properly, couldn't go to the restaurants as his fellow white troopers were on the bus with him. So Mr. Fuller wanted to share this information so that we don't forget. Now, Mr. Fuller also had he had a little humor because he had experienced so much in his life. He went over to Korea and fought in the war. Somebody asked him about, has he ever, what frightened him the most? And he went on to say, well, it wasn't what happened in Korea. It happened right here in these United States. Let's hear another passage out of Mr. Fuller's mouth.
And I was never more frightened than I was right here in Washington, D.C. Just a few steps from my apartment, the apartment that I occupy. And about 6 o'clock in the evening, 2 black guys came up from behind me. And one of them was in front of me. And one of them said, the one behind me said, turn around and face the street. And he had the gun in my side. And I said, oh my goodness. Yeah. I mean, I'm in danger. And it was 2 black ladies standing there just a few feet away. That's why he wanted me to face the street so nobody could see the gun. Yeah. Okay. And it looked like 3 black guys standing there having a conversation. That's what it would look like to a passerby. Because there's 2 black ladies just a few feet away. And I said, it's broad daylight. I said, these guys are high on something. And the one in front of me, his eyes were dancing. So I said, oh my goodness, I'm going to lose my life right now. I said, these guys are high and they're desperate. Or they wouldn't be doing nothing like this. Right here in front of everybody. All right. But they did. I took out my wallet and gave it to them. And in the process of trying to get to it, I dropped my gloves. The guy in front of me, he picked up the gloves. And I started to say, you really are a mess. I started to say something like that. I said, no, I keep my mouth shut. I'm going to die right here. And I looked around and, you know, people were passing by and whatnot. And I said, I'm going to die right here. And I don't have my book out. There's so many things I want to do. And, man, now I'm going to die right here. So this is how it's all going to end. And so they took the money and then they ran. Then I got mad in answer to the caller's question. And I started running after them. As crazy as I could be. Right. But when they got down to a corner, I was yelling at them. I said, you know, stop, somebody call the police, because there's a lot of college students who were being dismissed right across the street. That's where I was located. And they had just come out, a whole lot of them. And so I yelled for people to call the police while I was running. But everybody looked, surprised because, who is that guy? He yelling and whatnot. But then the guys turned the corner, and then I came to my senses. I said, it's a fence down there that they don't know about. And they can't get over that fence. Because I knew the height of the fence. So I knew they were going to have to run back the way that they came. And so I said, I got to get out of here. Because if they come back and I'm standing there, they're going to shoot me. Because they ain't got no choice. Okay? I've attracted all this attention now. So then I started running back the other way like I had some sense. But they didn't have cell phones then.
Yeah.
In 1984.
Oh, okay.
Wow.
Right. I didn't know that story. Wow.
Oh, yeah. That's the closest I've ever been. And I've been in combat. I mean, in combat, not a few days at a time. I've been in combat nonstop for 10 months. When I went to Korea, they put me right on the front lines. No hesitation at all. And I stayed there. In Korea, I was never more afraid in Korea for 10 months than I was for those few minutes when I thought I was going to get killed by two black guys.
Wow.
See, we're the people who are most likely to kill each other.
This was an interesting story. And one, Mr. Fuller, here's a guy that fought in Korea on the front line. He's out there for 10 months, he said. And his most harrowing experience was at the hand of another victim of racism. Now, for all the people out there that say, well, that just shows you guys are violent. And what Mr. Fuller has said on many occasions, that anything that happens long as you're under this system, if you want to call it black on black violence, whatever you want to call it, but we know that violence, people tend to be violent against the folks they're the closest to, whether it's white on white, Asian on Asian, Latino on Latino. But he said, whatever you do, anything that happens in this system, whether it's crime, whether it's this, that, the other, until you dismantle this system, it falls at the feet of the racists and the white supremacists. I'm gonna bring this next passage up. Then we're gonna get some callers in here, have a couple of people in the waiting room. Now this next, some people would ask Mr. Fuller about his wife and his family. And it's like, wait a minute, you this guy that's out here writing code books, and well, what does she think about all this? So let's get his take on how his family.
Fuller, can you briefly talk about when you found your partner and you got married? Was this before, after you came up with the compensatory concept? And how did that work out, considering that you had to find a wife who was in the same mindset of you? Thank you.
All right. Thank you, Luke. Mr. Fuller?
Oh, at the time that I did it, I didn't even consider that. But she grew into it by being around me. We hadn't even discussed it. In fact, a whole lot of things weren't even discussed. These are ideas I came up with after I got into the arrangement.
Okay.
And you know, everything that's in the code book came after that for the most part. I mean, other than most of the seeds of the idea and a whole lot of scattered notes. I didn't even have a book when I hooked up with her.
Yes, sir. Okay.
My book came out in 1984. That arrangement was made in the 1950s.
Oh, okay.
Me and her. All right.
Oh, okay. Thank you, Luke, from the Bronx.
As Fuller said, he was like a package deal. She may have just grown into it because he met her before he actually wrote the book. I have a personal story about Mr. Fuller's wife. I met with Mr. Fuller's son, Mark, over the weekend. And we have this story. I used to have a radio show on Radio 1, and one of my most loyal listeners was Mr. Fuller's wife. And she was a regular listener. I mean, I didn't even know. I knew about Mr. Fuller, but I definitely was not working with them. And Mark was telling me that his mom used to listen to the show. And she said, she came up to Mark one day and said, look, there's this guy, Gate. You need to talk to this guy. This guy can help you guys, what you're trying to do. And it also talks about how when you, like Mr. Fuller say, the way you're already going. And he said that his mom would come back to him every week or so and say, have you called this guy Gate yet? Because he can really help you guys. And so Mark said he finally picked up the phone one day. And we met, and things just started to happen. He even said, Mr. Fuller, Mark's dad, said that he said my involvement in them reminded him of Martin Luther King and this white Jewish guy who was put in place to kind of help propel his movement. So sometimes your calling and your alignment, your purpose, things are lined up for a reason. I did not go out seeking to be involved with Mr. Fuller, but the stage was already set. So Ms. Fuller, Mr. Fuller's wife, she's responsible for my being really sitting here today, sharing this information and introducing me to this great man, Mr. Neely Fuller and the Fuller family. Mr. Bobby.
Yeah, I can concur, with that because Fuller selected me also, because before then I had done sports broadcasting. I was a play-by-play announcer here in the Central Ohio area, and matter of fact, I was to get an interview with Mr. Kahari Inaharo, who recognized some talent within me that I didn't even know what was in myself. And Fuller was on the platform that he had, which was talktainmentradio.com, radio the way it should be heard. Anyway, got me on there, and then the program that I had was Talking Sports with Mr. Bobby, and we talked all kinds of sports. I didn't even have a computer like I had now, but they had all the stuff arranged for me. Anyway, he had different co-hosts, and some of them were just tremendously good. Never did I think for one moment that I would be on with Mr. Fuller, but as things happened, the progression of time, he and I were no longer with that station, and then he reached out to me, and here I am today, right here, and I am the blessed for it because, as you know, Gate, we have a worldwide platform, and I'm still learning also. And one thing that I learned from Mr. Fuller is to be truthful, which when I was going to Ohio State University and Columbus State here in Ohio, in journalism is to tell the truth. Now, people don't have to believe you, but you have to follow a journalistic protocol. And when I got with Fuller, tell the truth. And as you can see right now, the usual suspects are twisting stuff or fixing it so that they are deleting or don't want us to know, but know what is truthful or add in confusion. but I'm still with that. Part of that journalistic thing is with me to tell the truth. And then, as Fuller indicated, no matter what you do, be intentional about it and tell the truth. The truth may hurt, but the truth also heals. Gate?
All right, we're going to get some people up here. I saw you were there. You disappeared. Come back, and we'll put you on. Bill, if you're ready, go ahead and connect your device. While you get ready, I'm going to bring up Jesse. Jesse, welcome to the stage. You're on the Neely Fuller's Counter-Racist Code show. Welcome to the stage.
Yes, Grand Rising.
Grand Rising.
I'm still learning like the rest of us. I just want to say RIP to Neely Fuller Jr. Yes, you're right. He did tell us to tell the truth and tell it bold, tell it as much as possible. And we are in a time where the truth is being distorted. And people that told nothing but lies on our people are being exalted and lifted up. And we have to continue to tell the truth, no matter who doesn't like it. And we are in the refinement stage of racism and white supremacy, which is a sum total of all speech and or action by those white people who practice racism in a manner that improves or refines the methods that helps to make the practice of racism more efficient and or more acceptable to their victims of the non-white people. So we need to continue to fight for justice, guaranteeing that nobody's mistreated, and those that need the most constructive help get it in a constructive manner in all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, the area that I work in, religion, sex, and war. And as victims of racism and white supremacy, we need to make that our active daily mission.
Wow. Thank you, brother. I really appreciate that. And you've been on, I think you came on one time before, and you say that you're a follower of Mr. Fuller.
Yes,
you're
I
in
am.
the area of politics. And so just hang in there, brother. We're going to keep Mr. Fuller's legacy going. Many people, sometimes when a leader leaves us, sometimes their memories and dreams and mission go with them. That's not going to be the case here. And we appreciate people like you helping us keep this memory alive. Let's get Bill on the stage. Bill, welcome to the show.
Thank you. Good morning, gentlemen.
Good morning.
Still learning here, still learning. Yes, I just wanted to share some things that Mr. Fuller had told me. He told me that he never, ever drank alcohol or used illicit drugs.
Okay.
Didn't smoke. He said that he never missed a day of school. And never was late. I would like you to get Mark to, address some of those sometimes, but there were several things that when he would say it to me, oftentimes I couldn't believe it.
Right.
He used to talk about how he lived on the divided side of town, and all of his father's businesses were near the railroad track, and they were on the black side of town. And he talked about how many times while he was in front of his father's businesses, he got propositioned by white people who could come to the black side of town. And he would be asking him to find him a woman to have sex with. He was saying how that was a regular occurrence. And he said this happened to him as a young man, 10 to 12 years old. He also talked about how he used to be getting ready to go to church and could look across the train track and see the white people in their churches. And he would think, why are they in separate churches, And, there were just several stories that we got to get. We would often talk to him before and after the Welsing Institute and when traveling to presentations with him. And it was just interesting for him to talk, about his life. he always had a story about being useful and productive. He talked about a guy who worked for his father, and he used to say, "Why do you keep him around?" He said, "You know, he comes in drunk sometimes, and he's always making mistakes." And he said he Fuller had a litany of problems with the person, and he said that his father says, "Well, he he's always here. He tells me the truth, and he doesn't steal." And
What a good resume.
That was interesting, and he said, and that's where he got a lot of that, trying to looking at other people but judging what's productive, and he said that the guy. Go ahead.
Mr. Bobby trying to get in here. And we have a couple other folks hanging on there. So hang on there. We're going to try to get a couple other people on. So hang on there, Bill. Don't go away. Mr. Bobby.
That person he was talking about was Jalopy. And if you could find that tape, Gate, put that on so everybody could know the story about Jalopy that Bill was talking about. Quickly, just shout out to Aaron Linton from Spain, LS, Mac 285, Twin Pyramid, and Shay Nukara, if I said it correctly. And just got in was Raymond Tarpley. We don't have time to mention everything that was being said. Cloud Neely Fuller, Francis Amos. There's so many people in the chat room, but we just wanted to acknowledge that. Gate?
All right, thank you, Mr. Bobby. What we are going to do is put up, we have Joe in the room, we have A in the room. Joe, welcome to Neely Fuller's Counter Racist Code Show. Your remarks, please. Unmute yourself there, Joe. Okay, like we lost Joe. Let's go with A.
Morning or good afternoon. This is Aaron from Spain, and
hey, Aaron
I'm a
Spain.
long-term listener of the show.
Aaron from Spain started sounding like a damn tether. Like these mothers was trying to go at FBA in the chat. Shit was ridiculous. So they see my FBA background and they said, "Oh, they're distorting the code and all this shit." And I'm like, man, I was following Neely Fuller Jr. before any of this shit. Like, I've been a student of Neely Fuller Jr. since the early 2000s, late 2000s, early 2010s. So I'm like, what are y'all talking about? Like, FBA is relatively new, and it's just a lineage, but them damn tethers was in the chat upset about my background. I'm gonna let the video continue though.
And I'm very familiar with Mr. Bobby. We've had many calls. I would just like to say, my condolences to the Fuller family, and I would like people to know that Mr. Fuller has touched the hearts of many people. He created this piece of work which is going to be instrumental for hundreds of years in the future beyond us and our generations. And I would like to also let you know that he's personally helped me. His information's saved my life. I don't say that very lightly, I should say. And I think it is very important that you have this show. The reason being, without getting into anything controversial, we don't want any detractors, regardless of what their physical characters are, to dilute the message or twist the information. And it's important for the listeners to also know that Mr. Fuller, when he was with us, he did tell us that it's about the code. It's not about him. Although we are honoring him because he touched our lives, it's not a cult. It's about creating a meaningful solution to end racism on planet Earth and beyond. I also want to thank Mr. Gate and Mr. the West for all the hard work and effort that you do. I know sometimes you get some trolls in the chat room, and I don't think that you're trying to dishonor or try to do anything left of what Mr. Fuller was doing, and that's just my part. Just really want to express, like, when Mr. Fuller died, I felt like I lost a friend, because it wasn't just like I'm listening to this, and it's helped me understand who I am as a non-white person or universal man. That's my little bit. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Aaron. Thank you. We're going to play one more. We're going to play a couple of moments. We're going to run over just a little bit today. I think this is important because this is the first anniversary of Mr. Fuller's life that we have observed since he passed on February 1st of this year. So we're going to take a couple of more minutes and just get in some more calls and a few more comments on Mr. Fuller. Now, many people ask Mr. Fuller, what was his inspiration? What made him, when he's writing the books, where did he get his inspiration from? Well, he spoke on this, and the inspiration was a surprise many people. Let's find out what Mr. Fuller's inspiration was when he talked about this.
If you can remember any artist that you've enjoyed listening to, who you feel like made counter-racist entertainment.
Yeah, that's an excellent question. Have I heard anybody or anything that helps me to think constructively? Yes. I've heard birds sing. And I've gotten constructive ideas about what to put in the book. Sometimes the sound of a waterfall. And I've been next to waterfalls. And I think about things that are constructive. And sometimes I don't think about anything much at all, which means I'm not thinking constructively. So sometimes even what is music, I can hear the same thing later on, and it's noise. Why? Because it doesn't help me to think constructively. I'm not thinking about anything constructive. So in answer to the question, there's just two types of sound. And you can tell the difference between one sound and another. Like I have written some of the best things that I have in the code book while listening to one of my favorite recordings, which is Frank Sinatra and a person named Joe Bean. I can listen to that record and write code very well. And there are other records that I don't listen to anymore because they don't inspire me. Something about the sound to think constructively. And they'll say, well, you listening to Frank Sinatra? That ain't black. No such thing as black sound. People call it that. You can call it that. You can say the sound has a core. It's just sound. And it's either music or noise, depending on how it affects you when you hear it.
It's either music or noise, depending on how it affects you when you hear it. I was kind of thrown by the Frank Sinatra. But I tell you, being a creative person myself, I will say that sometimes your creativity comes from the strangest sources. And it's not something you have control over. You're either inspired, or you're not. You either get creative about it or you're not. but it's not something that we can always judge or determine in advance what's going to inspire us. We're going to do one more, and then we're going to get you back on here, Mr. Bobby. So this is talking about why Mr. Fuller wrote the book. I thought it was kind of amusing too. He was very, very blunt and frank about what caused him to write this book. And sometimes it's not as deep as people might think. Sometimes you just got to do what you got to do.
Question is, for Mr. Fuller, what inspired you to, write the book and then also to be a public speaker, starting, way back in the, I don't know, in the 70s, even until today? What inspired you to do this work?
All right. Thank you, Jesse. Mr. Fuller?
Pain. P-A-I-N. The system of white supremacy, racism. That's what helping a person to not have to put up with this pain. P-A-I-N. Mental and physical pain is what the system of white supremacy brings on. It's designed to do that. And I was caught up in it and still am. You're tired, creatures of all types, even alligators, do not like pain. Sitting in a dentist chair and you feel what? Pain, or you anticipate getting pain and you want to avoid getting pain. Or when the doctor says, I'm going to have to operate, one of the first things you think about is pain. So I was inspired by pain. The system of racism I found to be painful, not something that I'm supposed to enjoy.
He was like, Mr. Fuller said, look, I have a selfish motive for writing this book. I don't like being in pain. And racism and white supremacy is painful. I see a comment here from the chocolate box. He said, just wanting to weigh in on how much it said on how much of an impression Mr. Fuller has made on my life. And I thank you too for helping keep his message alive. Thank you, chocolate box. And we have so many comments. Now look, when the show is over, you can actually go back to YouTube and you can read all of the comments in the feed. You can replay the show. We'll be back if we don't get everybody in today. What we're going to do before we get out of here today, we're going to play. We're going to bring this all up to the present. We're actually going to, back in December 17th, 2024, Mr. Bobby and myself, we were working on the show as we normally do. Mr. Fuller had been out for an extended period of time. We were running reruns and rebroadcasts. And Mr. Fuller, I was in contact with Mr. Fuller's son and just kind of monitoring his health. And we were hoping that he'd come back on air. People were writing letters and they were asking, where is Mr. Fuller? And some people thought they had seen him for the last time, but you don't know. You can be a young person, middle-aged person, old person. When your number is called, there's not a whole lot you can do about it. And sometimes you get these little warning signs that something may be amiss, but people spring back. People come back. So before we get to that, I'm going to get Mr. Bobby, any comments you have before we jump into that?
Yeah, before you jump into that, if I don't come back on the air right now, the word today is intentional. Be intentional about bringing the truth about dismantling white supremacy. Be truthful about it. Be intentional. ProduceJustice.com. Go ahead, Gabe.
Bill, let me give you your last word, because when we're going to play this last passage, which is going to be Mr. Fuller's final appearance on the Neely Fuller Counter-Racist Code Show. I thought it would be important to get his last. It was a monologue. Mr. Bobby would ask Mr. Fuller at the beginning of each show the thoughts and expressions of Neely Fuller Jr. And he would give a monologue, sometime 3 or 4 or 5 minutes. And on this particular day, he kind of saw what was coming. But Bill, let me get you before we get out of here. Bill?
Yes, quickly, I'd like to say that people always ask, what can we do? The code mostly is about thinking, speaking, and acting, but the act is mostly speech. As Mr. Bobby just said, be truthful. Mostly that involves being productive and doing things, but it's about talking and using the code as much as possible that you see fit, because we need to develop this as a mode of communication. Mr. Fuller used to talk about it. Once we get a critical number of people using code that they've actually theorized with and decide to use, we can soar. So I just want to say that, and it's about talking. Sometimes we say doing, but most of the doing that codified action is actually speaking to one another and to suspect white supremacists and white people.
Thank you, Bill, for those very powerful words today. And thanks for that call to action. What we're going to do now is we won't come back on after this. We're just going to let this play out. So these will be the last words you hear from us on this particular show today. We're going to play Mr. Fuller's final monologue on the Counter-Racist Code show from the December 17th, 2024. And, it's kind of, it can be a little difficult to listen to. So kind of get your tissues nearby, because he's speaking to us really for the final time. And so we thought we'd share this on this. We're not celebrating. Let me just drop that. Mr. Fuller said, do not celebrate me. It's about logic. It's about the message. It's about the books. It's about the material. It's not about celebrating not only him, but don't celebrate anybody. So we're not celebrating today, but we are remembering and honoring this great man who left these 3 books for us. And this is his final appearance on the Neely Fuller Counter-Racist Code show, which is broadcast on Blog Talk on December 17th, 2024. So hang on a second there. Let me get this up.
Say, good morning, Mr. Fuller, and how are you and how are you feeling?
Good morning. I'm still learning, and I am recuperating from illnesses, which I won't describe, but it's still bothering me some. And but I decided I had to get back on air.
Okay.
So here I am.
Thank you, and I'm glad that you said that, because there were many that were inquiring about that, and I could only give them what I knew, which was nothing, just whatever management told me, and that was it. But you had many, many calls. As a matter of fact, I stayed online for about 2 hours just fielding calls, because people were greatly interested in what was going on. And being truthful, I just told them that I did not know, but, to hang on in there and we'll see what's happening. So good to have you back on the air again. You were missed by many. Okay, it's been a couple of weeks. So, Mr. Fuller, we have a situation, or a little section that we call the thoughts and expressions on the mind of Neely Fuller Jr. Mr. Fuller, being today as the 17th of December, 2024, what is on your mind that you would like to discuss with the audience?
We're going into a new year, 2025, and I would like to see us, starting right this minute, all of the people who are causing death. This is not the solution, and that should be clear to everybody by now, to settling whatever problems plague everybody throughout the entire planet. This stacking up bodies, stacking up bodies, stacking up bodies, everybody, well, hey, no more talking. Let's kill, 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 kill in the churches, kill in the church schools, kill everywhere. Just kill. I mean, you're dissatisfied with something, kill everybody, including yourself. Just kill. That's the solution to everything. I mean, this life is rotten. Well, why is it? You better believe it is. But why is it? It's all what they call, in a slang expression, man-made. So I want to talk about going into the next year, solutions. But that's the first thing. Or even if we don't stop it, just keep on talking about stop the killing, first of all, and then sooner or later somebody got to come to the table and sit down and talk anyway. Logic says that. And we should all have the intention of being in the business of producing justice, which means nothing but just help all the people who need help the most, and don't mistreat anybody in the process of doing so. But now there's so much evil, it's so overwhelming. It spills over right into church services and temple services and mosque services. Killing, 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 killing. Go over there and kill them. There's enough of them over there assemble. Body counts. That's what we love.
Mm-hmm.
But we're going to have a lot more of that from what I see. But keep on keeping on anyway.
Mm-hmm.
It's going to
If you do not understand white supremacy, what it is, and how it works, everything else that you do understand will confuse you. In all of these 9 areas of activity: economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. Anywhere on the planet, minute by minute, day by day, all of the time, all of the time, all of the time.
Yes, so R.I.P. to the great Neely Fuller Jr. I've been listening to him, like I said, since late 2000s, early 2010s. How I found out about him was on YouTube. One day I was scrolling on YouTube looking for, Black empowerment videos, and I stumbled onto the Produced Justice, Victors of Racism and White Supremacy. At that time, the channel was called Victims of Racism and White Supremacy. And every Tuesday at 7 a.m. Mountain Standard Time, Mr. Neely Fuller would come on Blog Talk Radio, and I would listen to the playbacks usually because I was either working, so I wasn't able to hear it, when it was live. So I would listen to the playbacks every Tuesday. Like that was like my Tuesday ritual. And then when he ended up getting sick and he was gone for like several months, I was like really kind of disappointed. Like, oh man, where's Neely Fuller? Like, what's going on? And then when he came back, I was so happy. But Lady Che wanted to say something, so let me wake her up. Okay, baby, go ahead. You want to take the mask off? Yeah, hold on. Lady Che is up. She has something she would like to say.
I live by the code, I die by the code. Code is everything. Code is what leads us. I say this to say this really, really sincerely. As a fan, like that, yeah, like a fan of Dr. Fuller and Willie Fuller Jr. The book before it was like before I actually get to really know the code, I see the code, but I see the code, and it'd be a lot of black homes. It's like a work of art, like something you can't touch, but you're ready to touch it
Right.
and take it seriously. You know? They like to shape deflect the message. All I've ever seen with my own eyes is us being black people, so really black people. I said in jest. I said all this funny. Being mistreated, being villainized, being mistreated, being treated lower than low. It is there. I mean, and I've always been treated lower than low, even to this day. Dr. Philly died. I lost my mind. I cried, you know, for certain celebrities or people that we talk about or we know, like you know, we act like we know, we don't. That's everything really. Just our heroes, you know.
Right.
He was one of my heroes.
Right along with Dr. Fresh Wilson.
Yeah, right. Dr. Fresh Wilson. Um, Maya Angelou. Yes, realistic. Ooh, yep. Probably had things like that.
Dr. Amos Wilson.
Dr. Amos Wilson. Looking up. Oh man, with my truest word, I feel like I rise in my spirit all day long.
Yes, Dr. Khalid Abdul Muhammad.
Dr. Khalid Muhammad. Right? If I was a man, he would hear me do a speech song every day. You know, because his spirit rises so deep in my spirit. His words sound like he said them, so I can say them, and I do. And it feels weird. There's a girl, a light, very light, bright girl living, right?
Mm-hmm.
But that's that fire. That's that fire. That's that fire that keeps the cold and keeps people on cold. That's that fire that keeps white people or white ill meaning negative ill meaning bad people away from us, away from me. Because that's the words. And he taught us how to Dr. David Fincher taught us like you don't have to sleep. I'm asking questions. I'm frankly asking questions.
He said what? How are problems solved?
How problem solved by asking questions to get answers. That if there's no wrong question, there's always a wrong answer. Or the wrong we said there's no wrong question. There's the question that didn't get asked. Right?
That means the problem didn't get solved.
The problem gets solved. I am a natural problem solver. I ask questions naturally. I can't help it. Right? And I love the fact that he said something that a lot of people would never say. He said, anybody can be the leader I want to lead. You got to pick it up and want to lead. The code is the leader. The code is with us because we are fickle people. We are fickle people, like Kelly wanted to say. We need a constant reminder. And so I think we lead with code because the code is
the leader.
Leveling out. The code is the even ground. There's nobody above or below the code. The code is the leader. And when Tariq Nasheed said it, that made everything easier because we were looking for a leader. And we needed a leader. The code is the leader. He said that well before Mr. Fuller Jr. died.
Yep.
Every Tuesday I try to catch this program. And when I woke up at midday in the middle of evening Tuesday, I was like, God damn it, this is it. We fight racism, white supremacy, because it needs to go. We can't start or create a new government for ourselves, like without it gone, without it destroyed.
And it needs to go and be replaced with what?
With a system of justice indicating that nobody should be mistreated by the color of their skin, and the most vulnerable should be treated. The most vulnerable. Um, I can't remember how it goes in. It's not that not it's the most vulnerable.
The system needs to be replaced with a system of justice guaranteeing that nobody's mistreated by the color of their skin.
Color of the skin.
And those that need the most constructive
And those
help
who need the most constructive help.
get it in a constructive manner.
Receive it in a constructive manner. The most vulnerable. Right. Right. That part. That's true. That part. So, and I just want to say that. I want to say that because it's important. And even in my sleep, I was ready to raise my hand and want to talk about it because it's important. It's very important, especially with all these lynches and things that are happening around us. To ask questions. You know what I mean?
Right.
That's what makes Jesse. There you go, baby. What's that? What's that you threw away?
Don't throw anything away. Yeah. What thing, man? What are you talking about?
I feel sorry, baby. Okay. Try to cut out your water.
All right, so, and you're welcome. Thank you. So back in, I want to say 2021, I purchased all three of the books.
I sure did.
I had seen the 1984 edition, as Lady Chase said, at several Black people's houses. But they treated it like a work of art, and they was not passing that book around. So you can look but don't touch. So I said, I need to get my own copies of these books. So I did. I got all three of them. I got the 1984 edition, the original one, the Word Guide, and the revised edition, the 2016 edition. And I started reading them immediately. And I started applying them to my life, especially in the realm of politics. So thank you to Nellie Fuller Jr. for giving us a code book for victims of racism and white supremacy so we can work through this system and replace it with a system of justice, which guarantees that nobody's mistreated by the color of their skin, and those who need most constructive help get it in a constructive manner in all 9 areas of human activity, which is economics, education, entertainment, labor, law, politics, religion, sex, and war. And some have even added on health and nutrition. So if anybody's talking about code and they're not talking about Nellie Fuller's book, the compensatory code concept for victims of racism and white supremacy, they don't know what the hell they're talking about.
We should guide this book. We should guide this code to ourselves.
When we say we on code, that's what we're referring to.
We should always take it to ourselves like this because they think that they can use our code against us. That's why they sound like they're on code or off. They sound like they're on code, but they ain't really on code.
Right.
They just take certain pieces,
Mm-hmm.
just like how they perverse our I would use we got heroes. Our ancestors are our heroes.
Right.
Right. Like they always perverted MLK, right?
Yep.
MLK Jr. And I'm gonna make this statement very plain. If I hear another fucking off-brand say anything, another off-brand repeat an MLK Jr. speech, a piece of it, I might backslap him.
Yeah.
Right? Because they only are taking one part of one speech and using it, and always using it against it. Well, Dr. King said, Martin Luther King once said,
nobody should be judged by the color of their skin, but by the content of their character.
And I'm like, look, he also said, we're going for a check. He also was telling on you people about what y'all were doing. He also said those things. So let's not pretend. He also said he led us into a house of, you know what I mean? Like,
House of integration.
Yeah. Yeah. So he also said a whole bunch of things. So I'm just saying that you shouldn't be used as a weapon against us to sway us for anything. You know what I mean? And we know white people listen to us.
Mm-hmm.
So as I'm saying
Yeah,
this,
we know OTBs are listening to us.
so as I'm saying this,
Hispanic kids
get
were
the
using
picture,
it at
get
the
the picture,
meeting.
get the picture. If you say it around me or anybody else like that,
Oh,
they
yeah.
know better. They know better.
Yeah, you seen that, Mac? Yeah, at the
Any
city
black,
council meeting, they try to pull that shit. Yeah.
yeah, any black person that allows that to go on, you must stop that. You must intervene that because they perverse our hero.
Yep.
Just like we don't words stay woke came from us,
Yep.
and it has a different way, different fucking meaning than whatever the fuck they put it on.
Right.
That was just like stay alert, man. Stay vigilant. It's fucking getting gritty out here.
Right.
You know what I mean? Like open your eyes, wake up. Now look, they go these woke thinking woke thinking like what? Our eyes are wide. No, they don't mean it like that. They now made it dirty. They now perverse it.
Mm-hmm.
Everything that we got that we were talking within ourselves, cultural wise, and that's in the culture. Is now, yeah, you go ahead, you keep that. That's you dirty. You get out of that. Like that's a that you don't blew your nose on this shit. Go ahead, you keep that. Don't worry, we'll recreate something else. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And little phrases, words, things like that they got in their heads and they turn them into isms. Yeah, things like that.
All that shit. That no justice, no peace. All they do was steal our slogans.
I did steal our slogans, our words, and they made them like how many times I say, I'll give you a perfect example. I was the first other one that says rhetoric. Now look, everybody in the rhetoric, they're talking about, they talking to use my words, right? Or what's the other word you say?
Beautiful being footage.
Let's have a beautiful being footage. I heard somebody say that too the other day. But
what is
contentious.
it? Contentious, yeah.
Contentious. Can you look contentious? Right? Nefarious.
Yep.
Remember, we started watching that, so everything was nefarious.
Mm-hmm.
Because that was my word. Like, that's what that's like shit. I'm acting nefarious right now. Yeah, I look, a little, like overtly, just overly nefarious.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? It's just, or like how I've been doing, like, tell them it's salacious.
Yeah, salacious. That's the one I was thinking of. Salacious.
Scandalous. Stupid. You know what I mean? All these words they would be villainous words, right? That only a villain would say.
Mm-hmm.
Only a villain would do. Like shit. I'm about to say salacious.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And that's that. I was saying so much like, man, you hear that rhetoric right there? That rhetoric. I say rhetoric. It's rhetoric.
Yeah.
Right. I say rhetorical. It's rhetorical. I know the answer already.
Mm-hmm.
They say rhetorical now. I say rhetoric. Rhetoric.
Yep.
Right? You hear that rhetoric? Rhetoric is natural, right?
Mm-hmm.
And you doesn't correct me. Rhetoric.
Yeah.
The rhetoric. And I was like, the last motherfucker to talk about, right?
Yeah.
Because I used to check him on certain words.
Yeah, like unmissable.
Yeah, and I was like, okay, now you look, it's municipal. Municipality. You know what I mean? Like, I do that. So now I do the same thing on certain words, right?
Mm-hmm.
I'm like, that's just my accent. And it probably is. But it probably is. Now, when the white folks get our shit, they take it and use it with everything.
Yep.
It doesn't have any fucking context to it. You know what I mean? And that is what we need to stop.
Right.
That is what we need to stop. That's what we need to do. Everything we make, they take and overuse and perverse.
Yep. But
so,
mm-hmm.
Even if they say it's in the dictionary, it's for use. All right. So when we start emulating them, they're gonna stop emulating us. So lately, I've been emulating them in their face.
Yeah.
In their face. Like in their presence. I turn around and be like, they're like, this is the sons of the first. I said, it's the first is the one who said the very act, the one who did it on first. They were
Right.
also malicious intent.
Like when they say you're causing division, we didn't cause the division. The division was already there.
Yeah,
we're just pointing it out.
We ain't gonna really rock land on us.
Exactly, like Malcolm X said. Right. Yeah, definitely go back and listen to that message to the grassroots by Malcolm X.
Yeah,
it's very relevant to these times that we're in now.
Wait, look, check it out. If you let me tell it, we didn't make no changes, really. And this is the first 2 years that we have grown as a people, and it was because of and we gotta give glory to the code.
Yep.
And the new Black media.
Yep. In the Hidden Color series,
which is part of the new Black media. Blackbird, things you must see. You know what I mean? They don't say it outright, but you must see it in order to really be on code. You know what I mean?
Right. Alrighty. So, like I said, R.I.P. to the great Nigga Fuller Jr. You're gone, but not forgotten. And your code lives on.
Don't let me catch you white folk continue to perverse our people. And don't switch around either and start thinking you're slick. Because you want to start talking about, don't start to switch around. We too smart for that.
Yeah.
Y'all motherfuckers need to get some creativity. We're sorry that you white people weren't born with it.
Right.
You know what I mean? But we're not that sorry. We're kind of happy about it because y'all been off bread.
And also, on that note, my homeboy has a book out. It's on Amazon. Make sure y'all check it out.
Ooh.
It's called The Whiteness of Destruction.
Oh, yeah.
The Origins and Consequences of White Aggression.
That's a real page turn, too.
And it's literally based off the code book.
Yeah, that shit is a page turner. Very good. Keeps you right.
By Dr. Maury L. Tolbert. It's on Amazon.
It's on Amazon. But Dr. Maury is typed like that anyway.
Yeah.
You understand it white folks. You don't know what you understand. Really?
Me and him used to listen to Nigga Fuller's speeches all the time.
Mm-hmm.
And the cows. And he mentioned Nigga Fuller in this book as well. So, shout out to him. And that's our brother that went to Kenya for 4 years, built a house and 2 apartments, and now he's leasing out the apartments to 2 FBA sisters that recently moved out to Kenya. So shout out to him. He has a YouTube channel too called Sankofa and the Mother Continent. Make sure y'all check that out. All right, so moving along, we got a situation with our brother Kyren, Lacy. Now, this story didn't get as much coverage as it should have got, because that's during that time that this happened. Our brother Carmelo Anthony had to defend himself against 2 racist white supremacists that tried to attack him at a track meet. So all the attention was put on that, and this case was kind of put by the wayside. So our brother Torian Rain Reloaded is going to give us an update on the real reason Kyren Lacy is not alive. This brother was a wide receiver for LSU before he was tragically taken from us. Cuzzo's
appreciate it, or simply join the.
Who's in here? Mac, Twin, Jay Militant, and Daniel.
Hi.
Oh, and Randall too.
The Discord, and you can get the notifications in there. Shout out to everyone in the chat, especially all the mods, all the members, and everybody over there on Patreon. I'm glad that you are all here. So as y'all can see by the title, we are going to expand more into this Kyren Lacy situation, more so going over the statement that his attorney made. And, we touched a little bit on it on Saturday for the weekly recap. But what y'all didn't know was that there's a whole 45-minute conversation that Kyren Lacy's attorney, who was the man that you see in the thumbnail, was having with a reporter, where they were breaking down why Kyren Lacy was innocent. Some of y'all probably already seen some clips that have come from it, but we're going to go over the entire video. And like I said, the video itself is about 45.5 minutes long. So make sure y'all strap in. Make sure if y'all got any snacks, any drinks, all of that good stuff, make sure y'all have it, because we're going to be here for a little bit. And then, of course, you know, at the end, I'll drop the link in if anybody would like to come up and discuss. We will go ahead and do that. Hopefully we can get through this in probably like the next hour and a half to 2 hours. But before we get into all that, let me acknowledge those who are here so far in the chat. We got Jaccson, KT, we got Church, Andrea Jones, Ms. Nisi, Eddie Foster, Sybil, Lana L, Tamika's Den, D Money, Brother Man to You, Anthony Phillips, Dewani, D, the My Voice channel, Anthony, I think I said Anthony already, Mr. Williams, Felicia, and that is it so far. But shout out to everybody that is here so far, and anyone else that might be coming a little bit later on in the chat. Now, the crazy part about it is I already had a live plan for today, but it wasn't this one. It was going to be something else, but I said this one was more important than the one that I was going to have for today. So the one I have for today, I'm going to do tomorrow. So y'all will be getting another live tomorrow at the same time. But that one's going to be more comedic, I would say. When you understand what I'm talking about, you'll see tomorrow. But this one was more serious, and I felt like this one held more weight, in my opinion. All right, shout out to we got Cosmo Fury just popped in. We got MML just came into the building. I'm glad that you all are here. Speaking of Discord, I need to find a way to set up my Discord to connect to my Patreon. It's a way to do it, and I think I had it before, but I disconnected it. I don't know why I did that, but I'll worry about that a little bit later. So not to waste any more time, I'm going to go ahead now and share my screen so we can go ahead and get this thing started. Because like I said, the video is 45.5 minutes long. I did speed it up a little bit, but not to the point where you feel like you're listening to Ben Shapiro just be a motor mouth. So let's go ahead and get this thing started.
You buy bacc-and-forth, built Kyren Lacy's involvement or non-involvement in a wreck that took place, which took the life of a very popular man, Mr. Hall. And it was well documented, went national. It was talked about, it was written about, it was blogged about, it was all over the nation. So I did tell Mr. Ori back then, and I also tell everyone involved in this, whether you're an attorney or whether you're part of the investigation, you're always welcome to tell your story on HTV. So I told Mr. Ori, if you have anything to add to the story at any point, please give me a holler and we'll get you on. So joining me now is Matt Ori, attorney, and good to see you, Matt. Thank you for coming.
Good to see you, Martin. Thank you for having me.
Did you compile anything new?
I've got everything. I've got every piece of evidence I have viewed. I've examined every piece of evidence, which includes all surveillance, all body cam footage, and most importantly, the investigative report that was generated and manufactured by the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office, according to the data that they obtained.
In that report, which is independent of you, when I was going through it and looking at some of these things in it, I think you'll probably go over where they were, because I see you brought a board where you're going to depict where all of them were during the incident. And you have all that information to sort of explain where everyone was at, how fast they were going, what they were doing, all of that.
I do. I've got it all here.
Okay. Is most of this reports, or do you have actual video?
At the entirety of the district attorney's findings, their findings after their own investigation. That's what we're here today to present. We're going to compare and contrast those findings with the findings of state police, because there's a ton of confusion. People seem to believe that somehow he hit someone in this accident, or possibly even shot through two cars and there was this explosion behind him. I've heard every version possible, but we can show you the version right now.
Okay. Sort of describe the video for our audience, what you've seen in the video.
Yeah. So what you'll see is in the top left of the screen, you're going to see multiple cars just making their way south to Thibodeau, coming from Battery. At some point in time, you're going to see the collision, which we're going to know is vehicle number 2 from oncoming traffic colliding with the vehicle of Mr. Hall. You will see another vehicle come to a stop, and then you'll see Kyren Lacy come to a stop.
So as we've seen the video, it looks like the impact happens, and then Kyren Lacy is behind him. How far away was he from there?
Well, yeah, that's the beauty of the investigative report that I now have my hands on. We know from data that Kyren Lacy did in fact pass 4 cars. There's no disputing that. Further north, Kyren Lacy passed 4 cars. However, he was back in his lane of travel, 92.3 yards. Back in his lane, behind Mr. Hall. At the time of impact, he's 72.6 yards behind the vehicles at the time.
Brother and said, is this real footage or fake? This is real footage. This is the footage that they buried. Like, they buried this footage. This is all new to a lot of people, but this footage is very real. This is surveillance footage.
Time of impact, keyword, behind the vehicles. That is not how this story was ever painted. Never.
Any part of the district attorney's investigation that talked about Mr. Lacy getting back, I guess we call it, what do you call it, correcting or getting in your proper lane?
Sure, he was back in his proper lane according to their data. This isn't my expert. This is the investigation of the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office. So I'm here simply comparing and contrasting the District Attorney's Office with state police in this matter, their investigations. And in that investigation, it shows that he was back in his correct lane of travel, 92.3 yards. Before this incident occurred, he was back in his lane.
What does the legal law state about where you should be behind? Or I want to say, I thought it was 100 feet. Is that correct?
It is correct. Take out the fact here that it's a no passing zone. If it weren't at this time, it's 100 feet. What we know now is he was 3 times legally what he needed to be back in his lane of traffic.
Where was everybody involved in this? And I see you brought something that you could visibly show everybody.
Yeah, I mean, like I stated, if we're looking at this, and of course this isn't to scale, and I can't draw, but what you see here is vehicle 3. That is Mr. Hall's vehicle. This is another vehicle between Mr. Lacy and Mr. Hall.
Okay.
This is the gold truck that's referenced in the report. This is heading north. So this is the lead vehicle heading north. And the vehicle that actually collided with Mr. Hall's vehicle, that would be vehicle 2. All right. So through the course of this now, we start investigating and dissecting everything we possibly can. When we do that, we start with vehicle 2, right? So what do I know now about vehicle 2? Vehicle 2 was tailgating, all right? According to the data, again, of the district attorney's office, not me, according to their data, tailgating at 49.6 miles an hour, 0.5 seconds behind the gold truck.
And let me just pause. And there's going to be some pauses in here between, because I just wanted to go over some things. Let me tell you something right now. That is exactly why you do not drive so close behind somebody when you're driving, because you don't know if that person is going to slam on their brakes and you're going to bump right. That's an instant collision. Like, there's no way you're going to get out of not bumping into the back of that person. And they said, excuse me, he said this person was tailgating. They were very, very close to this person's bumper. Now, you saw on the diagram that he drew up, Kyren Lacy was so far away. He had the most distance between him and all the other vehicles that were involved with the crash. He was nowhere near it.
1.5 seconds before the crash. So again, if that did make sense, she is following 0.5 seconds behind this vehicle, 0.5 seconds behind that vehicle, 1.5 seconds before the crash at over 49 miles an hour. 0.5. That's what happens when you tailgate. Now, interestingly enough, this vehicle was actually, when this woman was in the ambulance, they issued her a ticket. All right. You know for what? Take a wild guess. Following too close. They even told her it's in your personal belongings. Fast forward. Another trooper comes and is looking for that particular ticket. And that ticket, they told her, something may happen to the ticket. Don't worry about it. Sure enough, something happened.
Wow. Did y'all hear that? She only got a ticket for driving too close. Not the collision, but for driving too close. That already lets you know right there that the wheels were in motion of what they were preparing to do. That was only phase 1. They had no plans of getting the main culprit behind this incident, behind this accident. None. Just based off of that right there.
Happened to that ticket down the road, right? The ticket now needs to fit a better narrative. And that ticket now says crossing left of center. Why? Why? The black box is telling me. The data from the district attorney's office tells me you're traveling 0.5 seconds at 49.6 miles an hour, 1.5 seconds before the accident. That's not tailgating? Now, what we're looking at, this isn't speculation. Through this, we hear there's story after story. Actually, vehicle 2's story got bigger and bigger and bigger until we now have their data, right? So when we get our hands on it, I'm looking at the data from that particular vehicle. That data in that vehicle shows me 5 seconds previous to this crash. 5. I'm looking at it, and you're going to show it. 5 seconds previous to this crash, she maintained a speed of 49.6 miles an hour, never activating the EBS system until 0.5 seconds before the crash. Why is that important? Because if your story, which we'll get into, keeps getting bigger and bigger, and you had all this time to see the gold truck, in her words, stomp on their brakes, slam on their brakes, come to a stop, veer off the road. I see another vehicle approaching. I see the Charger approaching. Well, my question to you now becomes, how did you see that vehicle approaching, or him stop, or him slam on his brakes, yet your data says you never touched your brake prior to 0.5 seconds before that crash? I'm looking right now. So are you at the last 5 seconds, according to her. Her car's black box, not mine, not my expert. That's her car. So if you're going to tell me a 5 to 10 second elaborate story, it needs to make sense. And when you have the data, not only doesn't it add up, it's not possible. Notice on there, Martin, it says 75 degrees, right? You turn 75 degrees to the left all of a sudden. That's what happens when you tailgate. Now, interestingly enough, this vehicle was actually, when this woman was in the ambulance, they issued her a ticket. All right. You know, for what? Take a wild guess. Following too close. Data from the district attorney's office tells me you're traveling 0.5 seconds at 49.6 miles an hour, 1.5 seconds before the accident. That's not tailgating? That's not following too close? Of course it is. Ticket was taken away.
The ticket was taken away. So they gave her a ticket for following too close, and then they took it back. Like Church said earlier, the fix was already in.
I'm looking at the data, and I'm learning some new things here. So the 75, the steering input at 75 to the left.
That's correct.
Any indicate that, I would guess 75 on a scale of 100. That's a pretty hard turn to the left.
It's a very hard turn to the left. The gold truck, the lead vehicle in oncoming traffic, who, by the way, is probably one of the two most important witnesses in this entire case. We know now that 2.99 seconds prior to him pulling off the road, he was traveling 28 miles an hour. 28 miles an hour. Now, you're going to hear his statement in a little while, and it's going to all make sense. But let's be very clear right now for the intent and purposes of what we're doing. There are two vehicles that we're talking about right now that are traveling north. The second vehicle in oncoming traffic, which is vehicle 2, their data says she is tailgating. She is 0.5 seconds at 49.6 miles an hour.
Now, let me pause it right here. This is the car that he's referencing that is tailgating. Right here, he has gold truck. Look at how close they are in this diagram. Literally bumper to bumper. He said 0.5 miles off of this vehicle, this gold truck that he's referencing. Kyren Lacy's all the way up here. Yet somehow he was the one that got blamed for what happened all up in here. And shout out to Lisa Mincy for the $10 super chat. I appreciate it.
1.5 seconds before the crash. And you saw her data, 50.3 to 49.6.
Yeah, so she stayed at 49.6 until 0.5 seconds. And then
there's a variation of less than a mile per hour.
Yeah.
It's 0.7, I believe.
Right. Did she give any police report or anything?
Oh, absolutely. So
let's talk about that a little
bit. Yeah, we will. This particular individual, and for purposes of this report, I'd like you, Martin, this is page 9. If you could follow along to make sure I'm not misquoting a single thing.
All right.
All right. I'm looking at the investigative report of the district attorney's office.
Mm-hmm.
And then here you can see this is their investigator looking at vehicle 2 statements, and now he's analyzing. He says, upon reviewing the body cam video of the trooper from the scene, the following statement was made by, we'll call her vehicle 2, right? Mm-hmm. I just know the truck was stomping on brakes. The other was trying to pass the other car. I was trying to dodge by not hitting him, by coming around. When the trooper asked how fast she was going, she replied the speed limit. He next says, I reviewed the recorded interview and the written statement from vehicle 2 while she was in the hospital on January 3rd, 2025. Below is a synopsis of that interview. In the very first, it says, all I can see is that a car is coming this way and the car in front of me. Right before the crash, I'm looking at the pickup truck in front of me. That's all they see for the moment. I'm eating my Funyuns. I got in the middle of my lap and I'm driving. I'm listening to my music. All of a sudden, I see the car get in the other person's lane.
I see so many things wrong just with how she was performing on the road. And there's no way you can tell me she was driving the speed limit if you were that close to that vehicle. There's no way you was driving the speed limit. And it says you was eating Funyuns, you had them in the middle of your lap, and you was listening to your music. There's a whole bunch of distractions that's going on in this woman's car right now. Anthony said, is he the attorney? Yes, he's the attorney. I was getting ready. I didn't want to stop it, but yeah, you was crashing out a little bit in the chat. But yeah, the person who's talking, who's giving this information is the attorney. He's the one that's bringing all of this new information to light. And it's basically because of him that basically cleared Kyren Lacy and made of any wrongdoing. And now he's innocent. The unfortunate part, though, unfortunately, is that Kyren Lacy is not here to see himself become innocent because of all the backlash that he dealt with online from all the bullying and the threats and everything. And he unfortunately took his own life. That's the unfortunate part.
The truck, in quotes, steps on his brakes. First, so it slows down, but then he does it again. And this time it's really hard. That's when you can see on the other side, the car is trying to get back over. But before you can get over, the truck stops in the middle, like on the brakes hard. There's another car that runs damn near into the pole. It's either I run into him or I try to get out the way. So I'm trying to get into the dollar store parking lot. Then the other car just comes and slams into me. The trooper asked vehicle 2, whenever you're looking forward or the cars in front of you, they swerve off to the right before you make your left, or are you looking at a green Charger coming at you? Or, end of quotes. Vehicle 2 responded with, the green Charger came, and then the car behind me, behind them, the truck, the van, whatever. The trooper does not ask any further follow-up questions to get a better understanding of what she was saying for this answer. Now, remember, I'm reading what the investigator's saying. Mm-hmm. When vehicle 2 states the truck stops in the middle of the road, like on the brakes hard, this statement indicates that the gold truck stopped in the middle of the lane and not, in quotes, swerving off to the right. This would also show that vehicle 2 would have steered to the left to avoid contact with the gold truck and not Kyren Lacy. During this interview with the trooper, vehicle 2 made several statements that do not match the submitted report or written statement. Instead of questioning vehicle 2 for more details, the trooper attempted to recap what she was saying, which seems to contradict her statements. While doing this, the trooper is the first to talk about the gold truck swerving off to the right. Then when it came to obtaining the written statement, the trooper tells vehicle 2 what to document on the statement as she is writing.
I have 2 questions here. One, I'd like to know more about the statement that she made to the trooper. The other one would be, do we have any data on the gold truck?
2.99 seconds before the gold truck eases off to the road, eases off of the road.
Right.
He's traveling at 28 miles an hour.
Right.
Yeah. Okay. So let me pause it right here because a lot of people didn't know this. Yes, unfortunately, back in April, right before he was supposed to go, I think before a jury, he ended up taking his own life. I think back in and the reason why you probably didn't hear about it is because in April, everyone was talking about what was going on with Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony, because that just happened. So that's what the news or the people online was projecting or putting out there in heavy rotation. And then this happened in, I want to say, did this happen in Louisiana? Someone please let me know. If it did, you're talking about a neighboring state. But that's why you didn't hear too much about it. And then the incident itself happened in January of this year, I think January 3rd, 2 days after New Year's. But when he took his life, it was at the end of April. So that's probably why you didn't hear about it. I said that's the unfortunate part because, like someone said in the chat, he's being vindicated, but he's not alive to actually see it happen in real time. Okay, so it did happen in Louisiana. Appreciate you.
Right. That all is in this report.
Yeah, that's my question.
You watch someone slam on their brakes. You watch them stop. You watch their car chart coming at you in your lane of traffic, but you never thought to just tap the brakes? Really? No. Data is accurate. The black box is accurate. That says that you never touched your brakes. You never touch your brakes in the last 5 seconds until 0.5 seconds before the impact. That's their data. It's not mine.
Proceed. What did you find out after that?
So what I was curious about here, most importantly to me, in terms of the oncoming traffic, right? So I'm looking at that gold truck. I want to know what they said, when they said it, what were the circumstances, how did this come about? And this is where it really starts tying together, right? The gold truck, they end up getting a statement from this individual. There's two of them. The very first one, what I noticed on the body cam was that the conversation was going on for 4 minutes and approximately 30 seconds prior to the body cam being activated. And of course, when the body cam's activated, I don't know what you said those previous 4.5 minutes, they end up at this individual's house to obtain a statement. I want to play right now how that statement started.
All right, so now it's about to go into that body cam footage that I think most people, if they never saw this whole video, they definitely saw this part. I think I played this on my weekly recap on Saturday.
Okay, let's roll that in.
I want y'all to listen closely to what's about to be said, just in case y'all never heard this before.
All right, sir. So, look, don't worry about filling any of this top information, like your name, address. Don't worry about any of that. Just right here, if you could, I'll just have you write exactly what you saw. Just make sure to include, where you were. I don't know what the name of that highway. It's Highway 20. Highway 20. That you just. All right, name my way going to that right. Okay, just make sure you add in there that you had to slam on your brakes and the brakes, you had to slam on the brakes to avoid that charger and the brakes locked up to avoid that charger. That's. I ain't speed marking nothing. I wouldn't even go for it.
You hear what the cop just said, right? He said, make sure to include on there that you had to slam on your brakes to avoid the charger. Remember, Kyren Lacy was driving a green Charger, but Lacy's car was not anywhere near this gold truck. So the cop is coercing him into putting something down that did not happen.
In the back of me, she didn't know what was happening. That's how she called that record. She was running in the back of me. She pulled on the other side.
Mm-hmm. So, but the Charger was coming right at you, correct? And that's why you had to slam on your brake, the head on with you. So yeah, just make sure you include that, and that's very important because we're trying to locate this Charger right now. So just include that in the statement, and I'll read it over, and then I'll be out of here.
In that video, you can clearly hear the suggestive nature indicating that I need you to say that you had to slam on your brakes and you had to avoid a Charger.
Okay, just make sure you add in there that you had to slam on your brakes and the brakes, you had to slam on the brakes to avoid that Charger and the brakes locked up to avoid that Charger. That's.
But then you hear Gold Truck, the witness, who's the Gold Truck, what he says. And he says verbatim.
I ain't speed marking nothing. I wouldn't even gone for it. That lady in the back of me, she didn't know what was happening. That's how she called that record.
You heard it, right? Y'all heard what the guy said. He said that woman in the back of me, she calls the wreckage. Let me run it back just a little bit more, just in case y'all didn't catch it.
And he says verbatim.
I ain't speed marking nothing. I wouldn't even gone for it. That lady in the back of me, she didn't know what was happening. That's how she called that record. She was running in the back of me. She pulled on the other side.
Mm-hmm. I didn't skid marked or nothing because I wasn't even going that fast. That lady in the back of me, she didn't see what's happening. That's how she caused that wreck. She was going to run into the back of me, and she pulled into the other side. But there's a bigger problem. I then obtained the actual written statement.
And this is from the Gold Truck.
This is the Gold Truck. Now, after the statement we just went through, notice I've obviously redacted names, addresses, and the cell phone number in fairness to the individual who is Gold Truck, number one, in oncoming traffic. See, the problem with that statement is it is in direct contravention to what was said minutes earlier. It's not written by him. And where it says signed, it's not signed. It's refused.
Because remember, the cop told him at the beginning, you don't have to worry about putting your name or anything on there. The fix was in.
But you see, when I have a witness who is the most critical, and he's telling you, I wasn't traveling fast. We know now that he wasn't. The data shows 2.99 seconds before that he was traveling 28 miles an hour. The data shows that. Now he corroborates that. And he goes on to say, I didn't even make a skid mark. That woman behind me, she caused that accident. And you give me this statement that is refused? I got a problem. I got a problem with that. A big one. What he's saying is she had to avoid hitting him. He specifically stated she caused that accident, but I've got an affidavit for arrest warrant right here. Nowhere in here does it say anything that you guys just saw on body cam. To the contrary, about that vehicle, it says the gold truck took evasive action by emergency braking and driving off the roadway to avoid a head-on crash. But you just heard he said, I wasn't even going fast. I didn't even skid mark. So what emergency braking are we referring to here? And what the hell was the point of this report? It is complete opposite. I would expect that you'll show this to where they can read what was said versus what was written just minutes earlier.
And just make sure you add in there that you had to slam on your brakes, and the brakes, like, you know, you had to slam on the brakes to avoid that charger, and the brakes locked up to avoid that charger. That's.
I ain't skid marking nothing. I wasn't even going for it. That lady in the back of me, she didn't know what was happening. That's how she called that wreck. She was running in the back of me. She pulled on the other side.
Mm-hmm. So, but the charger was coming right at you, correct? And that's why you had to slam on your brake, the head on with you. So yeah, just make sure you include that in. That's very important because we're trying to locate this charger right now. So just include that in the statement, and I'll read it over, and then I'll be out of here. Okay.
By the way, the body cam wasn't on for this statement. It was turned off before obtaining this statement. And this is what we get back in the file. This. Remember, Kyren passed. I'll just put X's. This is where Kyren passed, right? He comes here, he passes. He gets back in his lane. Don't you know that one of these witnesses that's in this package actually says in his statement that the charger passed through the vehicle of Mr. Hall and the gold truck and vehicle 2, and then they collided. I can't make this up. This is what people just don't get to see. Mm-hmm. And again, I'm not saying this intentional. I'm saying people commit to a story and they don't back down. You saw it here, but I'm telling you, you guys saw a video. You just saw a statement where somebody tells them what to say. They tell them that's not what happened. They still give me the statement. And now I got another individual who we won't harp into here because it's so uncredible, right? That one individual, one of the 4 individuals here, they say that they were going 30 to 35 miles an hour when Kyren passed him. He did. There's no disputing that. No one ever did, but he was back in his lane of travel. 92.3 yards back in, 72.6 at the time of impact. When they collide, he is 72.6. Before they collide, he is almost a football field away back in his lane. That's not disputed. What you can see is another car come to a stop, and then Kyren Lacy come to a stop. But you know what's really interesting to me as well is that there was another passenger in Kyren Lacy's car. They knew this. They have video footage of this individual getting out of the car. Why didn't you ascertain his identity? Why would you not want to hear the person with one of the best views of this incident? Why would you make a call? Why would you simply not bring him in for questioning?
And I'm sure you talked to him after?
Of course I talked to him after. That's exactly what they said. Yeah. It's exactly what they said. Mm-hmm. They actually thought at one point in time that she collided with the gold truck. That's the very first thing they told me, that they thought that this vehicle 2, was trying to get around the 2. As in slide between them, as in, uh-oh. You know, so you can see why. This is just amazing now, what I know, and there's so much more. We've spent hours and hours and hours scouring, but I don't know how else to tell anybody else that this is not mine. I didn't generate this. I didn't manipulate this. I didn't alter it. I didn't manufacture it. I received it from the district attorney's office. I then did my job, and I compare it to the report and the investigation of state police, and it is drastic. It's drastic. The very last line of the report from the district attorney's office says, the evidence submitted in the crash report does not support that Kyren Lacy should have known that his actions were the cause of the crash that happened approximately 72 yards in front of him. And what we know is we never disputed ever that he passed those vehicles. They were in a row, 4 vehicles in a row. We know they were going 30 to 35 miles an hour. He passed them. It was a no passing zone, but he got back in 92.3 yards. He was back in his lane of travel. He was 72 yards behind at the time of impact. We know that now. He was actually the second car to pull up behind, not even the first. At no point in time did he have to slam his brakes. He wasn't even close to the second car. He just eased in. He eased in. He went straight from there to the facility in Trevor for his football practice. But he had no idea he caused this accident because he didn't think he caused the accident. He didn't cause the accident.
When did you get knowledge of it? When did you first get on the case itself? When were you notified?
Weeks after. Remember, from the time of this investigation to when a warrant was
Brother man said, where's the passenger statement? There is no statement because they didn't talk to the passenger. The attorney just said it. He asked, why didn't they get a statement from the passenger? I mean, a person that was right there in the car with him. They never spoke with the passenger. They had and the reason why is because they had no intentions of doing so. That's what had people believing that Kyren Lacy was in the car by himself. That's actually new to me. I didn't know somebody else was in the car with him.
Executed, they were weeks apart, right? And then I get involved after that. By the time I get involved, he's already charged with this. So that's a circumstance that I inherit.
Right.
But you hear things, you keep your eyes open, you keep your ears open, and you listen, and something wasn't passing the litmus test here. So, when you look back on this and you see actual data, that's not mine, that shows these types of things, and you go as far as a witness saying he split between two vehicles and then there was the spontaneous combustion, it truly should open some eyes, right? That is not even close to what happened.
As you started your discussion with Kyren Lacy, and look, once again, we'll talk about Mr. Hall later in the program because we're not avoiding talking about a veteran, but I want to stay on point here just for a second. When you're talking to Kyren Lacy and he's saying, Matt, I wasn't involved in this. What was his mindset like at the time?
It's horrible. Look, man, you got a young kid that's getting assassinated on public media, social media. He begged me to help him. I was already helping, but it was a consistent deal, obviously, meaning far after representation, begging me to help him. And you move as fast as you can with what you have, right? But there was a defining point for me in this whole situation that I knew he wasn't joking. And he referenced things in football fields. And I know it's easy to look back and say, oh, I bet he never said that. He's deceased now. BS. I'm telling you now what he told me. He said I was a football field. A football field is how we compare things, right? So he's saying when he got back in his lane of traffic, I know I was a football or even a little over a football field over by the time I'm back in my lane. And when I told him that they had video surveillance of this whole thing, it was like he was relieved for a second, because I think in his mind, he thought that which most did. Most people that I talk to think that he actually hit the vehicle or he barely got past him and then they collided. That was the narrative that I heard the most. So in his mind, at least he's looking at this going, okay, somebody can show I was actually watched this accident. I saw it. And he told me there was a car between them. Hell, after I read everything prior to meeting with him and the things that I heard, I'm questioning what's going on here. Did he just get through and take off like they suggested? You and I read reports earlier. We're looking at all news reports where they say he actually collided with a vehicle.
They did.
They actually said he fled a scene. They actually said he came back to the scene. Do you know how preposterous that is? None of that's true. And he sure as hell never split the difference and barely got through. And then there was some big explosion. It's not what happened. Kyren Lacy passed 4 vehicles. There's no question, in a row. Nobody ever disputed that. But it's now undisputed that he got back in 92.3 yards. Now, interestingly enough, the report indicates that at 120.4 yards, he was already entering back into the lane, right? The reason they reference that is they say in this report, the district attorney's office, their investigation yielded that at that time, Kyren and vehicle number 2, all right, 1.5 seconds before the accident or 120.4 yards apart.
So it said 120.4 yards, not feet.
All this is yards. This is not feet.
Big difference.
The only footage we have discussed, you and I today, is what's legally required when you pass a vehicle.
100 feet.
You have to be back in your lane of traffic 100 feet. He was over 300 feet. I'll be the first to admit that particular law does not say when you're in a no passing zone. Be clear. He passed 4 vehicles in a no passing zone. Never been disputed. Not once. Did I ever dispute that or anybody else? But the big narrative spun was, and this is very important, that he was actively passing at the time of this accident. That is extremely important. We know now that is 100% false. In the conclusion of the district attorney's report,
what page, John? I'm gonna follow.
This is on page 12.
Let me get to 12 here. Okay, go ahead.
They state in here that they gave the impression that Kyren Lacy was actively passing vehicles when the crash occurred, which is incorrect. He did pass 4 vehicles, but was back in the southbound lane before the crash occurred. And now we know, according to this data, that was 72.6 yards, as it's stated in this report.
When I think at one point while we were talking, you indicated to me that Kyren was very close to being vindicated on this matter. Can you talk a little bit about that?
Yeah, so in my opinion, I had a very good idea of enough started adding up to me to know that there were holes all over this thing, right? So it's the policy of the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office that all homicides go to grand jury. We were nearing that grand jury, right? Where all of this was coming out. Everything I'm telling you now is going to be presented to a grand jury in a fair, neutral, and impartial manner.
So there's the answer to the question. I think Brother Man to you was asking, why is it coming out so late? He just said it. what they were presenting, what he's telling us now, was going to be presented to that grand jury back in April. But unfortunately, he ended up taking his life. Thus, they didn't have to do the grand jury because they're at the time their prime suspect, quote unquote, was no longer alive. So that's why we're just hearing about this now, months later.
So, in my opinion, this never survives a grand jury. Never, never, ever survives a grand jury. We were 48 hours from that, from this report getting to the grand jury, right? So it is the process. They moved it as quickly as they could. And by that, I just mean, it was done just like, which is the right thing to do, like every other case. It was done fair and square where, look, we have a homicide. We have to go through this process. The only promise that Ms. Russell made to myself and civil counsel for Mr. Hall was that she would complete the investigation and immediately set it for grand jury out of fairness to both. And she did that. She did exactly what she promised she would do. Insofar as an investigation, we had no idea what a result would be on her end. No clue. Mm-hmm. We just knew it was being done. They didn't sit on it for some amount of time. They worked it thoroughly, but in the time manner that they could, and they set it for grand jury just like they promised. So we couldn't have asked for more from a office who has always been and will always be just extremely fair, right? I mean, that's all you can ask for. There's no fault on their part. There's certainly no fault whatsoever on the part of Mr. Hall. That's a wonderful family. Believe me, it's not easy for me to get up here right now. There's a man who passed away other than Kyren Lacy, and his life was just as important as Kyren Lacy.
And that was one thing I regretted. And I would tell the family that I didn't spend enough time talking about Mr. Hall. He's deceased, and just that's paying our respects to their family too, because they're grieving and naturally they're going through a lot of turmoil too. But of course, I guess what we're looking for on this show is, and I think everyone would want it. I don't care which side you're on. You just want the truth.
I just want the accurate truth, right? What one thing, and I hate to, in fact, I'm not going to harp on it again, but you're right. That's all we're after here is a better picture of the truth. That's it. Never, what do you get me up here to try and put a black eye on state police? Look, man, these guys got a tough job. Mm-hmm. Tough job. There's some excellent, wonderful individuals, more than I can ever imagine, actually. I enjoy working with them. That's not my point here. But I hold myself accountable. I hold everyone that I come across accountable. They get no pass from me either. It doesn't mean they're bad people, right? That's not what we're here to say. That's not what I'm saying. I've never said that. I never will. I'm simply here to compare and contrast. Now, the findings of the Lafourche Parish District Attorney's Office versus the findings of state police. We have a vast difference.
Let me go a little step further because I want to go to Houston a little bit because, there and again, I mean, if you watch Facebook or you listen to social media, you're going to get 20 different reasons why Kyren Lacy took his life. And I'm going to go out on a limb because I figure you probably know the truth on this matter. Is there anything that you would like to set straight about the Houston part of this story?
This is about to be new to me. I didn't know there was a Houston part. Did anyone in the chat know there was a Houston part? Because I didn't know. This right here that I'm about to hit is actually brand new to me.
I don't know that the Houston part of this story didn't upset me more than the front end. Let me just say this. Kyren Lacy went to Houston that Friday with his mind made. He was suffering. There was a point in time that night at his apartment, the apartment that he, his little brother, and his cousin were in. His mind was made. He wanted the keys to that vehicle to, I don't know how to say this, to
take his life.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's where it happened at. See, I didn't know where he took it. I'm thinking that he just might have been somewhere in the state. I didn't know he was in Houston when this happened. So this is all new to me.
So it's either you give me my keys and I do this on my own accord, or this is going to go down right here, right now. Obviously, the keys were given. A welfare call was made. Keyword, welfare check, right? There was no crime. There's none of that, man. Mm-hmm. No drugs, none of that BS. Kid's mind was made. You know the rest of the story.
So he told whomever he was with that that was the place and time. Wasn't there a shot fired or something?
That's how he got his keys. I think that's how you're showing him. And by the way, the shot was fired in the ground on purpose to let them know the seriousness of what was going on in his head.
So he wanted their attention.
He wanted his keys.
Yeah.
And they knew not to give him his keys. They knew what was going to happen. But what are you going to do? You going to watch it go down, or are you going to give him his keys?
Right.
His mind was made. The social media killed him. Killed him.
Mm-hmm.
All those tough guys behind the computer, same ones that would come after me when I do this interview, those guys.
A young man could not get used to it.
They're kids, man. The difference between you and I, Martin, and them, they don't know anything else other than those devices.
Right.
You especially, I'm a little bit younger, but even myself, that's a later deal. That's all they know. They can't get away from them. And they believe what these people say. They believe it. It doesn't matter what I showed you today. There are going to be people that are going to talk horribly about him, horribly about me. Life is such, but I have a job to do. No matter who is in the way of that. You have to do whatever consequences come my way from this, so be it.
And I'm hearing you loud and clear. He, in his own mind, and I'm speculating, he was already prosecuted in his own mind.
That's correct. He was already prosecuted.
And we can only imagine, wasn't the Vikings about to draft him?
I had talked to the Saints. I had talked to the Vikings. Not that I'm his agent by any stretch, but there were teams reaching out to learn about this matter, that really liked him. But they obviously wanted to know what was going on. I did the best that I could to tell them and advise them the grand jury was set for this particular day. We didn't make it there, though. So Kyren Lacy is going to change the way things are done. He's going to make people think twice about what they say before they say it. Not everybody.
Hold on. I'm glad he came back and said not everybody, because let's be real here. When you got the usual suspects, when you give them a keyboard, whether it's in front of a laptop, on a computer, or on a smartphone, they already ready to go. I mean, look at what happened with Carmelo Anthony. I didn't know anything about that story until Matt Walsh got his hot air balloon headed self on social media and tried to make it seem like Carmelo Anthony took out Austin Metcalf because he was white. That was my first interaction with that story. Something that should have been seen more so as an isolated incident got blown up because of people like Matt Walsh with an agenda.
Somebody. Maybe Kyren Lacy makes someone think twice before the next investigation to say, hold on, maybe we've got to look at a few other things here, right? Maybe let's not jump to conclusions.
Fuck Matt Walsh.
Thoroughly review.
Oh, racist ass piece of shit.
Just maybe somebody else is saved from the same exact thing. Maybe thousands.
I do offer all other sides a chance to come. They can debate it or rebut or whatever.
To this day, formal charges were never accepted by the district attorney. This is over. There's no criminal proceeding.
Done.
This is about making a promise to a kid who begged you to help him. You make a promise, you follow through on that promise. It's nothing more, nothing less to tell the world Kyren Lacy's version. He never got to tell the world his version. We just did that.
Wow. Have you spoken to his family?
I did. I met with him after obtaining everything, thoroughly going through it, watching videos, listening to statements. We've seen everything. And, it just brings back a lot of memories. Same for Mr. Hall's family. I know it brings back some memories you guys don't want to recall. Same for the Lacy family. Because at the end of the day, you got two very important lives that were lost. Nothing's going to bring that back, either one of them. So I talked to him. You can about imagine how it went. Very cordial, though. No yelling, no throwing, none of that. A lot of crying.
Right.
As I suspect Mr. Hall's family does the same thing, rightfully so, right? So it's just not fun for anybody, to be quite frank.
And that's the hardest part about doing an interview like this is you have so many people involved, and Kyren Lacy just happens to be such a high profile person that I know the Halls grieving. And once again, if I had any regrets from the first interviews, that I didn't talk about Mr. Hall. And from what I heard, he was a tremendous man and just a great storyteller, good person. But
class act family.
It's just, it seems to be a tragedy all the way around.
It is.
When you really look at it.
It is. There's no winners here. There never will be. The class that Mr. Hall's family has exhibited has been tremendous. I know it's hard, but truly appreciated.
Yeah, and hopefully this can find some kind of space where truth is always the best aspect of people coming forward. And I think you hit the nail on the head when you talked about the state police too, because I've worked with them for 42 years, and the desk, they come every week to do news stories, and we always want to be careful on this news desk that we don't say something that sort of depicts the whole deal as being the whole state police or the whole district attorney's office or anything like that. We want to sort of categorize things.
There's no question, man. There's nothing easy about it. You and I talked about it, not that it had anything to do with this. We talked about Frank Bason earlier. What Stand Up Class Act, right?
Yeah.
Christine Russell, Stand Up Class Act.
Mm-hmm.
Family of Mr. Hall. Stand Up Class Act. The Lacy family has been a Stand Up Class Act. And Kyren Lacy, to me, was a Stand Up Class Act. There's no winner here. We're all lost. But at least we have a little more accuracy. And at least the second side of the story is told.
When you were at his funeral, you got up and spoke.
I did.
And you looked at him and you made a promise to him. Is this kind of what the promise you were talking about, finding out what took place?
Yeah. His parents had given me a pin of his picture. And at that funeral, I took it home with me, obviously, but as he's sitting there, he had always asked me previous to that, Mr. Matt, you got me, dog? Kyren, I promise you, I got you, dog. So I get home and I took that pin. It's got his picture on it, and I kept it out every day. And I wrote on the back of it, I got you, dog. Never let it leave that side. And this is my version, bringing clarity. Bringing his version is me telling him, I got you, dog. Whatever that's worth, I don't know. I hope that he's looking down and has a little peace, because he didn't go out with peace.
All right, so that's pretty much the end of it, man. This was the last like 10 minutes of that was hard to listen to. It really was. Shout out to Cloud, Neely, Francis, Amos #1 for the $10 super chat. They said white supremacy or anti-blackness evil equals overcharging for FBA or under protections for FBA. He was blood on white supremacist hands. I completely agree, and I appreciate you. This is a sad story all the way around. It really is. But before I actually drop the link for people to come up, I wanted to go over this tweet from this person right here. Now, I'm sure there were plenty of these going around when all of this was happening in its inception, but I didn't catch it because, again, this is one of those stories that got buried and we didn't learn about it until the truth came out, which was like a week or so ago. And it's coming from this person whose name is Jack Mack. I wonder if they're attached to Barstool Sports, because I'm looking at that label or that logo and it looks like Barstool. And if they are attached to Barstool, that tells me all I need to know. So this Jack Mack said, and this was back in January, shortly after the incident happened, January 10th, 2025. He said, Kyren Lacy is wanted on homicide charges. I tweet out photo of Kyren Lacy pretending to shoot somebody, and I'm called a racist. All you can do is laugh. Now, the picture that he's talking about is something that Kyren would do as an end goal performance. You know how like all the football players have their own little end goal touchdown dance or whatever they do, or just, a gesture. Doesn't mean nothing by it for the most part. But he wrote that. And he ended up getting checked and cooked behind it. And that's how he chose to respond. Well, look what he came back with after the truth came out not shortly thereafter, but later on after the truth eventually did come out. So this was the post right here that he made. This post right here. And that's Kyren Lacy right there on the sidelines. And he says, LSU standout wide receiver Kyren Lacy wanted on charges of negligent homicide, felony, hit and run. And he posted up the picture of him doing, his thing. He made it seem like Kyren Lacy was out there and he had a whole bunch of firearms in his hand, like he was about to literally go out there and do something, and tried to use that as a justification as to why he believed that he was up on homicide charges. Like he tried to use that picture as a way to try to prove a point. This is what Jack Mack had to say a couple days ago. I apologize for this tweet. And I want to properly acknowledge that I was wrong. I judged based off evidence reported and could have waited for further evidence to come out like it did today. He can take his apology and shove it up his bar stool. And that's what many people said. Well, they didn't say exactly what I said, but there was a lot more people that were a little bit more colorful than I was. He meant what he said the first time in the tweet that I just read to y'all before this one. He didn't have any proof, no evidence. He just saw this young black man and decided he was guilty right off rip with no evidence, no proof. He didn't even know the whole story. And he just saw that. He saw a young black man and just said, oh, guilty. The same thing they did with Kyren Lacy is the same thing that they did with Carmelo Anthony. Or the same thing that they do with all young black men. Why? Because they put that stigma on black men, especially young black men, that they're inherently violent. These are just two tweets right here from the same person at two different times. I can only imagine what a lot of others had to say. And you wonder why I always say they are their clan ancestors. This is why. All right, y'all. So what I'm about to do now is drop the link in the chat for anybody who would like to come up. I will be putting y'all on a timer today. You get 3 minutes. Like y'all know how it goes. So if anybody would like to come up and lend their voice to this, feel free to go right on ahead. Oh, shoot, I already got 3 people that came up. Wallow, what's going on?
What's going on, Torin? What's going on, everybody in the chat? I would like to send my condolences to Mr. Lacy because this young man did not deserve this because he was going to be a late first, early second round pick. He was going to be a top 2 round pick. That's how good he was that people don't understand. He was a very good player. He never had any off the field issues. If anybody wanted to know, now yes, some of them LSU boys, they kind of go a little crazy and stuff, but he was just on the field talk. He won't nothing like that. Mm-hmm. It pissed me off because it was for them to blame this man, this young boy, for what happened, and he's on basically a football field away. It was wait a minute, how can you blame someone that literally had nothing to do with the situation? And if for him, he felt bad because it was everybody don't believe him. Is basically the officer's word over his, and it's no, I'm innocent. You know how society is today. It's well, you're on guilty to proven innocent, which it should have never been the case with him. Mm-hmm. And I do feel bad for his family because they lost a loved one over something stupid. How many black people have lost their lives or have taken their lives over stuff like this? We've heard this time and time again. Remember that story in Rikers, Torian?
Yeah.
About y'all know what I'm talking about. It's tiring to keep hearing these types of stories over and over and over again. And that jackass from Barstool talking about I know he had commented, he had said something about, I forgot what he said, something to the effect of he wished you never said. And I'm yeah, I guess you did, because fuck you. Excuse my language, but you sitting here judging somebody based off what they do on the field. It's on the field activities. And leave it at that, and I'll land my plane there. Be one.
Appreciate you. Yes, all your streams, Khalif Browder. I was sitting here trying to think of the brother's name that Wallow was talking about out of Rikers. Yeah, Khalif Browder. That was another story of an innocent young black man over an alleged stolen laptop. Shout out to Doc Spencer for the $20 super sticker. I appreciate it. All right, next up we got Denzimus. What's going on?
What's good? I just genuinely want to know what in the hell that officer I don't know what in the hell could possibly make that officer think that he wouldn't get in trouble with this situation when his dumb ass was wearing a freaking body cam. I really don't know what he thought. How arrogant can you be? Like, how arrogant can you be to lie like that? And they have the nerve to say we're low IQ. Are you like, okay, see, I'm just, I know there's laws on the books against this, but I really, really hope this is one of those situations where we do not let it go, because if we do, this will set a precedent for these cavelings to keep going on and doing this. You know, thankfully, us FBAs are the reason why these body cams are a thing in the first place. But still, these officers need to be punished. He needs to, personally, if it were up to me, I would have his ass in a jail. I would have him die in darkness and have this young man's picture all throughout the walls of that prison so he could never forget what he did to that young man. This guy had his whole life ahead of him and he stole it from him. This is just pure deviltry at its finest. Pure deviltry. And I heard that one of the students that knows this man's mother, they said that she was crying. Like, I really feel sorry for this man's mother and his family. So just to know that your son's not ever coming back because some goddamn troglodyte cave beast lied on him for no reason. But, you know, like, fortunately, though, this is getting blown up. It's getting blown up. People are talking about it. And I genuinely hope that there's charges pressed against this officer, because he needs to go to jail. Like, this can't be let go. But that's pretty much it, Terrain, because this is getting on my nerve. Like, these people get on my nerve, bruh. B1.
I appreciate you coming up. B1. Shout out to Denzimus for coming up. All right, next up we got, we got Mr. Williams. What's going on?
Hey, what's up? Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yeah, I just want to say, because I didn't watch the whole attorney thing. I decided to exercise because I didn't know if I was going to be able to focus and listen to all that, because I heard some of it and it's upsetting. Like the brother, what was his name? The one that just came on.
Oh, Denzimus?
Yeah, like when he said how I guess the mother was crying, but what I hate about that is that they reopened the womb and brought out all this stuff that the cop did. I don't even want to know her reaction to that, because you just reopened her pain and added more by showing this cop did everything in his power to ruin this boy's life.
You know what? Let me pause it right quick. To the attorney's credit, he most likely got permission from his family to do this. I don't want to believe that he just put it out there without talking to the family first. He probably spoke to them first and asked them if the people want to know what's going on. Do you want me? Is it okay if I put this out there? If you don't want me to, then I won't because at the end of the day, whether we knew the whole truth or not, it still doesn't bring him back. So I want to believe to be professional and courteous of the family's emotions. I want to believe that he spoke with the family first before doing this.
Right. Well, she may have already seen it too.
Yeah.
And really wanted it out there. I'm gonna hurry up though. But another thing is, it kind of like when they're hiding video footage, I start thinking about the Roddy Hinton case again. I don't know why it popped up in my head, but that police chief, that Miss Connecticut one, you know, you had witnesses saying he wasn't driving. Now, remember, this heifer was breaking down his whole route.
Yeah.
Where are the cameras? And I try to find an update on that case. Nothing. Crickets. But yeah, so people are asking, where's the cameras? Because if he took this route and you know it, you mean tell us that there ain't no traffic cameras to show this driving. So that's something else that's going to be in the back of my mind. But I'm about to get out of here. Thanks for having me up, man. Talk to y'all later.
All right. Appreciate you coming up. Shout out to Mr. Williams for coming up. And next up, we got Church. What's going on?
I'm blessed, man. How are you doing today?
I'm doing good.
That's good to hear. Shout out to everybody in the chat, all the family. First and foremost, my condolences to the family. And shout out to his attorney for actually putting everything on the line for it. You know what I mean? Because he could have left it alone.
Yeah.
You know, and the fact of the matter is, you
Yeah,
know,
but like
I was,
but like the attorney said, I don't know if you caught it or not. The stuff that he presented in this video, that was going to be given to the grand jury. Everything that this was going to vindicate him. What we saw right here, but unfortunately, he took his life 2 days before they was going before that grand jury, all because of how the media slandered him. And you know, he saw all of that, and he could. The pressure got to him, and he couldn't handle it. And then that's when he unfortunately took his life. So he took his life before his innocence was proven. Now his innocence is proven after he's gone.
Yeah, and unfortunately, and I was going to do a broadcast on this earlier, but I saw that you were doing this broadcast, and I hadn't heard this interview yet. You know, so it was important for me to take a step back and just push it back so that I can hear this interview. And I'm glad I did, because there was a lot of other issues that was basically brought to light that I didn't read about when I was reading up on this case. And I have like several articles, and it did speak about how the attorney, he felt in his heart of hearts that the evidence that was going to be submitted would have vindicated him. And just 2 days. And unfortunately, that's horrible, you know? And I'm gonna be 100% with you. To all the people who was demonizing this kid in the very same way they were demonizing Carmelo Anthony, in the very same way that they love to sit here and try to throw us under the bus any chance that they get as soon as they think that we did something wrong. You know, I'm gonna be honest, I hope they all get their just desserts. And that's just me saying, let karma work the way karma works. Because as Dezemus, he brought up the fact, he was like, you know, I know there's laws against this. Actually, there isn't any laws against this. And the good thing that's coming out of this, and I hope that his family, you know, put all of their manpower behind it as well. But lawmakers out in Louisiana are now calling for this young man to have his own act, right? So it's going to be called the Kyren Lacy Act. And any official that deliberately does what that officer did, they would be held accountable for it. So I'm hoping that they get behind that measure, because it's one thing when family members get taken away, right? A lot of the times they get paid and they go silent. Right now, they have an opportunity to make sure nothing like this happens to anybody else again. And I hope they take that opportunity. But family, thank you for allowing me to come up, man. I'm gonna go ahead and hold the rest of my stuff, because the anger inside of me, I'm trying to stay calm, and I don't want to spill all that not violence, but you know, vulgar talking on your platform. So family, I'm just gonna save it till tomorrow. But much love to you, family. Thank you.
I appreciate you coming up. All right, shout out to Church for coming up. Next up, we got Saya 1374. What's going on?
Hi, Torian. You know, I had one question after all this crap. The cop gets off. What about that woman that caused the accident?
Exactly. That's another question that needs to be answered as well. I mean, they are like, that's why I said the fix was already in. Like the ticket for driving too close, like that's it. She's the one that caused the accident, and then took the ticket back.
Yeah. I have to admit, I am so angry. I'm trying to talk like I have some sense, because I feel the same way. I think that police officer should be at the bottom of the flipping jail, along with that woman that caused the accident. It just gets old. It gets old that this keeps happening over and over and over again, and we don't get any justice. And I am so sorry for Kyren Lacy's family. I really am.
Yeah.
Okay, but that's all I have to say. Thank you for letting me share.
All right, appreciate you coming up. Andrea, I just put the link in the chat and I put your name next to it, so all you got to do is click it. All right, next up we got AW1. What's going on?
What's going on, Torian in chat? Yeah. Oh, first off, Torian, from about yesterday, I was just messing with you, right?
Mm-hmm.
For sure. All right. Yeah, like to have fun here sometimes. But back to serious business. Yeah, this case, you know what it reminds me of, man? This goes back to like Mike Brown. Do you remember how that prosecutor was so shady in that case? How they left out the two white witnesses and said, hey, he had his effing hands up
Yeah.
and stuff. And not to mention Trayvon Martin, some of the shady stuff they did in that case. That prosecutor, she was so happy when the case was over. So happy.
Exactly.
But everyone needs to be investigated in this. This is ridiculous. This boy needs a law. I wonder if Donald Trump and JD Vance are going to make a statement about this.
Please.
No, they won't.
The fact that, listen, they didn't even talk about this. They were too busy talking about what was going on with Austin Metcalf and Carmelo Anthony to give a damn about with this. And
so much for America first, right?
And this happened back in January. The incident itself happened in January, but him taking his own life happened in April.
Well, you know what it is. They're pandering to their base. If the guy's white, he's right. I'm just being, you got the salesman and that orange dude. You say something that hurt his feelings. Okay, you're gone. Your show's gone. Your show's no ratings. And yeah, I'm mocking him. He deserves it. Oh, but I got to be careful before he cancels you too and me. Comes from my life. Yeah. But anyway, this police department needs to be investigated. Some charges need to be. They should lose their badges, their jobs, and be under the jail. And Torrin, you keep up the great work. What you're doing on here, man. Be one. Stay woke.
Be one. All right, shout out to AW1 for coming up. Okay, let's see. Who do we have next coming up? Oh.
Heed my command and reclaim these relics of hatred.
Hurricane Lacy, what's going on?
First of all, good evening, Torian. Good evening, family in the chat. My quick statement, but don't be fooled by my tone, Torian. You know I'm enraged. This is my opinion only. That officer who coerced that witness statement needs to be charged with first-degree murder of Kyren Lacy. I land there.
All right, shout out to Ms. Lacy for coming up. All right, let's see. Next up, we got JD Informant. What's going on?
Yeah, what's going on, Torian? How you doing, man?
I'm doing good.
Excuse the noise in the back. Got a little 6-year-old watching phone. But like when I saw everything going down with all this, first of all, the officer did coerce that person into giving a statement. Even in that but the video, the dude said no, the woman caused the wreck. And then we find out that the woman was eating Funyuns in between her lap. If you guys
had music, all them distractions, eating Funyuns, had music playing, like you was not paying attention and driving, tailgating, like really.
You could have been like, instead of tailgating, you could have been just, relaxed. I mean, you eating, you driving, you got all this going on, then you cause a wreck. They gave her a ticket. I forgot what the ticket was for, but they give her a ticket
for driving too close.
Driving too close. There you go. And then on top of all this information that's out there, we find out there's a video camera that actually shows his very ugly looking car. It's an ugly looking car, but nothing to do with him, but that's an ugly color and everything. But you can see the car. The car is plainly the fourth car in line. After the wreck happens, and then another car pulls up, then you see that ugly green car comes through, which is his car, proving that he was innocent the whole time, that he had nothing to do with the goddamn incident. But these people, who was it? Was it the sheriff officer or the prosecutor? Held the information. I think it was the prosecutor, right? The prosecutor held all that information, hanging it over somebody's head, knowing that it could have consequences. But I'm pretty sure they didn't know it was going to have consequences, but they should have dealt with this. That way he could have been released. He wouldn't have to worry about this. It would have been on his head. The NFL came after him. People on social media came after him. All these people came after him because these sorry people were sitting on their butts on a public dime, and they pretty much cost this dude his life at the end of the day. With that being said, going back to the police officer was coercing people, which is illegal. You would think that's illegal. So I'm most definitely for having a bill in his name because of what the police officer did. He was coercing people. He was giving people statements. He was actually leading them statement. He said, make sure you input this information, which is leading your witness into giving a statement. This police officer should be suspended, man. He should be suspended, fired, whatever you want to do, and it should be without pay. This boy took his life because of it was just negligence from everybody, from the prosecutor to the police officer. The whole chain of command in which that's supposed to be protecting people did not protect him. They are the reason that he's no longer here today. They are the reason that he, did what he, unfortunately what he did when he was innocent in the whole thing. Like I said, you look at the video, you can clearly see that green car. It sticks out. You can see that green car was fourth in line. And if anything, you could have blamed the third person, but even the third person was innocent. So we know who it was. So that's all I want to say. I mean, this is very disgusting behavior presented by the police officer, especially when he went up to the other person's house and the person said that, no, the woman caused the wreck. He didn't say the man caused the wreck. He said a woman caused the wreck. And we knew she was eating Funyuns. I don't know what she's doing now, but I hope she doesn't sleep well at night after all this.
Mm-hmm.
And she killed that dude, right? I mean, she
the person who was in the accident, they did die.
Oh yeah, that's sad. Rest in peace to him too, man. So two people are gone because of her mistakes. R.I.P. to both of them, and I'm out, man.
All right. Shout out to JD and Foreman for coming up, and we only got one more person. So if y'all see the link, don't click it. This is the last person that's coming up. Andrea, what's going on?
Hi, Tori and family. I'm going to speak on the mother's side and how she's feeling. Okay. I lost my son in 2022 August, 3 days after my birthday. He was
sorry to hear that.
Taken out, and I'm still suffering from that. So as a mother, I know how she's feeling. I have been hospitalized like 15 times since that, medical issues. I'm from New Jersey, and I'm now living in Florida, but I refuse to leave this state until I get justice for my son. It's so unfair the way the system is set up, for us to get justice for our loved ones. The system is against us, whether anybody takes us out, even if it looks like us, It's just hard. And they let this guy walk. At first they told me the guy was in his 40s. And when I got out the hospital, because my youngest son, you had to come to the hospital and tell me he's a registered nurse. I mean, I just lost it. And then they came back on August the 8th, not August the 8th, I'm sorry, January the 8th, and told me that they wasn't going to charge the guy. I said, why? And they said because he was standing his ground. And I said, how can he stand his ground? Because my youngest son saw the video. He wouldn't let me see it. But I heard the 7 shots. And this guy was inside his car. And my son was nowhere near his car. He said something to my son. My son turned his head. And that's when he unloaded on my son. 7 shots from inside his car. Now, explain to me, how were you standing your ground when you could have driven off? There was no cars on the street. And you're standing your ground, but you're inside your car and you're shooting? And my son doesn't have a weapon. And that's the hurtful part of this system. How can you be standing your ground? Okay? You're not standing your ground if my son is not assaulting you. My son is nowhere near you. You shot my son in the back. And then after he did it, he had nerve to get out of his car and call the police and said, I just shot a nigga's head off.
Wow.
I mean, that's hurtful. It's so hurtful. It's painful. For over 2 years, I could not sleep in my room until I would hear my son knocking on my window. And it's hurtful. It's painful. We have to do something about these laws, for our people, How people could easily just take our lives and nothing is done about it. It's wrong. And I feel for the mother about her son. And I also feel for the other victims. And the woman who caused the accident, she should be put under the jail. Okay? Because they still could tell a lie on us,
Yeah.
They still could tell a lie on us. And then, we you could be put in prison, over a white lie. As I call them, Miss Ann. Miss Ann can still tell a lie on us. And then, we can suffer consequences for it over a lie till this very day. And 2025, it seems like Nothing has changed, just a different way. Getting free labor offers, and that's all I have to say.
All right, I
I'm sorry
appreciate
for
you.
the rant. I'm sorry
Oh
for
no,
the rant.
oh
I
no,
had to get it out.
no problem. I appreciate you coming up and telling that story.
Thank you,
You have a,
Tori and family. Love you all.
all right, you have a good one. Wow. Condolences to Andrea. That I was not expecting to hear that. But it's just crazy how there are stories out there like the Kyren Lacy story, and you never know how people are affected by it because they may have something personal that went on in their lives with a loved one that was maybe similar or like maybe not so similar, but it hit you because of something that personally went on in your life. And it's crazy because I think that story is relatable across the board with a lot of Black people, unfortunately. I always thought that even when I was younger, that it was always weird when I would hear stories about kids passing before their parents. And I thought, at one time it was always a thing of, I guess at that time, a fantasy of mine that the parents would always pass on before the kids, and it would be the cycle when the kids have kids, then the parent of them would die. But then when you get older and you hit adulthood and you realize that's not the case, unfortunately. It's sometimes not even the case in fantasy. But that was a very deep story right there. Shout out to Andre, and definitely condolences to her and her family. But anyway, y'all, Andrea was the last person to come up and speak to this topic, and what a way to end it off. So this is going to bring this live to a close. Shout out to everyone that came through. We actually got through this a whole lot faster than I thought we would. Shout out to Lisa, Claude, Neely, Francis, Amos, number 1, and Doc Spencer for contributing to the super chat. I greatly appreciate it. Of course, y'all know y'all will be getting the 2 videos tomorrow per usual, but there will also be another live tomorrow at the same time. The live tomorrow is going to be way more lighter than this one. But I had to do this live ahead of the one that I was going to do today, just so I can get this out of my system, and just say that to speak on it further than what I did on Saturday. Condolences again to Kyren Lacy, family. RIP to him, even the victim who ended up losing their life in the accident itself. But with that being said, y'all, we are about to get up out of here. Y'all enjoy whatever's the remainder of your evening, and we will be back on here tomorrow.
So RIP to our brother Kyren Lewis. I'm not forgotten. You had your whole life ahead of you, and you ended up taking your life as a result of these white supremacists and their bullshit actions, and that damn Kyren, that evil devil that lied and said this brother had something to do with them people getting killed. She needs to be held accountable for real. Well, I can't understand what you're saying. I can't understand what you're saying. Do you have something to add with it, Terry? Okay. So what's happening in the Shine? So I did cover this yesterday. We got to hear from Chicago Flips Red. So I'll play several videos from Chicago Flips Red about what's happening in Chicago, debunking all the myths and nonsense that's been circulating around. The first one is they said kids were zip tied. That's a lie. Corruption over truth in Chicago. That's from Chicago Flips Red.
Thank you. Next, we have Zoe Lee. Year 3. It's bittersweet because I don't have to yell anymore. I don't have to curse anymore. My God and my ancestors made sure to push Chicago Flush Red straight to President Trump's desk. I'm unhoused, and I'm still fighting. I'm not going to ask y'all for help because y'all can't help. I said everything I said I was going to do, I was going to do. The city of Chicago still has not settled my family's case. We got all the evidence, but like Miss Jessica say, it's the judges too. The city has paid the city of Chicago Law Department and whoever else is hiding, pushing this case so it don't go anywhere, millions of dollars instead of settling a case, wrongdoing of the city. People make mistakes. Marlene Hopkins is running an illegal eminent domain scheme in the buildings department. And the 20 black aldermen have been letting her do this in the name of police powers without court orders. South Shore apartment building that y'all keep saying that these kids was zip tied, which we know that's not true. Said it had 15 building violations, only 15, which I know that's a lie, right? Marlene Hopkins didn't get that building knocked down. But my generational wealth is gone. I've been out here fighting for 3 years, going on 4, midterms coming up. They want my endorsements. They looking to see who I'm putting in office. They looking to see if I'm running for office. Y'all did us wrong. Y'all did Black Chicago wrong. Y'all did our elders wrong. Y'all did our kids wrong. And y'all continue to be here with Brandon Johnson when Brandon Johnson is a disgrace. This man came in as soon as he came in and sold us out with the help of y'all. It ain't no black and brown. It'll never be no black and brown. We got allies, but it ain't no black and brown. And like I said 3 years ago, y'all are going to start a race war, which y'all have, but we're going to win. Peace.
Thank you. Next, we have Danielle.
Got the right one with me.
You need to give me my minute back because I didn't start speaking. But I understand, Alderman Rodriguez, because you want me off this mic. You want me off the mic. Desmond Yancey wants me off this mic. That alderman, the one that was calling people niggers, he want me off the mic.
There he is, right there.
No, don't shake your head, because what's pitiful is you being able to be an alderman after you did such a thing. And then you got the audacity to be talking about some immigrant rights and looking down when somebody's addressing you. That's the reason why you all's plight don't have no power to it. You out there, you, Rodriguez, Vasquez, Jesse Fuentes, and when you get dummies like Desmond Yancey and Brandon Johnson out there pushing you all along, looking like a bunch of rebels without a cause, because your protests ain't even real, because you're not citizens. You don't have no right to jobs, to free resources, coming over here fighting our government when you won't even fight your own.
That's right.
That's right. Coming over here burning our flags when you won't go pledge allegiance to your own, on your own soul. So yeah, keep looking down, keep shaking your head, because what's pitiful is that people thought that they should vote you into office. But that's all right, because we've been told y'all we coming for them seats. We coming for them seats. Yancy, you think you gonna keep on jumping up South Shore? Only thing we got to show for it over there with you, Greg Mitchell, and Michelle Harris is a bunch of illegals that y'all done dumped into our apartments over there. You won't stand up to fight for us at all. You're passing a phony CBA bill talking about those people can come back that got displaced in 2016. They gonna come back to where? When you wouldn't even help me take care of what's happening right now. You are such a liar. We coming for them seats.
That's right.
You ain't gonna call nobody no nigga and keep your seat. And y'all can look down because you ain't got enough guts to look at me in my face. You bunch of losers. Losers. Look at you. That's why you run from your country. Because you can't even face a person that's talking to you right now. You're a bunch of rebels without a cause. Don't nobody support you except for the paid protesters that y'all sending out there.
That's right.
All right.
What it is.
All right.
Sorry for it. That's okay.
No, that's
Thank you.
Yep.
These are just couple.
I know I'm gonna say y'all gonna stay there. Yeah, hey, y'all gonna stay in there? Yeah, what was it? Yeah, I'll stand by you, but you really don't need that. You don't need it? Hello. Here. Okay, we ready? That pen start there. Hello. Okay, start there. Okay. Hello. I'm not going to come up here. Hello, my name is Danielle Carter. And I'm not going to come up here and lie to you all like your mayor, Brandon Johnson, your governor, J.D. Prisker, and your disgraced 50 aldermen all have done. I'm not here to lie and convince you that everything is great in Chicago. I'm not here to convince you that crime is down or that we don't see mass shootings nearly every weekend. I'm not here to convince you our children are dying in the streets or that we aren't prisoners in our own homes, in our own communities. I'm not here to convince you that we don't have an illegal alien gang problem, Trendiagua gangs, taking over our neighborhoods and our apartment buildings. I'm not here to convince you that we aren't being pushed out of our communities while illegal aliens are being prioritized and placed above us. I'm not here to convince you that we own businesses in our communities when we know we don't. Everyone else can come and set up shop while we are told our credit isn't good enough or that we need more credit history. Citizens in our own country being denied the opportunity. You can't walk outside your home. Just walk outside your home and look around and see all the abandoned buildings. See all the gang graffiti. Look at the neglect that's happening in our communities. Because you and your elected officials are choosing to put illegal aliens over the American citizens. But this is what I am here for. I'm here for the people who do see the problem. The people who have been crying out for years but have been ignored. The parents that's tired of burying their children. The homeowners that's losing everything because their property taxes are doubling up every year. The citizens told that they don't qualify for business loans in their own community. I'm here to speak to Chicagoans who know this isn't right, who know we reached the point of no return. Because if we don't fight back now, it's over for us. Our Mayor Brandon Johnson, Governor J.D. Pritzker, and these corrupt aldermen have silenced our voices, violated our rights, and handed over our communities to people who broke the law to get here. They have prioritized illegal aliens who have not contributed a dime to this system over the very people who built it. We are funding their American dream while our American dream is being stolen right up under our feet. The chaos you see in the streets today, the violence, the destructions, it could have all been avoided. But this is what your Democratic Party wants. This is what they thrive on. Chaos, death, and destruction. ICE Director Tom Homan begged these Democrat mayors and governors to let him go into jails and remove these criminals so they don't have to enter into our communities. He asked them over and over again because that would keep everyone safe. But your elected officials said no. They refused to cooperate. They protected the criminals instead of the citizens. Now we are left with the consequences of their betrayal. We are surrounded by people who have not pledged allegiance to America. People flying foreign flags, disrespecting our country, and bringing danger into our communities. We say no more. We are taking our communities back. We are taking our city back. We are taking our country back. And we are calling on President Trump, if these acts of violence continue and our local leadership refuse to act, we are asking you step in, send in the military, declare martial law if it's necessary, and make our community safe again. It may not look pretty, but it didn't look pretty when they were breaking into our country and when they broke our laws, when they attacked Border Patrol and killed officers to cross into this country. Now it's time to clean up the mess they created. We are ready to work together with our president to restore safety, to rebuild our neighborhoods, and to make Chicago safe and great again. And now, I want to give the residents, the people, this fight is truly for, a chance to speak. Because this movement isn't about us, it's about them. It's about the people. It's about Chicagoans, the real Chicagoans. Now, I want to bring up David Shepard. David Shepard, you can speak right now.
Thank you. Hello to everyone. I am here as David Shepard. I am a candidate for the state representative, District 36. I am here to speak directly to the leadership in the city of Chicago and the state of Illinois. I want to just tell you right now, as an African-American man, enough is enough. We're tired, we're stressed. We cannot continue to allow you to get on television every night, every day, and tell us things that we know is a lie. We know that people die in Chicago. We know this. We know that this has been happening all the way since back in the 80s when all this started. When you all coined the phrases of war on crime, war on drugs, and bodies were dropping in the streets. And you continuously get on TV and tell us that I walked on the lakefront at 6:30 in the morning, I didn't see any crime. No, that's because it was on 79th and Halsted that night, or maybe over in K-Town, or maybe over in Roseland. That's where the crime was. You need to come out at night and maybe you'll find it. However, we're tired. We're stressed out. You tell us that we should just get along, be quiet, stand in line, conform, be good citizens and all this. However, you invite people into the city and you put them in the area where African Americans are known to live. This was no secret, it was a plan. And then it wasn't enough that we had our own gangs. You bring in gangs from different countries, just invite them in. And then get on TV and try to denounce after 37 of them are removed from a complex that they took control of. When have you ever seen a local Chicago gang take control of a whole city building? It has never happened. And then you complain, but they bring in Black Hawk helicopters, and 300 people have to come in to restore order when you didn't take care of it to begin with. We're tired. You all need to tell us the truth. That's all we ask for. You recognize the crime that we see on a daily basis. You know we need help. We've been asking for help for years. You can't provide it. The Chicago Police Department is down over 300 candidates, 3,000 people. And that's not because you don't have the money to pay for them. It's because people won't apply for the job anymore. Because you installed the Safety Act and you installed no cash bond here, and the police ran. They went to retirement. No one wants to take the job. It's not noble anymore. So now what do? You get on television and tell us now that we have, ICE free zones. So you're saying that now individuals can go in this area, but the Chicago Police Department aren't going to bother them, and the ICE is not going to bother them, so they can just do crime. This is ridiculous. I mean, you sold us that you can sit up there and say that the jail population is down. However, we know that the people are inside the communities with us, and then you add illegal aliens in there. Don't get me wrong, I'm all for people who enter our country legally. If you come in and you stand in the line or you get whatever you need to enter our country legally, I will help you. I'll support you. I'll show you the way. However, you just can't sneak in the back door. There are people that have been here for years trying to get what you just tried to sneak and take. And then for the leadership here to get on television and tell us things like, oh, well, just be happy, sit down and fall in line. No more, we're not gonna fall in line anymore. You have had a plan and a plot against us since the beginning. Let's go all the way back in time when you created the Buffalo Belt and put us all inside one area. Let's go back in time when you created the projects and put all the African-American people there and gave them allegedly everything that they needed so they couldn't invade other parts of the city. This is nothing now but another entrapment, another engagement of our mental capacity. You're trying to tell us mentally that we don't have crime. That's impossible. We see the crime, we see the bodies. It's not fair that we have to sit inside our homes on the floor and wait for bullets to stop flying before we can go to work. It's not fair that children have to walk to bus stops 2 or 3 blocks down in order for them to go and encounter gang members. It's not fair that men and women, husbands, wives, have to travel on the public ways and have to risk every time the red line door open and close that they might get robbed. This is not what the city is supposed to be. You are supposed to be taking care of us and providing a way. So hear me well, leadership, local leadership, Chicago leadership, and even state leadership. African Americans have woke up. We're being educated, and we're out spreading the word. Chicago Flip Red is on a mission to make sure that people are educated as to what their rights are. And I would never stand before you and tell anyone to vote for anyone. Vote for who you feel. Vote for the person, not the party, whatever you want to do. However, we will make sure that they are educated to know. And then what you will find out, leadership, you will find that you might be disappointed on the next election. Because we're going to educate individuals, especially African Americans, that if you're not getting something for what you got, get rid of it. Let's do something else, because it's enough is enough. We shouldn't have to worry about whether our children, whether our husbands, whether our wives, whether our grandmothers, aunties, uncles are going to return home because they're out walking on Chicago street, or they're out driving in a car somewhere in Chicago. Enough is enough. We want safety. We demand accountability. And we demand that you stop lying to us. We're not dumb. We are not uneducated. We are not someone who you think we are. You will soon find out that we're going to be a force to be reckoned with. And when we stand up in D County, your political future just may be over with. So, leadership, tell us the truth. Remove people out of our communities. Make our communities safe. You have a helping hand from President Trump to say he will come in and help us. You can't do it by yourself. You know you need the help. But it's not about you. This is not personal. This is about the people, about the citizens. Lower your ego. Drop your pride. Allow ICE, federal authorities, Trump himself, whoever you want, to come inside and save us. Because guess what? Every time you lose one person, it's one too many. And you have to deal with that. I tell you, in the Bible says at the end of times, demons will walk the earth. I question now where those demons are. How do you sleep at night knowing that another man died because you refuse to let somebody come in and help us? Enough is enough. And I guarantee you, we are on a mission right now to educate the African American community to say, hey, you don't have to vote for the person you voted for the last time. Vote for change. Vote for something different. And it will happen. So let it be known, you've been warned and you've been explained. It's just like anything else. If you have an employee at a job and they're not performing, you put them on probation. Well, here's your probation period, leadership. I don't know how it's going to end, but I advise you to watch out, because the most dangerous person in the world is the educated African American. That's all I have to say.
Thank you. Yes.
And now it's Christine Mago.
David forgot to mention that he is an retired police officer for 28 years and also an ex-military person. Yes. So thank you. So I'm here from a different perspective. I am Christine McGovern. I'm running for Illinois State Senate District 18. I've worked with Chicago Red. I've lived in Chicago for almost 3 decades. Chicago flips red, yes. And I can tell you that what happens in our community, it's changing. It's not the same community that I raised my kids with. It's changing because of Democratic policies. It's changing because they lost their way. They put politics over people. And we can't do that anymore. Another thing I want to mention is I'm out in the community talking to people, and what they are saying is we need our streets safe. What do we want? We want our kids to be able to live the American dream. We can't live the American dream. They don't have that opportunity if we keep going on this path that we're going on. We need to make sure that our communities are safe. And right now we can't do that without Trump's help, without the National Guard coming in, and without an opportunity to bring different policies to our state. So people say we're losing compassion. We're not losing compassion. What we need to do is we're losing compassion for the wrong side. We're losing compassion for the American citizens. That's what's important here. That's what we need to prioritize. This is the United States of America. We need to prioritize American citizens first. We need to prioritize people in Springfield, people in Chicago, who are going to protect us. Right now, that's not being happened. Right now, our own governor is saying, let's incite violence. Let's incite not peacefulness. To me, that is a path that's not of a leader. To me, that's a path who's going on a political path for his bid for presidency. So he's trying to appeal to those lefty loonies, I'm going to say it, lefty loonies, who don't believe that we need to have the American dream. We can do that. I know we can do that. I'm out there, I'm talking to people in the streets. I see what their concerns are. So there's so many different elements besides ICE that need to be addressed, and we'll do that at another time. But right now, we need to prioritize our Chicago communities, because what's happening in Chicago is trickling down to the suburbs. And if it hasn't hit you yet, it's going to, I promise you, it's going to. So again, let's get back to common sense. We need faith, courage, and common sense, and then together, all of us can save everyone. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Joey Lee, and I'm vibrating. My name is Joey Lee. I'm gonna not be up here for a long time. So at the end of the day, I want martial law for real. What a sanctuary city is. A sanctuary city is a city that limits cooperation with federal immigration authorities like ICE. Local police and officials are often barred from helping enforce immigration laws, refusing to share information and detain undocumented individuals. While the policy was promoted as a way to protect illegal immigrant families, it has led to unchecked lawlessness, criminal cover-ups, and massive taxpayer burdens. In cities like Chicago, sanctuary city policies have drained budgets, displaced citizens, and undermined public safety. As millions are spent on housing and benefits for illegal aliens, while American residents, especially Black Chicagoans, are ignored. What Operation Greylord was. Operation Greylord was a historic federal investigation into judicial corruption in Cook County, Illinois during the 1980s. It uncovered judges, lawyers, and police officers taking bribes, fixing cases, and selling justice. The FBI launched an uncover operation that led to nearly 100 indictments and dozens of convictions, including high-ranking officials. It proved that federal intervention was sometimes the only way to restore law and order when local systems became too corrupt to police themselves. How it ties into what's happening now. Today, Chicago's sanctuary city policies and deep political corruption mirror the same conditions that existed during Operation Greylord, but now the corruption runs beyond the courts and into City Hall itself. Officials are defying federal law, obstructing ICE, and abiding unlawful activities under the banner of compassion. Taxpayer funds are being laundered through nonprofits and political contracts, while citizens lose housing, safety, and voice. The justice system has been weaponized, media is complicit, and law enforcement is restricted from doing its job. This is why many are calling for martial law or a modern-day Operation Greylord 2.0, a federal crackdown that bypasses local corruption to restore constitutional order, uphold the rule of law, and protect American citizens. Chicago has reached the breaking point. Just as Operation Greylord cleaned out the courts in the 1980s, it's time to clean out the political machine that has turned a once great city into a haven for lawlessness. I've been coming down here for over 3 years, before Chicago Fifth Red even became a thing. The city of Chicago unlawfully demolished my family's building and I've been trying to get some type of justice since actually 2017. My mother, me too, 2023. I started protesting outside. If it wasn't for Ms. Jessica Jackson and George Blakemore to bring me inside to express my grievances on that mic upstairs, Chicago Fifth Red would have never been. I asked Mayor Brandon Johnson multiple times, could he please sit down and settle my family's case? And I was ignored while he laundered money through all these channels to make sure the illegal immigrants got everything they want: housing, food, health care, jobs, everything. And he didn't flinch. He said he didn't flinch. He told them to keep the buses coming. Everything that's happening right now, Chicago's west, the south side and the west side came down here summer 2023 and begged this man to not do this. And it was going to come to this. And look exactly what it is. What happened in South Shore had to happen. That's the third building that has been hijacked by illegal immigrant gangs. We have a new gang called the Venezuela Disciples. Brandon Johnson, Governor Pritzker, Kwame Raoul, Tony Preckwinkle, they do not speak for us. They work for the cartel, CTU, and whoever else, whatever NGO that is giving them money or who's splitting it with. We need federal intervention. President Trump, I've been asking for this for 3 years. And I know that you hear us, so I'm going to make sure. So we're right here in City Hall, 121 North and South and 118 North and North Street. So while Mayor Brandon Johnson upstairs lying to the people, lying to the mainstream press, we're down here asking you again. We are pleading, I'm pleading President Trump to please bring the FBI, please bring the IRS Criminal Division, please bring DOJ, please bring ATF, UFO, bring everybody that you need to come and get these criminals, who are on the 5th floor. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. And it's funny how the fake news is not here. They allow Brandon Johnson, Pritzker, they give them a platform to lie. But when the real citizens want to have a voice and tell the truth, they are nowhere to be found. So now, I want to read a statement from a resident, a real Chicago. Her name is Stephanie Pugh. And this is what she sent us, and I told her I would make sure we read this and let her voice be heard. Hi, my name is Stephanie Pugh, and I am a 25-year resident of South Shore. For the past year, many residents of South Shore have made multiple complaints of loud Hispanic music coming from Rainbow Beach in the park at all hours of the night. Numerous calls were made to 911. The police were not consistent in responding to these complaints. And when the police did respond, the music would tone down for a short period of time. And then the loud music would return. The music was deafening, and the people would hang out in the park throughout the night. A group of residents sought the help of the alderman's office to resolve the loud noise and the criminal activity and control the late night behavior in the park. The group was referred to the Park District to resolve the issue. South Shore residents noted an upsurge of Hispanic living in the area, especially at 7500 South Shore Drive, across from Powell School. So, on or about June the 29th, a horrendous murder was committed in the 7500 South Shore building and an alleged illegal alien Trinidad gang member was indicted. The ICE raid at the 7500 South Shore building was a blessing.
Hallelujah.
For over a year, these gang members were living in the 7500 South Shore building, and no one was aware they were there, where they were, because we called multiple times. We wanted to know who rented to these gangs, who paid for their rent, because they never went anywhere. They didn't have any jobs. They sold drugs and even prostitution. For over a year, the residents of South Shore endured the nefarious behavior of these gang members. I doubt we will never get the answers to the questions from this current Democratic administration. Our communities was placed at risk. Why? God bless you, Chicago Flips Radio, in your efforts to help Chicago in our community. And what she said, I'm looking, okay. And that was it. Her name is Stephanie Hughes. And now I want to bring up the beautiful, beautiful, beautiful Miss Jessica Jackson.
Yeah, Jessica. All right now. All right.
Good morning. My name is Jessica Jackson. And before I get started, I want Zoe Lee to stand right here. I want George Blakemore to stand right here. And Danny, you come stand right here. Now I see you there, Dennis, but I'm talking about how this got started. And I'm talking about who people in Chicago can trust because they've seen the consistency. We started coming down here in 2023, talking about how Black people's property was being stolen in the city of Chicago by Cook County officials and the city of Chicago officials. We got no help and no support from city council, and we got no help and no support from Cook County officials. So let's talk about what this is really about. As much as they want to make this appear that it's about street crime, because street crime has been a problem in Chicago for a while. What's really happening, why Brandon Johnson, J.B. Pritzker, Tony Preckwinkle, Kwame Raoul, and the likes of them do not want Trump and the federal government into the city of Chicago because they do not want to unfold the corruption and the public corruption that's taking place in Cook County and the city of Chicago.
Yes.
They do not want Donald Trump to come here and do a federal investigation to open up those court records.
That's right.
Because at the end of the day, that's where the crime is. The crime is the manufactured crime of white collar crime.
Right.
Street crime cannot exist. Illegal crime cannot exist without white collar crime.
All right, now.
I refuse as a Black person in the United States of America to sit here and make my people be the eye of all this nonsense when we all know that it's corrupt judges that has had this city and has had America at large messed up like this. Now, Donald Trump, you sent me, you sent Zoe Lee, and you sent Danielle Carter a love note because you saw the work that we were doing in City Hall. You saw us saying that we wanted you to come into Chicago to deal with the Democratic machine, the Democrats that wasn't helping us at all with anything here.
That's right.
You saw us because you sent us love notes. Now, what I want you to know, Donald Trump, is that we advocated for you for the things that we advocated for. We advocated for you to come and get these illegals out of
out.
That's
Get 'em out.
you. She's been in South Shore for 25 years, according to her letter. Well, take a good look. My family, been in South Shore for 63 years. My mother, my father, my grandmother, my uncle was the first Black family to own a 3-flat on that block. And to see that Brandon Johnson, Tony Breckwitt, every single alderman, every single commissioner sat idly by while we came over and over and over again, and other people from the communities came over and over again saying to please stop these illegals from overtaking our city. And they did not. That's right. For them to manipulate this now, to make it look like the troops are coming in to attack Black people. No. They're coming in to do what we actually do. And that is to get these illegals out of our communities. Out. We want our resources in our communities. It is a disgrace to go to the north side and see that those forests are well kept in spite of all this immigration. Somehow they're able to still keep their communities up. Our wards have been ruined for years. For years and neglected. And it's done on purpose. Trump, come in here and do what we asked you to do. You said part of your campaign was that you knew about the corruption of the courts. You said that Black people was wearing your mugshot on their t-shirt because we identified what he said was wrong with the courts. Now what you gonna do, Donald Trump? You're not gonna sit up and parade that around and talk about how we sold those shirts for $19.99. No, you're gonna do just like what you said. You're gonna identify with the fact that we said that courts are corrupt, and you're gonna come in Chicago and you're gonna deal with these corrupt courts. If you want to really stop crime in Chicago and in the United States of America, you go for them judges. That's right. You go for them judges. You do not make us the face of crime when we know that crime starts with white collar. White collar. That's right. Right. If you do not want people to continue to paint you as a racist, you show them that you're not. Show them that you're just as serious about getting street crime just as much as you're serious about getting all these mass shootings that's been going on. Just as much as you are serious about getting these illegals out. Now you're gonna show how serious you are. You're gonna go up there and you're gonna get those white judges. You're gonna get those public administrators. You're gonna get those city councilmen. You're gonna help us direct our people in the right way. That's right. Because every single last one of those wards, every last one of those Black aldermen sat there and they voted on every dime for the community. They would stop that all. And now they're sitting here manipulating this. No, we're not having it. We're not having the residents of South Shore being upset with fake rage because the troops are coming in to get them out. No, Black people. Be mad at the Black alderman that put you there. Be mad at Greg Mitchell. Be mad at David Lord. Be mad at Michelle Harris. Be mad at Stephanie Coleman. Be mad at Desmond Yancey. I'm telling you, be mad at Anthony Field. Be mad at Maurice Scott. Be mad at every last one of them. Because that's who put them in your community. That's right. And now Brandon Johnson, he's shrinking in power. He's shrinking just as fast as that Mohawk is shrinking. All right, now. He's done. He's done. And the best that he can hope for is to keep on hoodwinking people that he got tied up with these 501c3. That's right. All right? So I'm going to close with this. All right. Go. People of Chicago. Don't you fall for the hoodwink. That's right. Don't you let them tell you this is the city that's doing this. Oh, it's the county. No. It's the state doing no. No. All of them work together. They all work together. All of them. Don't you let Kwame Raoul keep hiding. That's right. All of them are working together. It's displayed from the 1800s. Booker T. Washington spoke on it in the 1800s. This is how old this man is. Where they put black officials, handpicked, in order to do the dirty work for the oppressor. That's what they doing now. This part may not make the news, but they filming it, and we're gonna get it out there. All right, because that's what's happening. That's what's happening. Yeah. The city, the county, the state, all together and working on it. And how you know that they're not separate entities is because when that Mohawk get ready to make an increase in taxes, that's the city mayor that determines that increase. Yeah. But when we get ready to go pay our property taxes, we pay it to Cook County. So don't you dare say it has nothing to do with the other. And when you call down there to Governor Pritzker, he wants to tell you about how he's the governor of the state of Illinois, and he doesn't have any jurisdiction in the city of Chicago. Yet, he can get in front of these press conferences and talk about all the rules, ordinances, and laws that affect the city of Chicago that he will not stop. A rich, super rich billionaire had the audacity to say, come on, folks. All we're talking about here is basic necessities. Housing and food. That's all we're talking about, folks. But you talking about the same thing that the American people get up and work for? That's all we want. Is a place to live. All we want is to be able to have property. You all say that we're scared to walk outside our doors because we running from gunshots? No, let me tell you what I'm scared to go outside my door. I'm scared to go outside my door to see the crooked public administrators who's looking around my field. I'm scared to go outside my door to see if Cook County officials haven't pulled another stunt to have people squatting on me. I dare Brandon Johnson try to call Tom Homan out for $50,000 bribe when he didn't let these squatters squat on me for way more than $50,000. So now, if he want to bother Tom Homan about that $50,000, he needs to go over there and tell Louis G. Apostle, the public administrator, to give me all my back rent from these squatters that they put in my bill. That's right, that's right, that's right. I dare him make an issue about $50,000. That's right. But we have sat up here and watched them drive the city into over $1 billion in debt. He's a disgrace. So no. Chicago Big Red, I'm gonna always support them because we started out to make people understand. Flip your mind. It's democratic plantation. See things different. The Bible says, be ye transformed by the renewing of your mind. Black people, renew your mind. Renew your mind. Renew your mind. And we're asking you all to look at us. Look at us. Right. We've been consistent. Yes, we have. Whether we go in different directions or not, we have been consistent. Yes. In the care of the city, in the care of Chicago. Your inconsistency and your lying has come from your public officials. Not from us. Not us. That's right. You pay attention to us. Yeah. We getting ready to go up there right now. And unless they pull a stunt and keep us off that mic, I'm gonna tell you like Mark Carter told you when he did his press conference. Stay tuned. All right. All right. Thank you, Ms. Jackson. Thank you. Thank you, Zoe. Thank you, Danielle. Flip Ray.
Second press conference. This one maybe a little heavy because we right here in the, as Dick Gregory called it, the snake pit. The snake That's pit. What it is. A snake pit. I appreciate, thank you, Ms. Jessica. You don't even understand. Thank you so much, Ms. Jessica. Those words were needed. Like I said, thank you, Danielle. You legally blind. All right. Legally blind, holding the box of cans. But anyway, yes, I just want to so just thank you for this. I will continue to fight. I'm gonna stop. Okay. I will continue to fight. I will continue to get justice for my family. Like I said, I'm currently unhoused. And this man is trying to make sure that all the illegals get everything: housing, jobs, everything. And
From the illegals work here, work right in this building.
And I can't get him to sit down and still settle this case with Barry, Richards, and Lowry. So thank you very much. Appreciate you. And we will continue to have a press conference every time they have a press conference. You're not going to continue to lie to these people.
And I just want to say thank you, Fox News, for always covering what's going on with the real residents. Thank you to the real media, Fox News and Center Square, for always telling the truth and always getting our perspective. Thank you, Center Square. Thank you so much, Fox News.
I'm legally blind. Every day I'm telling you. I'm legally blind. I'm legally.
At your confirmation hearing in January, made a clear commitment you would not politicize your position. We're here today, your first oversight hearing 9 months into your tenure, at a time when hundreds of career prosecutors have quit because they were required to take unethical actions at odds with that promise, or feared that they would have to take such actions if they remained on the job. When over 1,000 former federal prosecutors have sounded the alarm about the unprecedented degree to which the powers of DOJ are being abused to go after the president's enemies. I approach this hearing with a heavy heart. As a former federal prosecutor myself, I served in a department that, whether it was under a Democratic or Republican president, would never use the office to go after the president's enemies or to hide the corruption of his friends. But today, the Justice Department has been used to cover up the possible corruption of the mayor of New York, or of a high-level administration official taking $50,000 reportedly in cash in a bag, or a child sex predator who befriended the president and some of his cabinet members. And instead of preventing partisan weaponization, your department has engaged in a brazenly political prosecution at the president's explicit direction. The department has become President Trump's personal sword and shield to go after his ever-growing list of political enemies and to protect himself, his allies, and associates. My questions therefore focus on these two themes: hiding the corrupt acts of his friends and prioritizing the political prosecution of his enemies. So let me start with the shocking allegations of bribery and pay to play. 2 weeks ago, 4 major media outlets reported that Tom Homan, the president's top deportation official working in the White House, took $50,000 in cash in a bag from undercover FBI agents in September 2024, just over a year ago. According to these reports, Homan indicated he would facilitate securing contracts in exchange for money once he was in office in a future Trump administration. Reportedly, this exchange was caught on tape. Rather than pursue this investigation without fear or favor, the department and the FBI under your leadership, or that of your predecessor before you confirmed, quietly shut it down. Once news broke, your deputy and FBI director issued a joint public statement confirming that the Trump administration closed the investigation. White House Press Secretary Caroline Leavitt denied Homan took the $50,000, telling a reporter, quote, "Mr. Homan never took the $50,000 that you're referring to, so you should get your facts straight." So today, I hope you can help us get our facts straight. Was that true, what the White House press secretary said when she denied Homan took the money? Did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, as I stated earlier,
I was not in office. I was not confirmed when that was handled.
So does that mean
Deputy Attorney General Blacc and Director Patel said that there was no evidence that Tom Homan committed a crime. Yet now you're putting his picture up to slander him.
No, I'm putting, his picture up
You know,
showing an interview he gave with, I think, Fox, in which he was asked explicitly about these allegations that he took a $50,000 bribe, and he refused to answer. He said he didn't answer the question whether he took the money, so I'm asking you the question. Did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, I answered that question multiple times. And frankly, you know.
Well, I don't think, with respect, I don't think you did. But in case I just didn't hear you, what is the answer? Did he take the money?
Senator Schiff, that happened prior to my confirmation as Attorney General.
Do you know,
I said that.
Do you know, sitting here, whether
all
he took the money?
I know is that Deputy Attorney General Todd Blacc and FBI Director Patel said there was no case. And Caroline Levitt is one of the most trustworthy human beings I know.
So
and,
was she? Was she
if
right?
you worked for me, you would have been fired because you were censured by Congress for lying with your
We can stipulate to. You can stipulate to all your personal attacks on the Democratic members of the committee.
Personal attacks. You've been attacking my FBI director. You've been attacking my office. You've been attacking.
But we're interested in.
Borders are.
What we're interested in is the answer to these oversight questions.
So
you were asked by my colleague. You were asked by my colleague.
Attacking good people.
Regular order, Madam Chair, so I can ask a question. You were asked by my colleague from Vermont whether you will support providing a video or audio tape, if it exists, of Mr. Homan taking $50,000 in bribe money from the FBI. Will you support a request by this committee to provide that tape or tapes to the committee? Yes or no?
Senator Schiff, you can talk to Director Patel about that.
Well, I'm talking to you about it. You're the Attorney General. This will be your decision. Will you support?
You don't have to tell me what is my decision and what is not my
then,
decision.
I said you don't have to. You don't have to try to.
You think you've got a gotcha with Tom Homan, our borders are.
Excuse me.
Who's been out there fighting for our country since Donald Trump took office.
I'm trying to ask you a question. Regular order, please. And you don't have to defer to the FBI director to pass the buck. So I'm asking you, will you support a request so that the committee, or indeed, I believe the American people should be able to see that video or audio tape? Will you support that request?
Will you apologize to Donald Trump
for
trying to impeach
I guess the answer is you won't support that request.
After you now know that Joe Biden tried to cover up Hunter Biden's involvement with Ukraine.
Let me do this, because I think it's valuable that the American people get a sense of what you've refused to answer today. So these are just some of the questions you refused to answer, or have answered with personal attacks on members of this committee. You were asked whether you consulted with career ethics lawyers, as you promised you would do during your nomination hearing, when you approved the president receiving a $400 million gift from the Qataris. You refused to answer that question. You were asked who or what role you may have played, or who played the role in asking that Trump's name be flagged in any of the Epstein documents gathered by the FBI. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Homan kept the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether Homan paid taxes on the $50,000 bribe money. You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did career prosecutors find insufficient evidence to charge James Comey? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, how are military strikes on these boats in the Caribbean legal? And you refused to even answer that question. You were asked,
law degree?
Excuse me. You were asked, did you discuss indicting James Comey with the president? You refused to answer that question. You were asked, did you approve the firing of antitrust lawyers who disagreed with the Hewlett-Packard merger? You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you support a restoration fund for violent insurrections to attack the Capitol on January 6th. You refused to answer that question. You were asked whether you were firing career professionals, career prosecutors, just because they worked on January 6th January 6th investigations. You refused to answer that question. You were asked by my California colleague whether you believe government officials, like immigration officials, have to abide by court orders. You wouldn't even answer that question. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing.
Oversight?
Excuse me, you can attack me after my time is over.
You've attacked all of us, including President Trump, for your entire
You can attack me later,
career.
and I know you've got plenty of canned attacks. We've heard them all day today.
Canned attacks on you?
This is supposed to be...
No one needs a canned attack on you.
Regular order, Madam Chair, I'm trying to speak. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing of the Justice Department. And it comes in the wake of an indictment called for by the president of one of his enemies. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing, and it comes in the wake of revelations that a top administration official took $50,000 in a bag, and this department made that investigation go away. This is supposed to be an oversight hearing when dozens of prosecutors have been fired simply because they worked on cases investigating the former president. This is, and now the current president.
What about the fires in California?
And
Do you
this
care
is
about that,
supposed to
Senator
be,
Schiff?
this is supposed to be an oversight hearing in which members of Congress can get serious answers to serious questions about
Are the riots in LA serious?
About the cover-up of corruption, about the prosecution of the president's enemies. And
I think you owe the president an apology.
when will it be
Your entire career,
that the members of this committee on a bipartisan basis demand answers to those questions and refuse to accept
Clearly you're a failed lawyer because you don't understand when
excuse
someone
me,
can and cannot
refuse
answer
to
a
accept
question.
personal slander as an answer to those questions.
Personal slander?
With
Will
that,
you
Madam
apologize
Chair,
to Donald
I yield
Trump
back.
for slandering him? Personal slander. Senator
May I ask unanimous consent, Madam Chair, to introduce into the record the statement of 1,000 former Justice Department officials who warned that the Comey indictment is a democracy-threatening abuse of power. May I also request unanimous consent for the introduction into the record of 282 former career officials at the Justice Department raising an alarm who were voluntarily or involuntarily forced to leave the department because of improper actions taken by the Department of Justice. May I introduce with unanimous consent the Justice Department manual that talks about when initiating and declining charges are subject to impermissible considerations. And finally, Madam Chair, may I introduce the letter for Michael Ben-Ari, a career counterterrorism prosecutor, DOJ, a letter he nailed to his door, which concludes by urging officials to do the right thing for the right reasons, to follow the facts and the law, and raises the alarm that the decision to remove experienced career officials from U.S. attorneys' offices, the FBI, and critical parts of DOJ undermines our country's abilities to counter terrorist organizations, malign nation-state actors, and countless others that seek to harm our nation and its citizens. And he believes that the priority is prosecuting the president's enemies
or are you admitting?
rather
Ms.
than
Bondi,
protecting
Ms.
the
Bondi,
country.
one moment.
May I have unanimous
Are you-
consent
Are
to
you
enter
entering
these
that
into the record?
without objection?
Thank you. I yield back.
Senator Brett. Senator Moody, may I clarify one thing he entered in the record? I just want to say that I believe he entered a letter by 200 and something former employees. Well, I believe the spokesperson for that letter was also the spokesperson for Jack Smith. Senator Brett.
Family and fellow soldiers, I'm the Professor, and this is the Moment of Truth. Bari Weiss, though Bari Weiner is what she should be called, has reportedly closed on her deal for what is $150 million from her mega billionaire sugar daddies, Larry and David Ellison, for her blog. And because corrupt people never have any new ideas, they're giving her a patronage job as editor-in-chief for CBS News. Her right-wing benefactors want their propaganda to be boldly and loudly pushed, and they're not leaving it up to chance. This for a woman who has never worked in television, that is, unless you call her occasional appearance on a cable news panel show experience working in television. She's certainly never run anything in television before. Now, the scuttlebutt previously was that the Ellisons were going to fork out $200 million for her blog, and I do believe that that was going to happen, but clearly the dumbbell duo must have realized that that was absurdly overpriced. I guess they must read some of the stuff online, so they brought the number down to something that is still ridiculous anyway. Now, since nobody was actually reading her blog, I guess I got to give you a little bit of information about it. She called it the Free Press, which is a cynical name for it. It's nothing but far right-wing propaganda, in which Bari Weiss gives space. I dare not call it a platform because nobody reads her blog, but people like Coleman Cruz were given space to push lies about things like the murder of George Floyd and other psychopathic racist gibberish. But then again, racist gibberish is exactly why Bari Weiss left the New York Times in the first place. Like other right-wingers whose talent wasn't taking them anywhere, Bari Weiss had already decided she was going to sell out, and as a number of others before her had done, her entire shtick would be that she was a selfless martyr for unbiased, read right-wing journalism, when in reality, she was just trying to promote herself. And that's the reason why, when she wrote her so-called resignation letter, which actually read more like a press release, she sent it out to any and everyone who would read it. Basically, her resignation letter said she didn't think that management at the New York Times or her colleagues kissed her behind enough, and nobody told her how brilliant she was, so she was leaving. And she was dismayed that nobody tried to stop her. She tries to make it sound like she was forced out, but that's not true at all. She wasn't fired, she quit. Nobody forced her out. Nobody even told her to leave. She chose to leave of her own free will. She claims that it was due to a hostile work environment. And of course, she claimed that there was rampant anti-Semitism because when you have a newspaper owned by a Jewish family, the Sulzbergers, and you have Jewish editors and colleagues, of course the place is going to be a cesspool of anti-Semitism, by which Bari Weiss means that they don't just swallow her pro-Zionist rantings without, I don't know, actually asking any questions first. She whined and complained that she felt the younger writers at the Times were too woke, by which she means they didn't defer to her, and when you read her columns, you see why that is. She claimed that this was persecution. She made some vague allusions to her gripes being actionable in court, but of course she never went to court because she didn't have a case. That's not persecution, that's just being petulant. Bari Weiss has always had a chip on her shoulder where anything involving black people is concerned, and that's why the main complaint she made in her resignation letter was how in 2020, Senator Tom Cotton wrote a letter to the Times saying that the National Guard should be called out during the 2020 uprisings. Apparently, news travels kind of slow out by the senator's moonshine still, because the National Guard had already been deployed more or less nonstop since at least the Ferguson uprisings. So he was way late on that one, but then again, the white right's always been kinda slow. Senator Cotton's temper tantrum on paper was neither eloquent nor interesting, and had it been written by, say, Joe Cotton and not Senator Cotton, nobody would have paid any attention to it. But he is a senator, and for the white media, status matters, at least from white people. They published it on the Times website. But the problem for Bari Weiss was the New York Times rightly pointed out that Tom Cotton's letter fell far short of their standards. Actually, if they had standards, they would never have published it in the first place. But even so, for Bari Weiss, the fact that they would say that this letter, which agreed with her own personal sentiments, saying that this fell short of their standards, oh, you can't say that. I liked what Tom Cotton said. It didn't matter how ridiculous or unfounded it was. It didn't matter the fact that it fell short of the Times journalistic standards. What matters is I liked it. He's saying we need to bring out the military and start killing some niggers, and I like it. And you shouldn't have said that there was anything wrong with it. And for her, that was left-wing censorship. This is how much of a reach Bari Weiss had to go to make up a story for why she was leaving, to try to make it sound as if, oh, this was just too much, the First Amendment being trampled upon, I tell you. So for Bari Weiss, the driving force behind her resigning from the Times wasn't the Times calling out one of her articles or saying Bari Weiss wrote an article and it fell short of our standards. Instead, the last straw for her was a politician writes a ranting op-ed and the Times correctly points out, you know, this falls short of our standards. For Bari Weiss, that's the problem. That was one where she looked and said, oh, this is a bridge too far for me. I'm clearly in a cesspool of left-wing authoritarianism. By the way, Bari Weiss also whined and complained that the New York Times was spending too much time saying that Donald Trump was a threat to democracy. Just for the record, I haven't seen Bari Weiss making any complaint like that since January 6, 2021. Gee, I wonder why. She certainly made as much out of that nothing burger as she could. Now, I know this is taking a while, but understand this is the reason why, at least for some in the white media, Bari Weiss is a thing. Though I don't know why. It's not like she was a prominent writer, or as if she'd written anything profound, or as if she won a Pulitzer Prize. Bari Weiss already had her next gig lined up long before she quit the Times. She already had millionaire Zionist, hedge fund managers, and other wealthy figures already set up to invest in her blog, and they were going to have her papered up to the tune of $100 million. You know, for someone who whines about how right-wing mouthpieces like her are being ignored and censored, she sure has no problem getting lots of attention and even more money. In fact, that's how all these clowns from Bari Weiss to Ben Shapiro to Charlie Kirk move. These people claim that I'm being censored, we're being downtrodden, we're being silenced. And the second that they say that, they immediately get a torrent of money that comes in their direction. That's the grift. This is what white power does. It picks and chooses winners by putting huge amounts of money into their chosen vessels to artificially make them a thing. We see this all the time with the white media and academic institutions when they attempt to manufacture some new so-called black leaders. All they do is they get some random bootlick or sellout or shill, give them some big write-up in one of their white media publications, and declare that they are the new black leadership. Except that thanks to the real voice of the black community, the black media, that game doesn't work. All their bootlicks are good for is to be a flash in the pan that disappears immediately, or at the very most, they're reduced to being nothing more than in-house cheerleaders for their white paymasters at this or that think tank luncheon. People in media have long known that you can make a lot of money very quickly if you just tell the white moneyed interests that be that you'll go ahead and do their bidding. That's why they call it selling out. Everybody knows it. And Bari Weiss knew it too. That's the reason why she had all of these millionaires and billionaires eager to stuff money in her pockets before she even began her blog. She's made attacking the black community her brand. She will happily excuse away or run interference for the murders of black people, and she'll also help signal boost anybody else who does too. You have the denizens of this or that right-wing toilet who are saying Bari Weiss has won the war on woke. In fact, that phrase Bari Weiss has won has showed up quite a bit. But of course, we understand that woke is white code for black. Well, as long as black people are still here, as long as the black media is here, fighting wokeness isn't gone at all. So don't be surprised when 5 minutes from now they start whining again about woke and still saying that there's this big black enemy out there. What this shows is that for them, the war is basically whatever they're looking at the moment. They waged war on social media, and all they got was campus protests. They've had Fox News going for 30 years now, and even trash like Chris Rufo had to admit last year that they had lost the culture. Flooding the zone with more virulent anti-black rhetoric isn't going to change this. In fact, it will only make things worse. About the one saving grace some in the white right had was that they never went full right-wing nut. They tried to pretend, not very well, but at least they tried, to act like they weren't mouth-frothing lunatics. Well, when these kind of things happen, they start to feel emboldened to show their true colors. And when they do, they validate what everybody already knew. Bari Weiss didn't win anything. It was bought for her. But then again, white power isn't about merit. White power was created precisely to insulate its beneficiaries from having to earn anything. It's like I've always told you, white power is a system of goodies, giveaways, but most of all, guarantees. Bari Weiss didn't have to wonder who would fund her blog. She already knew long before she left the Times. The money was always there. Because of white privilege, it always is. All she had to do was just reach out and get it anytime she wanted. Racial nepotism. Under white supremacy, this is what constitutes merit. Okay, so what will this mean for CBS? Actually, not much. They were never on the side of racial justice or any issue that the online progressives care about for that matter. From Black Lives Matters to Gaza, they've towed the line for establishment power. At worst, Bari Weiss will simply institute a more vulgar version of it, but that's like the difference between Trump and the Democrats. The tone will be different, but the slant will be essentially the same. Do you see a raft of resignations from CBS at the news that Bari Weiss is going to be editor-in-chief? I sure don't. Because the same people who spent the last 10 plus years lying about, slandering, defaming, and attacking the black murder victims of police violence are the exact same people who we're supposed to believe are better than or different than Bari Weiss. That's what a lot of people on the white left are trying to tell you. Get real. The similarities between these people far outweigh any alleged differences. At most, they've only got rhetorical differences, and even then only minor differences, over generally shared aims. Sure, they may bicker briefly about this or that issue, but when it comes to black people, they're on the exact same page. A lot of these people at these white news outlets have the exact same mentality Bari Weiss does when it comes to black people. The same way that Weiss whined that her ideology wasn't being validated enough, These white producers and editors and reporters and anchors at these news stations, they also think that black people aren't being demonized enough. We're not being hard enough on black people. We need to be more critical, you see. The public hasn't been swallowing our line of garbage, or at least they haven't been doing it enthusiastically enough. In fact, they've actually been feeling like these black people over here are right. We need to educate the public about the nuance of why killing black people who are unarmed, just doing out in the streets, there's nothing really wrong with it. Why? These are just the bumps and the bruises that go along with democracy. Their real anger is that, as some of them have been honest enough to say, they've lost the culture, which means they've lost the battle of ideas. They've lost the societal narrative. And by trying to monopolize as much of the airwaves as possible, they're hoping to monopolize people's minds. That's what this is really about. They've seen their zombie ideology face down, and now they're desperately trying to reanimate this thing like Dr. Frankenstein. Go ahead and hit it with the shock paddles. In their minds, if they can carpet bomb the country with enough of their propaganda, then they'll be able to conjure magic at least one more time and convince people that the sky really is green and that the moon is made of cheese. People are dumb, as the Bari Weisses of the world see it. That's why she didn't go to the people when she started her blog. She immediately ran to hedge fund managers because she already knew that they were going to be on the same side as her. She knows the rules of racism. She certainly benefited from them enough. Just like Joseph Coors in the 1970s, he wanted a right-wing TV station to exist, so he began looking around for someone to write a check to. Rupert Murdoch wanted a right-wing network to exist, so he began looking around for someone to write a check to. The bigots and the racists, especially the ones who work in the white media, they know exactly how this game is played. This has happened so much for so long that now there's an entire industry of grifters, panhandlers, and professional BS artists who will go online and do the most asinine stunts to try to make a name for themselves as they audition for some right-wing millionaire or billionaire to become their sponsor. That's what happened after Charlie Kirk died. Hell, that's what Charlie Kirk was doing. And that's the exact same thing Bari Weiss is up to. This isn't a victory because, one, whomever Bari Weiss is supposedly defeating, they're still there. And B, in order for someone to achieve a victory, they have to have overcome something. Bari Weiss didn't come up with the money to buy CBS. Her billionaire sugar daddies did that, and then they chose her to be installed there. She didn't work her way up the ranks. No merit involved. That's the very definition of an unqualified person, or DEI as they would put it. At least Roger Ailes had worked in television news, and he had the idea for Fox News and partnered with Rupert Murdoch to make it happen from scratch. Putrid as Fox News was, they built a network from the ground up. Bari Weiss didn't do that. She's being put into the most prestigious, one of the longest lasting TV news organizations in history. And to do what? Have them be more strident and more belligerent about their slant on the news? Bari Weiss doesn't know anything about television. I suspect that before it's all over, she'll show everybody precisely why her opinions were not respected at the New York Times and why, when she started her blog, she was utterly dependent on billionaires to fund it, as opposed to doing like the Times and, building an actual readership. One of the advantages the right-wing media had, at least when it came to things like Fox News, is precisely the fact that their audience was not spread out all over the place. They were able to concentrate them at one network, everybody watching one station. And that's what made Fox News the unbelievable juggernaut that it's become. This doesn't happen if you decide that you're going to have people watching Fox News and maybe some CBS and maybe something of this and something of that. The audience becomes disseminated. Bari Weiss is not the person for this kind of job anyway. She's not a kingmaker. She's not going to build some sort of right-wing media empire. At least people like Keith Olbermann were smart enough to be able to spot talent when he recruited people like Rachel Maddow and brought them to MSNBC. Who has Bari Weiss put on? What bumper crop of new, dynamic, and breakout right-wing talent has she identified? She's the same as Ben Shapiro. He didn't make Candace Owens a thing. That's why when that harpy left the Daily Wire and started her own thing, it took off, while Shapiro and his billionaire funders have been left in the dust. As Kendrick Lamar said, you can't fake influence. Some people think that having billionaires buy them online ads and paying to place their names into publications is influence, but it's not. Exposure is not influence. The entire point of what the Ellisons are trying to do is to reach and indoctrinate young people. Bari Weiss can't do that. She herself showed nothing but contempt for the younger generation. All she can do at best is probably try to reach out to a few aging Gen Xers and a few hard-headed millennials, and that's going to become more and more difficult. Bari Weiss has neither the attitude nor the aptitude for what it is she's attempting to do. And all of this consolidation by the Ellisons, buying CBS, buying TikTok and such, all this is going to ultimately result in the kind of backlash that they've been trying to get rid of. They're making it excruciatingly obvious who's pulling the strings. When you do that, you focus people's attention on you, and that's not a good thing when they're angry. For these white would-be masters of the universe, they live in their own cloistered, secluded bubbles, where they're surrounded by nothing but yes men, or yes women in the case of Bari Weiss, and they don't have to be right. They pay people enough to agree with them no matter how stupid they sound. This is the kind of world that the mega billionaires like Larry Ellison live in. So when they have to face the real world where people don't agree with them and their money can't force people to do that, then they start trying to shut things down to prove to themselves that they're still in charge. That's what this is about. A confidence-building exercise for the white right. They confuse doing something big and flashy with doing something that's effective. This is what happens when you got some individuals who have never been told that they're wrong, and they do nothing but surround themselves with a bunch of sycophants and a bunch of suck-ups who tell them that they're right, and everybody who comes to them wants something from them, so they have no incentive to stand up to them or to tell them the truth. What's happening with the Ellisons is they're attempting to fight the last war. Here they are trying to get into network television, and they're trying to influence young people through network TV at a time when all the young people are gravitating away from network news. Sure, for a bunch of boomers and silent generation folk like Larry Ellison, those guys still think about television as the way to reach the masses. But as he should have learned with his misadventures with TikTok, the world has changed. Yeah, the world changed, but people like Larry Ellison don't. And that's the reason why they keep losing. If I was a betting man, I'd give it a few months before they have to bring in someone or a number of people to try to teach Bari Weiss what television news actually is and to basically run things for her. What the world is Bari Weiss going to do to actually bring people to watch CBS in any sort of large numbers? At least Roger Ailes understood what kind of soap he was selling. He understood that he had to put some scrawny-looking broads on the screen wearing these high-cut skirts, sitting always at the end of the table, but make sure that their legs are seen because that's the soap that he was selling. Roger Ailes understood what it was that it took to get a certain demographic to show up in numbers to watch his network. What the world is Bari Weiss offering? She has far more in common with, say, Jeff Zucker, the ridiculous former head of CNN who ran that network into the ground, than she does with the Roger Ailes. Give it about 5 years, if she lasts that long, and I suspect history will repeat itself. Bari Weiss will once again wind up announcing her resignation as she throws in the towel, or her sugar daddies will realize that being the front woman for a billionaire-funded blog isn't the same as running a TV network, and she'll find herself having to leave. Though unlike her exodus from the Times, this time around she'll claim that she's choosing to leave and that she definitely wasn't forced out. And she'll also claim that the news was perfect, even though her audience will be damn near gone by that point. But just like with the New York Times, when she winds up having to leave CBS News and people ask her, gee, how come you couldn't make it into a raving success? She'll blame it on woke. Good day. And be one. I'd like to take a moment to mention some of our contributors: Hildman Gallo, Sabrina Scott, Jesse Gibson, Kareem Lawless, and Atu Hammond. Salute to them and thank you to everyone for listening, liking, and sharing this message. Black empowerment only exists because of you.
Can you dig it? Can you dig it? Can you dig it?
If you're conscious and awakened, you heard about Scientology TV. If you're conscious, why you hating? Some of us think too small, just too afraid to fall. If you're conscious and awakened, you know that the studio gets deep. Black news and history in the making. Let's get up from the floor, wise up and take it all.
When you found out that the Nation of Islam was making a turn towards Scientology, what went through your mind? What was the first thing you thought about? L. Ron Hubbard and, you know, this stuff here.
Everybody knows, brother. It's all over YouTube, all over. Now, I'm talking about the people who were involved with Scientology, white people, for 10, 20, 30, and 40 years. They explained the whole thing about Scientology. Mm-hmm. L. Ron Hubbard was an alcoholic, a drug addict, a pedophile, a pervert, a bisexual, a low-life garbage can Caucasian. Actually, he was like Satan himself. You understand what I'm trying to say? He knows that. Then everybody, they knows that. Now, that didn't come from black people. This came from those who was involved in it for 10, 20, 30, and 40 years. You understand what I'm trying to say? It's a cult. It's an organizational cult where you have to separate yourself from your family. Some of the members in there committed suicide. Okay, they had a big thing on TV one day, and I watched the whole thing called Claire. And then you hook your mind up. How you gonna hook your mind up to a damn machine when the machine came out of your mind? You understand what I'm trying to say? Everybody knows that. It's a cult. Now, and it's a body count. Scientology is set up for bodies and money. I know people, I won't even call his name, down there in Georgia, lost $40,000 in Scientology and had 2 heart attacks. Okay, and check this out. You go to different levels. In each level, you pay money. And then when you get to the top level, they say, oh, you made an error, it's not corrected, so forth. So you have to start all over again. You can lose thousands and thousands of dollars. It's a scam. Now I ask anybody who's into this dynamics in Scientology. I'm gonna ask them one question. I'm talking to all of y'all now that's out there with this Scientology and dynamic. How much money did it cost you since you've been in there? How much money did it cost you since you've been in there? And if it's such a program that will work, why don't they go into nut houses and clear those people? You got mental institutions all over the country. Why don't you go clear them? Why are you supposed to be so intelligent? How are you going to get caught up in that foolishness? You understand what I'm trying to say? When you're all right. He has a mental person over here with a mental problem. Why don't you clear that person? Go to the mental institution. They need help. If you feel Scientology is the answer, take that program to all these mental institutions and solve their problem. Now, all those that's involved with dynamics and Scientology, I'm telling you to your face, that's the house of Satan. Now, if you want to stay there, you have that right. If you believe in it, you have that right.
You just putting them on notice.
But I'm putting you on notice. Mm-hmm. That is Satan's house, and you carry into practice Satan's activities, and you're under the heading of Satan's children, and you have that right. I have no problem with that. All I'm saying,
once you do your job, that's it. Your hands are clean. You did your job. You let them know.
I'm letting you know that's the house of Satan. Mm-hmm. And you can't challenge me on that. You understand? And it hasn't produced nothing but more confusion. So now that's Satan's house. You're Satan's children. You want to be a part of that? You have that right. I respect that. My point is, don't bring that garbage into the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Don't say it's the teaching of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, because it's not. He didn't teach that. Don't bring Christianity in the teaching of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, because he didn't teach that. And don't come here with that Sunni Islam, because you ain't know nothing about no Sunni Islam until Warren D. Muhammad in 1975. He was the one that introduced you to that Orthodox and Sunni Islam. You know what I'm saying? And Minister Farrakhan went along with it because he was Wallace D. Muhammad's representative from 2.5 to 3 years. And he put on that nightgown and he got down his hands and knees and still down his hands. And this is not to disrespect Minister Farrakhan. Minister Farrakhan has the right to function on the level he understands and to do what pleases him. My point is, don't say it's the Nation of Islam. Say that's your thing, but not the nation.
Okay. Do you think, because a few people been coming up saying things like the Nation of Islam is now opening up their mosques, or they have opened up their mosques for Europeans, for everybody. I don't know. I'm just asking. Have you seen any Europeans going up in there now?
The only one. The only ones that go along with European. First of all, I never seen a white European in the nation. I never seen. Okay. I never seen. But if anyone, any of the administrators, laborers, or officials allow of Europeans, the Caucasian race, to come into the nation, it's because they got a white woman, a white wife.
Yeah, it's
whiteness in their family.
Some pictures out there with a white-looking guy, man. He look white.
No,
he look white, brother.
No, you have light. See, don't forget, black has 16 shades. See, black is 4 shades of black, 4 shades of brown, 4 shades of red, and 4 shades of yellow. Now, you do have a lot of light that's black. Okay, that's why they get misconfused with the Master Farrakhan Muhammad. See, Master Farrakhan Muhammad said, oh, he was a white man. He wasn't white. His father's a black man. If your father's a black man, you're a black man. If your father's a white man, you're a white man. Because the black man carries the life germ. Now, the only ones that will go along with white coming in the nation is those who are involved with white. They could have white children, white grandchildren, or white husbands, or white wives. Because the Messages program is right there on the back of the newspaper, what the Muslims want and what the Muslims believe. Separation. The Messages program is separation, not integration. And anybody you find that's all into this integration, usually they have whiteness, family members, or their wives, or their children, or whatever. It's separate. The Messenger taught separation, not integration. And he made it plain that all white people is the devil by nature, made to be destroyed and not to be given another chance. So there's nobody out here that can save white people, because all the prophets, all the wise men agree it would take 600 years to graft them back. And so instead of losing time, they have decided to move them off the planet. So if anybody's about integration and supposed to be in the Nation of Islam, check them out. They've got whiteness in their family, and they know that's not the Messenger's teaching, because the Messenger taught separation, not integration.
Who do you suppose will be the next leader of the Nation of Islam following Minister Louis Farrakhan? After Mr. Farrakhan?
You ain't got nobody qualified.
Well, somebody gonna have to take the head position.
I'm gonna tell you how it's gonna go down. Nobody qualified, because the Messenger made it plain there is no successor. I can't choose.
Right,
no
you said that on the last one.
I can't choose a right. Now check this out. The Messenger said he didn't come to make.
Get some water, brother. Get some water. You got you. That's why I brought you, man.
The Messenger said he didn't come to make followers. He came to make leaders. Then he said, after me comes God. So what we have here now, God. What makes God God? The teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad produces the mentality of God. These teachings, that supreme wisdom, brings you to the level of understanding your true universal identification that the black man is God.
So do you think that after Minister Farrakhan, that the nation will fall?
No, it won't fall.
But who's going to, because you need a leader to keep it going. Is Mustafa qualified? The son that's always there with
Mustafa is not even qualified to be the supreme captain. I'm going to touch on that in a minute. Let me have a look.
Oh, man. Uh-oh. Okay. How you like that right there?
Good.
Yeah, that's nice, good vitamin water.
Mustafa is not even qualified to be a supreme captain. I'm going to prove it to you. Name me one contribution or one thing Mustafa, the supreme captain, supposed to be the supreme captain, contribute to the Nation of Islam. Nothing. He got a free ride because Farrakhan is his father. Okay? So he uses the excuse of he got to secure his father because he's not qualified to do nothing else. Let me show this. You're supreme captain, Mustafa. Did you make it mandatory that every FOI have the training manual from the most honorable Elijah Muhammad? Do you make that mandatory that every FOI and every mosque and every study group have the FOI training manual from the most honorable Elijah Muhammad? You ain't qualified to change nothing. I mean, Mr. Farrakhan dropped that, I think, was Savior's Day. You're not qualified. He's talking to the official. You're not qualified. You're too dumb. You ain't got the experience to lead nothing. You know why you're not qualified? Because you don't follow the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad. Now, Mustafa, the so-called supreme captain, did you make it mandatory that every FOI have the training manual from the most honorable Elijah Muhammad? No. You know why? Because you don't care. You're unconcerned. All you're about is your own endeavor, whatever. With that egotistical macho attitude you got. You're not qualified to be a supreme captain because you're too goddamn lazy. Get up off your lazy ass and go around to every mosque and every study group and uplift the spirit of the FOI. Do you do that? No, you too busy laying with them lost found whores that were made in America and watching a basketball game or a football game. You're lazy, you're unqualified, you're overweight, and you have no respect. Even when the man says speaking, you be behind him running your damn mouth with Ishmael, sometimes chewing gum, whispering, cracking jokes, and acting like a stupid jackass. Okay? And what I'm saying to you comes from the FOI in the street who are not active because they watch you all over YouTube. And the only time they see you is on YouTube. Now
you know he knows you personally.
Please.
How do you think he's gonna feel hearing this coming from you, brother? This tough love that you're giving him, this constructive criticism, brother.
It's out of love. Well, I want him to wake the hell up and stop taking it for granted that because he's Minister Farrakhan's son, he can do what the hell he want to do. No, you're gonna get up off if you're gonna be a supreme captain, you're gonna get up off your lazy ass and you're gonna go around to every mosque and study group and uplift the spirit of the FOI, okay? And I'm gonna tell you how dumb you are. Here you got a Final Call newspaper, your father's Final Call newspaper, and you don't even have enough sense to take a page in the Final Call newspaper and put wisdom in there that will inspire and motivate and create a determination in the FOI that's out there in the corner, in the cold, the rain, the snow, while you home in your little $3 million mansion that you worship and idolize. That's why your ass don't go no damn where but Chicago and wherever your house is at. Okay? Now, you gonna get up off and I suggest you really should, you're not qualified, you should handle your resignation. You can't ride on I'm the messenger minister's son. No, you gotta make a legacy of your own. Now, Anthony is good. Anthony goes all over and shared martial arts.
Now, Anthony is who?
Anthony is the assistant to the supreme captain. Okay? really Anthony should be the supreme. If you say a choice, Anthony should be the supreme captain. You understand? Because he make more of a. And I was with Anthony about a couple of 6 weeks ago at a big funeral service they had for a brother went home, and we all was there. Anthony was mingled with all the FOI from the street was there. Anthony mingled with all of them, love, respect, took pictures. I mean, he beautiful. Even with me. Melchisedek. Come on, brother. We took pictures and all that. It's all on YouTube. I got the pictures and everything. Mustafa ain't never did that. He don't come around like that. And check this out. Brothers who roll with me, they know him. But they was in the university with him in New York.
So it brings me back to this, Melchisedek.
Hold the point. Hold the point.
Okay.
And another thing, that 40-year anniversary dinner, that should have been for the brothers who sell the Final Call newspaper, not them lazy, good-for-nothing, unproductive, producer of nothing officials. The 40-year anniversary, that should have been for all them brothers who's out in the street upholding and selling the Final Call newspaper out of love and respect to represent the nation on that level. Okay, that's who the dinner was supposed to be for. All them other ones that was there, them lazy, good-for-nothing officials who just sit around and want the congregation to do everything, and then they get the praise and respect like you did nothing. You did nothing. You're lazy, you're good for nothing, and you're unproductive. Okay, and another thing you should do, you should give a banquet dinner at least once a year for the brothers who sells the Final Call newspaper, and don't charge them nothing. The same money you spend on your outside whores that were made in America, take that same money and put on a banquet dinner for the FOI who's out there selling the Final Call newspaper, and stop acting like you're doing something when you know you're not doing nothing. Hand in your resignation because you're not qualified, and let Anthony, get rid of that Anthony name, okay? Because the Savior says no labor should continue in the devil's name. Okay, being that you're a martial art expert and everything, find out what Bruce Lee means in Arabic and take that one.
Oh, Melchisedek. So let me ask you, brother, like I got to go back to this again. By you saying that there's no one qualified, that mean the nation gonna fall.
No.
Who will step up? See, that's why I got to bring it back. Like, who's going to step up? Like, that's going to be the glue to keep the brothers and the sisters and the young people together. And, you know, who's going to step up?
Thing, it won't be no members of Farrakhan's family. That's a no-no. It's over. If they ain't got a program.
I don't think Mustafa going to let nobody take over that, bro.
How you going to stop them?
Come on, man.
Yeah, all over. Hey, it's all over America.
History has a way of repeating itself. Remember the most honorable Elijah Muhammad's sons, what did they do? Where they at?
You know what Mustafa's name is?
No.
His name ain't Mustafa. His name is Wallace. He took on the name Mustafa. I got it on tape. Farrakhan named him Wallace. And if he don't get back into these teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, hear me, Mustafa, and everybody, and another thing, I want everybody to sit down and shut up. I'm talking to Mustafa. Let him defend himself. All of y'all, because you ain't got the guts to say what I say. So just sit down and shut up. Let him defend. And y'all know I'm saying the truth. If I ask you right now, when the last time he been to your Mars? You never. When the last time been in your study group? Never. So you know I'm telling you the truth. Okay, and you know you can't even, you don't have no FOI training manual in the Mars. You don't have no Supreme Wisdom, the lessons original in the Mars. You don't have it in there, and you know it, because that's why you're getting it from me. And this information comes from brothers and sisters in the Mars and not in the Mars. We're gonna straighten things out. Now, Farrakhan go home. None of his members are gonna be in charge of nothing. If they ain't got a program for themselves, they better go out there and sell some bean pies. Okay? Now, each area is gonna be responsible for its own area. The mosque in New York is responsible for New York, and it will be successful if they carry the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad, word for word, Right next that. Don't add to it. Don't take away from it. Just like that accomplishment of the economical program.
Mm-hmm.
New York is responsible for New York. California is responsible for California. Jersey is responsible for Jersey. Wherever there is a mosque, that mosque is responsible for that area to implement the same program that the messenger set up in Chicago. The same thing the messenger said in Chicago. All they gotta do is go to Savings Day 1974. The whole economical program is there. All y'all that's listening, go watch the tape, Savings Day 1974. Go watch it. And also get them, if you don't have the accomplishments of the Muslims, get in touch with me and you can get the accomplishments of the Muslims. That's the program. Now, as long as you take the program that the messenger set up in Chicago himself and left running in Georgia, California, New York, Jersey, Philadelphia, wherever there's a mosque, do what the messenger did and you'll be successful. As long as you stay focused on the teachings of the most honorable Elijah Muhammad and keep your money. The only way you can be able to do that and build up your community where you are, New York, Jersey, Philadelphia, Georgia, wherever you are, keep that money in your area and don't be sending it no place else because you've been sending it other places. That's why you ain't got a goddamn thing.
Well, the real Chicagoans that I talk to, that I communicate with, mostly black and brown, actually, that you don't seem to know the difference between illegal aliens and real Chicago citizens. They feel that you are siding with the illegal aliens over them in their communities. And okay. Sadly,
William, let's get to the question.
Let's get to the question. The real question is simply this. I don't know how to make it any more direct. An illegal alien from Nicaragua grabbed a woman on the north side last week, bashed her head into the sidewalk, knocked her unconscious, and raped her. If that had been your wife, Stacy.
Okay, all right, we're not going to answer it. Thank you. Thanks, William.
All right. Would you want ICE to deport her?
All right. Let's move on.
Yes or no?
Let's move on.
Answer the question as a man, not as mayor, but as a man. Would you want
thanks. Thank you.
to deport that rapist?
All right. Taman?
Okay,
Mayor.
That's the answer. That's the answer for real Chicago.
What's going on, everybody? Thank you all for joining me today. If you haven't already, please make sure you hit the like button, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and most importantly, please make sure that you are following me on Telegram at TD Media Group. That will circumvent social media censorship and shadow banning. With the introduction out of the way, let's get into today's news. And today, yes, we are headed back to the People's Republic of Chicago again. And I want to move on. Trust me when I tell you, I desperately want to move on. And I want to speak about all the Antifa madness that's going on in Portland. But to be quite honest with you, Chicago at this point is significantly worse than Portland. It truly is, with the amount of news and information concerning direct attack on ICE agents that occur on a pretty much daily basis at this point. And things have grown worse. As I discussed in a video that I released earlier, Kristi Noem talked about how there was a bounty put on ICE agents' head $2,000 for their capture, and $10,000 to remove them from the face of this earth. Well, we know precisely who they were after, and they were after our man right here, Border Patrol Commander Gregory Bovino. We are all familiar with him for the most part, or the majority of us should be familiar with him. He's basically, whenever there's a new ICE operation that unfolds in any particular city, he's the first one on the ground leading the charge, right? He's pretty much the face of all of these ICE operations that's happening on the ground throughout the country. And this is who they were after, a Latin King gang leader working alongside with the cartel. They put a hit out specifically on him. And that gang leader with the Latin Kings, he was captured, he was arrested, and he was charged. So let's get into that clip first to unpack this specific story concerning the hit that was placed on Gregory Bovino's life.
Well, good morning, gang. Let me start you out with a story we broke for you yesterday that a bounty was put on the head of the commander of the Border Patrol out here, Chief Gregory Bovino. Federal prosecutors, I should say, released yesterday that they had arrested one suspect. They described him as a ranking member of the Latin King street gang. His name is Juan Espinoza Martinez, alleging that he solicited the murder of Bovino. Part of the evidence, a Snapchat message offering $2,000 for information about Bovino, $10,000 to, quote, take him down. Here's Chief Bovino last night.
It's a war zone out there. Secretary No mentioned a bounty on the heads of federal agents, that $2,000 to kidnap, $10,000 to kill senior Border Patrol officials and senior ICE officials here in Chicago. That's something out of a third world country. Is this America? So we do need to get to the bottom of that. And I do believe that we'll get some more clarity on what happened there with the response.
It is very safe to say that we have approached, if not fully entered, to many respects, third world status. When you have situations like this occurring, and then you have the governor of Illinois, JB Fred Flintstone, and you also have the emperor of the People's Republic of Chicago, Brandon Johnson, when you have them running cover for these individuals, and they run cover for them not simply by Illinois being a sanctuary state and Chicago being a sanctuary city, but by outright denying that this stuff is going on. When you have leaders of the state and city running cover for these people directly or indirectly, it makes it a lot easier for these guys to exist when they shouldn't. We should live in a country, regardless of whether you're a Democrat or Republican, where people like this are rooted out, and where the federal government, along with state, local officials, can work together to get rid of menaces like this. But instead, these DNC lunatics work to keep these guys protected. And it's up to the federal government to now play a game of Where's Waldo to find these people who are putting hits and bounties on their heads. This is completely ridiculous. And what's even more ridiculous is that he's an illegal immigrant. Yep. He's illegal. And yes, that does matter. That matters a great deal, because you're talking about somebody who's risen up the ranks of this gang who should have never been here in the first place. He should have never even been here in the first place. But he is. He rolls up the ranks, calling shots, putting hits on federal agents. This is completely ridiculous.
Now, prosecutors also claim they developed information that Espinoza had dispatched gang members to 39th and Kedzie on the south side on Saturday. That is the scene where Border Patrol was rammed and boxed in, where a Border Patrol agent fired and struck one of his alleged attackers. And that is also the location from which agents called for help. The controversy now is evidence that indicates Chicago cops were ordered to stand down and not help their federal counterparts. That's something Superintendent Larry Snelling denied yesterday, but rank and file Chicago police are outraged.
Now let's get into that, because this is extremely important. And this is a situation that has blown up in the face of Brandon Johnson and JB Pritzker. Now, what occurred, for those of you who don't know, just to get you guys all caught up, is that when Miramar, I believe her name is Miramar Martinez, and Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz, the domestic terrorists that were following around ICE agents and then intentionally rammed their vehicles to which Miramar Martinez brandished her semi-automatic firearm, to which then ICE agents fired in self-defense. In fear for her life, they struck her. She survived, and then after being released from the hospital, she was then arrested and taken to jail, as well as Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz. Now, after that situation occurred, immediately in the moment, a gang of protesters, if that's what you want to call them, right? Rioters, if not domestic terrorist sympathizers, in my opinion, formed around these ICE agents. And it got large. ICE agents were outnumbered 30 to 100, okay? 30 to 100. And as they were outnumbered 30 to 100, where you had these so-called protesters throwing objects at the ICE agents, breaking down the barricades that the ICE agents put up to set up a perimeter around the crime scene. They're breaking through, they're throwing stuff at these guys. ICE agents call CPD for backup, Chicago Police for backup. And the Chicago Police Department Chief of Patrol, John Hyne, told CPD to stand down and leave their fellow officers behind. He told them to stand down and leave them behind. Let me pull up the photo of this coward for you guys. Give me just one moment. Obviously, we're not talking about Greg Bovino, but we're talking about this coward right here. Once again, Chicago Police Department Chief of Patrol, John Hyne. He is the one that told CPD to stand down and left ICE stranded in the middle of a mob. Do you understand how horrible this could have turned out? Number one, let's go hit this first. Imagine if ICE was exactly and precisely who Democrats pretend that they are. Imagine if they actually were the Gestapo. Well, then that 30 to 100 odds with the kind of weapons that ICE are walking around with, oh, it would have been easy work. I won't say much more than that because I don't want YouTube to get things twisted like I'm promoting anything. I don't promote violence in any way, shape, form, or fashion. I am anti-violence, anti all of that. But trust me when I tell you, if ICE was who you say they were, 30 to 100 is easy work. Okay, that would have been easy work to say the least. But because they are not who you say they are, they're not. They needed backup. And this man left them behind. And this could have got ugly. God forbid if one of the protesters actually pulled out a firearm, since so many of them carry firearms on them, and fired at one of those ICE agents. It would have turned into a massacre in Chicago. And all that blood would have been on this coward's hand. Let me play the actual video of dispatchers dismissing the call and telling CPD to stand down, once again, due to Chief of Patrol John Hyne. Let's play that dispatch call now.
And again, per the Chief of Patrol, we have all the units that per 999, Chief of Patrol said all units clear out from there. We're not sending anybody over to that location. All right, and 999, just to confirm, 39th Police in Kedzie, they were saying that they were being surrounded by that large crowd, and they were requesting the police were not sending. I'm waving off all the cars heading to 39th Police in Kedzie.
Again, those are the orders we're being given.
That man needs to be brought up on charges of treason, man. That is treason. Please hear me clearly, because I defend the police all the time on this channel concerning their dealings with ICE. Police officers overall want to work with ICE to get the bad guys off the street. They do. But it's the nonsense sanctuary city policies, right? And state policies that bar them from doing so, where if they do assist ICE, they will then lose their jobs. People like the CPD Chief of Patrol, John Hyne, he's a figurehead for Brandon Johnson and for J.B. Pritzker and whatnot, right? And to a large degree, so is the Chicago PD Superintendent, Larry Snelling. But what's interesting about Larry Snelling, and I want to play this video for you guys right now. He held a press conference yesterday, right? The CPD Superintendent. And he was dodging and dancing around this call that we heard, right? Not surprisingly, he was dodging and dancing around the dispatcher telling CPD to stand down due to the orders of the Chief of Patrol. but he did make a very firm statement that I could appreciate that was directed towards the rioters / so-called protesters, domestic terrorist sympathizers in Chicago. He delivered a strong message to them, and I want to play it right now, a message concerning the fact that if you follow ICE around, they have reasonable suspicion to believe that you mean them harm, and they can respond in kind. If you box them in, they have reasonable suspicion to believe that you mean them harm, and they can respond in kind. And if you ram into their vehicles intentionally, that is attempted murder. That is an assault, an attack with a deadly weapon. And yes, they can legally respond in kind. When you are following around these people and trolling them and bothering them, they stand on the legal ground to handle you accordingly. Him stating this is worth playing, and I want to explain that to you after the fact. So let's get into what he had to say first. I want you to hear from the horse's mouth.
Federal agents, ICE, HSI, are officers. They are agents of law enforcement. If you box them in with vehicles, it is reasonable for them to believe that they are being ambushed and that this could end in a deadly situation. And it's reasonable for them to use force based on those conditions. Do not box in any law enforcement officer. You are breaking the law when you do that. And you are putting yourself in danger. Following law enforcement agents around. The question is why? What do you plan on doing? It's also reasonable for them to believe that you're eventually going to do harm to them. If you ram any vehicle, especially that one that contains law enforcement agents, and that's any law enforcement, local, state, federal, county, and you do this intentionally, this is considered deadly force. Deadly force is anything that can cause great bodily harm or death. When you plow into a vehicle that contains law enforcement agents, you're using deadly force. And they can use deadly force in response to stop you.
I know you guys are going to call me all type of naive, and come on, man, don't fall for that. He stands with ICE. You're not going to convince me that he doesn't stand with ICE. You're not going to convince me that he doesn't stand with his local, with his brothers in arms as far as law enforcement is concerned. And the reason that I can say that confidently is because Larry Snelling did not have to say this. He did not have to give that speech, right, in the middle of his press conference where he's directing that message specifically to these rioters, so-called protesters. He did not have to do that, especially in the face of every local official from Chicago, aldermen and women to Brandon Johnson and mayor to the governor, J.B. Pritzker. I was going to say Fred Flintstone, but I'll say his name right this one time. To the governor, Fred Flintstone. They are all either denying this stuff is happening. You literally listen to J.B. Pritzker in a video that I played this morning say that this stuff is propaganda and it's lies and it's not really happening, right? So they're denying this stuff is occurring. They're saying this stuff is lies, despite the fact that it's all on video. Every local official in that city and state is just dismissing this stuff. But the superintendent, Larry Snelling, was brave enough to not dismiss it and to actually send a direct message to the people of Chicago. Though he didn't speak directly to the cases that are happening in a specific situation, in general, he got up here and publicly told the people, stand down, because these people are not the Gestapo. They're not Nazis. They are law enforcement, okay? They're law enforcement. And when you're riding around behind these guys doing what you're doing, ramming your vehicles into them, boxing their vehicles in, or just following behind them for minutes on end, because if I'm not mistaken, Miramar Martinez and Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz, the two that are currently, that were arrested, they were allegedly following that specific ICE vehicle that they ran into for about 30 minutes. Okay. So once again, when you're doing nonsense like this, even if you haven't done anything yet, ICE has reason to believe that you mean them harm. And they can act in kind. And in saying this also, he also gives ICE the green light to act in kind. Not saying that ICE is going to just start laying people out, because they're not. But it gives them defense, the defense they need to know that they at least have the superintendent to some degree on their side who's willing to tell the truth and stand up for them to some degree. So I can commend Larry Stelling for that. But what I can't commend is these ridiculous judges in Chicago, going back to Miramar Martinez and Anthony Ian Santos Ruiz, right? The domestic terrorists that ran into the ICE agents and then brandished weapons. Of course they were released from jail. You should have known that was coming, right? It's ridiculous. You can't keep people in jail for anything in Chicago. It is impossible to keep people in jail in Chicago. These guys are attacking federal agents and were just released. Of course, of course. Let's get into this clip here. This is completely absurd from ABC Chicago. Look at this. My God.
Judy, the judge in this case basically said that neither Miramar Martinez nor Anthony Reese pose a flight risk, and so she has ordered them freed pending their trial. Now, their cases have been jointed together in the same legal complaint, even though both were driving separate vehicles on the day in question, and according to their friends and family, they do not know each other. In court today, prosecutors described Miramar Martinez and Anthony Reese's actions as extremely dangerous and extremely reckless, saying the two had been following the Border Patrol agent's vehicle for 20 to 30 minutes before the alleged ramming took place Saturday morning, adding that the defendants weren't in the wrong place at the wrong time. The complaint filed in court alleged.
I'm sorry. Let's. I want to rewind it back just a little bit. It's not that they. The judge is right, or the assistant U.S. attorney is right. They were not in the wrong place at the wrong time. They seemingly, allegedly, from what we were listening to earlier, looks like they were sent by the head gang leader from the Latin Kings. That's what it appears. That's what it appears. It appears and it looks as if they were on assignment to some degree, right? If we're going based off of what we were listening to earlier at the top of this video. And that's what's scary.
Wrong time. The complaint filed in court alleges that on October 4th, 3 Border Patrol officers acting as security detail were driving a silver Chevy Tahoe in Oak Lawn when they were aggressively pursued by what is described as a convoy of civilian vehicles. That convoy, alleges the complaint, was attempting to box them in when they were struck, first by Martinez, then moments later by Ruiz, near 39th Place in Kedzie. Martinez was shot 5 times by agents, then arrested at a repair shop a mile away, while Reese was arrested at a gas station nearby.
I had no idea. I knew she was shot. I didn't know that she got shot 5 times. Let's let the video play.
Criminal complaint, including photos of the CBP-driven vehicle, along with photos of both Martinez's and Reese's vehicles, with damage they say is consistent with the ramming.
How many times, I've said this so many times since Trump has been in office, and I'm going to keep saying it. Democrats are ruining the lives of their constituents. They're filling their heads with fear-mongering nonsense. And this is despite the fact that it appears, in my opinion, just based off all the information that we went through, that it appears that to some degree they could have possibly been on assignment. Despite that, the only reason they're on assignment is because of the DNC foolishness that's being put in the heads of everybody's, even to the gang leader of the Latin Kings, right? You're filling everybody's head with fear and nonsense and leading them to crashing out that leads them to either losing their life or losing their freedom. She was shot 5 times and survived. Do you know how lucky you have to be to get shot 5 times and survive? Okay? This shows you that these lunatics, they don't care about their constituents. They don't care about their voters and the people that support them, that they're supposed to be and that they're supposedly standing up for. They only care about the power that comes by being able to dupe these people and trick them into believing that they're fighting for them. This is evil at its highest level. Let's let the rest of this video play out.
Now, in court today, defense attorneys for both Martinez and Reese disputed the government's version of events. But since this was a detention hearing, they mostly limited themselves to arguing why their respective clients should be released, with Martinez's attorney saying that she is still recovering from the injuries from those 5 gunshot wounds and needs immediate medical attention. Both are scheduled to be back in court at a later date.
Both should be spending decades behind bars, and that's what I hope, because that would be justice. That's what they deserve. And with all that being said, that does it for today's news. So I want to thank you guys for joining me today. Please hit the like button on your way out, subscribe to the channel if you're new to the channel, and please, it is extremely important that you follow me on Telegram at TD Media Group. The link to my Telegram will be in the description box below and pinned in the comment section as well. Thank you all for your time. Until the next video, peace and have a great afternoon.
Shalom, family. Good to see you all here again. Some art and other things that were found in the Americas, and you know, some things you may have seen, and maybe some things you never seen before. But we know when they are digging up artifacts, they're finding us more than anyone else. We know they're not finding themselves because they really haven't been here this long, but they are definitely finding our people because we have been here for thousands and thousands of years. And how do you hide that? You can't. Dark Skin Brother, thank you for the memberships. You gifted 5. Thank you. We Next, aka Dark Skin Brother, thank you for the super sticker. And Elijah, thank you for the 2-month membership. All praises to the Most High. Amen. All right, y'all. Let me share my screen so that we can get started. Please give me a 1 if you can see my screen. And you're not going to believe some of the stuff that's being found underground in these states. You know, there are like tunnels and almost a underground civilization that many of us have never seen before. Elijah, thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks, Abba, for family. Amen. Thank you. Thank you so much for your support. Thank you, everybody. All right, here we go.
Now, what the hell going on here, America? Did y'all know they found the melanated mummy up in the Grand Canyon, y'all? Let's deep dive into the canyons. Well, as you know, America, most of the Grand Canyon is cut off. But we all know why they don't want us to go up in there. If you know, you know. But lately in the Grand Canyon, they've been catching a lot of buzz lately. And some even say it's an underground city beneath the Grand Canyon. And archaeologists found mummy sightings with melanated tombstones, just like the ones here, America. Even ancient artifacts like this. And if you know, you know, these are hieroglyphs up out of Egypt. So how is the Grand Canyon connected to Egypt? And when we look deeper into the Grand Canyon, they even got hieroglyphs on the wall like this. And these represent just like Egypt. Now look at these artifacts right here. Don't that look like a melanated brother up there with these statues? That's a melanated brother of color. And I ain't even mentioned the Stargates yet. And as you see here, America, this is the same temple, just like in Egypt, of the temple of Isis. Come on now, make it make sense. What's going on here? We need answers, America. Because when we find artifacts like this in the Grand Canyon, it make you really wonder. Some even say the Grand Canyon River is the real Nile River that lead to Africa, allegedly. Those with eyes can see. Do you see pyramids right here? There's most definitely something going on in them canyons, America. And you wonder why they don't want us up in there. Could America really be Egypt? What was the ancestors trying to tell us? Because this sure looked like somebody big mama right here. That's Big Mama, America. Come on now, that's somebody Big Mama right there. Quick question, America. Have you guys been having dreams about the Grand Canyon lately? Please leave a comment below on what you've been dreaming about. Thanks for watching this video. This video is for entertainment purposes only, but if you know, you know. Stay woke out there. Ooh-wee.
Never forget. Thanks for watching. This video is for entertainment only, but if you know, you know.
What's going on, family? This is Zeta Historian back again, bringing you a little bit more truth to the story we call history. And what we're going to be going over is the Olmec heads. So if you don't know, the Olmec heads are colossal stone heads that have been dated to go back farther than 900 BC. And it seems that this civilization of the Olmecs were the oldest civilizations to ever spawn in America. But what has been argued is, who exactly are the Olmecs and what race were they? So when really looking at Monument 4, for most they wouldn't understand exactly where the head attire comes from. But when closely analyzing the head attire, you clearly see that this is Moorish headwear that can be seen throughout a number of ancient civilizations. But keep in mind, family, these heads were found in Mexico, which is a portion of North America. But going deeper into it, the question that has to be asked is, were the Olmecs Moors? I mean, seeing how they're wearing Moorish head attire? So when looking into the Peabody's Museum by Harvard University, you see that the word Indian was substituted for Moorish. But if that's not enough, when looking into the wars that went on here, you clearly see that it was black people already here fighting off these invaders.
Hey guys, I'm live at the Virginia Museum of History and Culture. I'm taking a video. I'm showing you guys the Powhatan. All right, the Powhatan, as you guys know, is Pocahontas' father. So if you've ever seen the movie Pocahontas, obviously, this is what her father looked like. So as you can already tell, if her father looked like this, Pocahontas looked more like, you know, like me, people who look like us, people who are called African Americans. So you can see his skin color is brown. Okay, you can see his hair. All right, so now you can gauge how Pocahontas probably looked. All right, this is the Powhatan, this is Pocahontas' father. So when they show you a depiction of who Native Americans are, you guys need to understand that the Native Americans, obviously a misnomer, the Aboriginal Americans look like this. So this is a chief.
The first Statue of Liberty in USA was an African American called Lady Liberty. This statue was made in 1848. She was from Gold Coast.
Authentic Black Mayans painting. Watch how the haters will say Mayans used body paint.
All over me.
You can sweat it out, baby.
Indigenous Americans in the Caribbean West Indies by Agostino Brunius, circa 1795. Notice how you never see depictions of Native Americans, the descendants of Asian migrants who populated the Americas across the Bering Strait through Alaska, down into North America, Central America, and South America. But they could not reach the Caribbean islands, island nations surrounded by water. Native Americans were traveling people, but indigenous Americans were inhabiting people.
Have you ever seen this remarkable Renaissance painting before? It is thought to have been painted by the Italian painter Annibale Carracci, who was one of the most famous painters of the time. Although we don't know the identity of this woman, this painting is highly prized because it accurately and realistically depicts a Black woman from the Renaissance period. It is thought that she might well have been a seamstress because she's dressed in a very fine but sensible black gown. The two pins here and the needle stuck to her bodice are thought to have been sort of clues to what her profession was. This woman looks directly at the gazer, and in her hand she holds a clock. It is not accidental that she's holding a clock. Clocks were items of extreme luxury during this period, particularly as they often featured the latest in cutting-edge design and technology. So why is she holding this? What does it mean? Some think that maybe she was a sort of a timekeeper of some sort. Others think that it was symbolic of the passing of time. It's important to note that this painting was actually part of a much larger painting, and this is the only fragment that survives. That's why on the far right over there, we have a fragment of another person who once stood in this painting. Returning to her dress, I mentioned already that it was sensible yet fashionable, but also the fact that it was black is another sign of wealth, because black dye was incredibly expensive. She also wears pearl earrings, another sign of wealth and luxury. And her red necklace is thought to be beads made from red coral. Historians generally think, therefore, that this is a painting of a woman from the middle classes. She also wears a delicate and fashionable headdress, a further symbol of her status. Some people think that this lady might well have been part of a larger household, perhaps an aristocratic household, in which she held quite a senior position. and that as a mark of respect, she was included in a larger painting with other family members. It really is a fascinating painting, and one that actually raises far more questions than it does answers.
How you doing? So this is level 4, all right? So this section is prints and drawings, all right? As you can see, prints and drawings. Now, in this room right here, you could go up in here and they have a lot of paintings and drawings, right? But what I'm looking for, okay, I keep telling y'all what I'm looking for. I came here day before yesterday to look for this, but a lady who worked here said, hey, you know what? They have this picture that I'm looking for in a private section, and you have to set up a private viewing. My question is, how are you just able to walk into the Native American section, North America and Mexico? Then this right here is supposed to be here, but it's not. All right, she said, no, you have to make a special appointment. So I already told y'all how I got this appointment, right? So we about this. I'm on the search, lineage. I'm on the search, looking for the emblem of America. So come on, mate. You gotta find it, okay? All right. Boom. Can I just flip through the pages? Or that's the only picture here, right? Well, just this, yeah. So when was this, what was the information on that in terms of when was it printed or created?
I'll find out.
Okay, all right, thank you. All right, so I'm in the private room right now, and yes, please, yes. Thank you. So I'm in the private room right now, and I had to sign a little waiver. Okay, so yeah, man, this is real. It's real. It exists. It's in the British Museum in the private section, and you have to have a private appointment to come see this. So they have the black and white, and then they have the colored. Emblem of America. That's what the original Americans look like. All right, lineage, I'm about to get out the private room. All right, as you can see, like I said, this is real. I'm here, okay? I can't touch anything, baby, to me. I can't touch it, but I'm here, I'm real. All right, and like I said, this is the emblem of America in the British Museum in a private section where you have to know what you're looking for to ask. It's not just on display. You have to make an appointment, show ID, and sign a waiver and everything, all right? In the British Museum. So this is what our ancestors look like in terms of complexion and, you know what I'm saying, dark skin, copper colored people. We are the original people of the Americas. This is your brother, Chief Kalinago. Trust me, it was worth it. Like Monday, Tuesday, and our ancestors put all this together at the last minute. All right, more love. Hey, what's good, y'all? So I'm about to get out of here, man. Like I said, I found the emblem of America. It was a little journey, you know, back and forth, but trust me, it was worth it, man. And you have to ask yourself this question: why is it that I could just walk in to this section, like I said before, you know, it's called the Living and Dying, you know, North America and Mexico, and you're able to see all these natives, right? But
to see the emblem of America, I literally had to set up an appointment for that, and our ancestors just work it out where they were able to fit me in. Like I was supposed to make an appointment, like I said, 2-3 weeks ago, you feel me? But I asked the ancestors to make this possible, man, to show you how it's real. It's actually in the British Museum. And it's not just some random, painting on the internet. You see what I'm saying? So I was glad I was able to find that. You feel me? So, hey, I'm about to get out of here. Today's Wednesday, the 9th of August, and I'm about to get back, and hey man, it's already a beautiful, beautiful, beautiful day, and I give thanks to our ancestors, man. You feel me? Love y'all, man. Let's continue to rise and come together, and let's make this happen. You know what I mean? This is about reclaiming our birthright. You feel me? America, the Americas, that's our motherland, and we're not gonna allow anybody to take that from us. You feel me? So we gotta come together, we gotta stand, we gotta unite as American Aborigines, and that's what this is about. All right, peace, one love.
TikTok, this may be one of the most interesting pieces I've ever found on a dump run. If y'all know anything about this, y'all let me know. Them eyes look super duper real. Obviously handcrafted. I don't know much about it, but y'all let me know if y'all know anything. No negative comments, please.
Today, I'd like to share one of the earliest pieces in our collection depicting a person of African descent. This image was created in the 1600s by Johann Jan Visser. Because this image was done before the height of the transatlantic slave trade, the figure is not a mere caricature. The figure is presented as human, with virtue and strength. Incredible.
Connect the lost tribes of Israel with the Bat Creek Stone. Still, this is a mysterious artifact with Hebrew on it. I've looked at others too. They make me wonder, who created them, when, and why? I'm very comfortable that the Bat Creek Stone, all evidence here to me indicates that it looks to be a genuine artifact. But there are other artifacts that have been found in North America, pre-Columbian artifacts with
pre-Columbian, which, like we always teach, the Israelites were here first. We founded America a long time ago. Now here is a historian and a professional, one of the top scholars and historian telling you the same exact thing.
With Hebrew inscriptions on them. I've investigated Ohio's Decalogue Stone. It has a shortened version of the Ten Commandments on it, written in Paleo-Hebrew. Same story in Los Lunas, New Mexico, where there's a similar artifact.
Don't tell me that Negroes is not the Hebrews or the Israelites. Where do you see when Columbus and them got over here, they saw a bunch of Negroes and Hispanics already here. And here is the evidence showing you that we've been here the whole time. And the Northern Kingdom predominantly, and some of Judah and the Southern Kingdom, and then with the transatlantic slave trade, the rest of the Southern Kingdom came over to join their brothers in the slave trade. So this automatically lets you know who the real Hebrews are, because you did not see Jewish people in the Americas pre-Columbus. Body bag.
Also called the Decalogue Stone with the Ten Commandments on it. And in Arizona, more Hebrew on the Tucson lead artifacts, a collection of authentic ritual objects pulled from the desert in 1924. I have to wonder if all these things are markers on a trail left by Hebrew people long ago. There's a person that I'm going to go visit and talk to a little bit more about the Bat Creek Stone and about some other artifacts.
Part of the science of all this is actually having a dialogue and talking to different scholars, different perspectives and expertise.
We've had a good exchange today. But now I want to ask you, Tim, are you convinced by what you've seen here today that the Bat Creek Stone is a genuine pre-Columbian Hebrew artifact?
Pre-Columbian.
I don't really want to pass on my back. I'm kind of really hoping that we do. Okay, you be keeping it low, but to keep it real. Okay, I bet to get.
Family, look at this. These people been new, man. Anything they come across, man, they call it a mystery. A mystery, man. Look at this, though. The absorption of Negroes, their sporadic representation during the entire pre-Columbian epoch in all regions from Mesoamerica to Peru. An attentive study of Negro portrayals in pre-Columbian art leaves us little doubt about the presence of BLK people in ancient America. This paramount reality is even more surprising as soon as we examine the chronological and geographical extent of a racial phenomenon that was practically ignored in the past by professional investigators and the general public alike. Right? In former chapters, we have seen that this remarkable racial incident can be traced back to the remotest history of America. The remotest history. Now, let's take a look at some of these artifacts that they're talking about. Look at this. Negroid, Tona, I don't even know how to say this, right? But take a look at this. You see the hair? You see the bone structure? Let's take a look at another one real quick. Look at this. A highly styled Negroid hair from Costa Rica. It's the terracotta, right? You see that wide nose? This, I'm telling you, hold on a second. I never took terracotta, man. They're not showing you this in your school, huh? Right? Hold on now. And I know that we were still going to have doubters, so I had to pull out one of the big boys. You know what I'm saying? Now you tell me who this is.
This is from British Museum. Why is their portrayal of Native Africans and natives of the Americas seem so similar?
It folds. I like to see you wiggle, wiggle. For sure, and make me want to dribble, dribble. You know, right it in my feet.
So leery, I wonder why.
6'2" in a compact. No slack, but luckily the seats go back. I got it now.
A minor theft might have turned into a major religious discovery. A missing artifact was found in the closet of a Tennessee motorhome. Volunteer TV's John Trainer talked with the owner of a rare painting who didn't know what he had. John?
Yeah, and it makes you wonder what you might have in your house. In this case, it was an authentic 19th century painting of the Veil of Veronica. It's like a story ripped from a Hollywood screenplay. A small road in the mountains of Tennessee, a living room in a motorhome, and a 150-year-old painting blessed by Pope Leo XIII. This is the true face of Jesus Christ, one of a handful of paintings based on the cloth used to wipe Jesus' face before his crucifixion, known as the Veil of Veronica. Its owner, a 73-year-old man who didn't want to be identified and had no idea what he had.
I've lived here for about 17 years. It's been in there, either in there or in my bedroom ever since.
So how does a holy relic go from the holy city to Monroe County? Well, the man known as Frosty tells us he got it as a present and hung it on his wall 20 years ago. But 3 years later, he found a home in this cloth bank bag and was thrown in his closet until police say it was stolen by Kelly Gormley, who tried to sell it to this Madisonville church. Church told the sheriffs made the arrest, and a piece of religious history was uncovered.
You know, at first, obviously, it was a big surprise for us that something like this might even, be in East Tennessee. Normally, you'd expect to find something like this in a museum or maybe in Rome, in the Vatican.
The painting is now under lock and key in a secret location. Gormley is in prison for theft, and Frosty is overwhelmed that a treasure was laying hidden in his home.
I know they really wanted it bad, but I said, nah, I don't think I'll be parting with it.
Now, the church is now working with Rome to authenticate and appraise the painting. If it is real, it is invaluable to the church.
Burroughs Cave is the name given to an alleged cave site in a disputed location in southern Illinois allegedly discovered by Russell Burroughs. Burroughs says he discovered the cave while hiking along the hillside miles away from the Ohio River, where he later claimed that he was searching for buckles from the Civil War era and pioneer horseshoes with his metal detector. Burroughs says that he came across a hole into which he fell that led him into the mysterious cave full of priceless ancient artifacts. During the time of the discovery, it was thought that the alleged cave must have been located in Richland County somewhere near the town Olney, Illinois, where Burroughs resided at the time. The cave was said to have contained numerous archaeological artifacts, including carvings, coins, and other items. Burroughs claimed that he did not want to give away the location of the cave because he believed that the cave would be robbed of its ancient treasures. Many of the purported artifacts are said to have inscriptions in various ancient languages such as Numidian and Libyc, etc. Burroughs claims that the cave is a tomb holding the artifacts and remains of 13 crypts. Thomas Emerson, the Illinois state archaeologist and former head of the Illinois Historic Preservation Agency, warned that the claims being made by Burroughs Cave proponents were sensational and not backed by solid evidence. With no evidence of the cave and its existence, many archaeologists quickly dismissed Burroughs in the alleged cave. Please take a look at some of the artifacts Russell Burroughs found.
In today's Hidden History in Plain Sight, we are looking at art, and not just any art. We are looking at the oldest known painting from South America by a colonizer ever, period. It dates back to 1599 and is said to have been commissioned by a colonial official as a gift to the King of Spain, and is currently housed in the Museo Nacional de Prado in Madrid, Spain. What's amazing about this image is that it's a portrait of an Inca nobleman and his sons. His name was Don Francisco de Arobe, and his sons were Pedro and Domingo. Now, this is the earliest representation by colonizers of the Incans. And look at how they are depicted. The skin, the hair, the nose. The colonizers accidentally told on themselves because primary sources do not lie.
They just go into a country, plague the whole place out, and then take over their buildings. New York was already there for thousands of years. San Francisco was there for thousands of years. Los Angeles was there for thousands of years. They were built by the indigenous people who were black and Indians as well.
Whoa.
The black people, they are the original owners of America. Black people, African Americans, they were already here, and they plagued them out. And they stole the Smithsonian Institute, which is Jesuit controlled, stole their knowledge, stole their history, and now we're just left wondering who we are, where we come from, where we're going. We don't know.
The United States finds ancient Egyptian statues underwater, but this never made the news. Why?
Look at this. This is an ancient Olmec. But what do you see down there? You see the fist? The so-called Black Power fist? This is how long we've been doing this. Hair. Look what you see. A pick. We pick our hair for the fro. Before we grow locks, we got to pick our hair. Look what you see here. A fro pick. This is how long we've been doing this. So you don't think a lot of Mexican officials know about this? You don't think a lot of Mexican officials seen all of these things? Why they don't release it? Why they don't show it to the world? Why they don't tell the truth? Because they all went to school, and that school called the School of Re-Educating. That's the School of Identity Theft. The School of the Re-Education pretty much destroy all evidence to prove that the people that we all hate today, that's actually their land. They were the one that built civilization. So you don't think they've seen this? This is not in Africa. This is here in Mexico, in America. Matter of fact, it predates everybody that so-called called themselves native today. That shit predates everything, anything they ever had. Now, for some of these so-called natives today, that's become hard. Show me an ancient artifacts of you that predate these artifacts. You couldn't find any. You couldn't, because they bring you here to replace us. Oh, you don't believe me? What do you think this migrant crisis that's happening in America right now, what do you think this migrant crisis is all about? Do you think they're stupid? They've pressed the reset button. Why? Because Americans, not any Black American waking up. Where do you think these migrants going? They're going straight to the Black neighborhood. They ain't going to go to the white neighborhood. They're replacing you because you're getting too smart. That's what they did to us when they came here. They import people from the Trans-Pacific slave trade to replace us. That's why they give us a false ideology and false identity. It's all part of the game. Okay? Now someone said they have an Olmec bone finding those pyramids and have indigenous any DNA. But listen, I heard this story for so long.
This is a picture of people that were in Central America before Europeans, before colonization, before transatlantic slave trade. These people, they were already here.
This image is from the 1600s, a European engraving of America. They showed her as a Black woman, bow in hand, lion by her side. Before the lies, before the rewrite, we was already here.
1641, Dutch explorers document a ritual dance deep in the Americas. Feathers, paint, power. But look closer. Were these just natives, or is there more to the story of who was already here? Drop a 100 if you think we was already here. And don't forget to follow Uncle Truth for more content like this. Let truth be thy weapon and stay dangerous.
This statue stands tall in a Virginia museum, said to be Chief Powhatan, father of Pocahontas. But look closer. They say they found this land, but we were already here.
The vast collection of peculiar artifacts that seemed to defy conventional historical understanding. The cave's walls were adorned with intricate carvings and inscriptions, while the floor was strewn with coins, tablets, and sculptures, a treasure trove of ancient relics that seemed entirely out of place in the American Midwest. The Burroughs Cave artifacts encompass a diverse array of objects, many of which display a striking resemblance to the artistic styles and iconography of ancient Mediterranean civilizations. Among the most notable finds are gold and bronze coins inscribed with the portraits of historical figures such as Alexander the Great and Cleopatra, as well as tablets featuring hieroglyphics, Greek lettering, and even Latin inscriptions. Intriguingly, some of these artifacts appear to depict scenes from biblical and classical mythology, while others contain maps and navigational charts that could potentially shed light on ancient maritime exploration. Egyptian, Etruscan, Greek, Scandinavian, Roman, Vedic, and Hebrew etchings and artifacts were all discovered. 5 8-foot-tall anthropomorphic statues stand in the main tunnel passageway. There are carvings which resemble the Egyptian god Anubis. Some are accompanied with hieroglyphics embossed on a gold plate. There are also Mesoamerican-style artifacts that resemble that of the Olmec civilization. Most astonishing is that deep in the caves can be found crypts, where the apparent bodies who left the cache of artifacts are buried.
We know the truth now. This is a statue of an indigenous American, Taino Indian from America. This statue was made by Jean Jules Sampson in the 1800s. He was a French sculptor from the times. Look at her left hand. That is a pineapple. Pineapples are indigenous to America. We know the truth now.
These Egyptian artifacts prove the Israelites are black. Look at this. Here is the terracotta head of a Semite, marked Hebrew, discovered in Memphis of Egypt, which you can now find at the Petrie Museum of Egyptian Archaeology, just in case you're butthurt and you don't believe me. Here's another angle. Oh, and here's another one. Yeah, I don't think I need to say much. Here's a figurine dating all the way back to the 18th dynasty of Egypt, showing what these people want to call a Semitic slave. Here are some different angles. You can find this piece in the Hecht Museum in Haifa, located in that one nation state that shall not be named, but I assume you can see how similar in complexion and phenotype those first artifacts are to this one made thousands of years earlier. Comment truth if you know the Israelites are black. Why aren't these artifacts talked about more? Discover more truth on IsraeliteBot.com. Link in bio.
Is that an original painting, sir?
Oh, yes, nearly everything here is original. That was done in Austria, 1761. The discovery of America.
The discovery of America. Is it all in there?
Nearly.
Isn't that fantastic? Look at that. The discovery of America. I think I'm just going to leave this $10 here on the table, sir. That way it's out of my hands.
Oh, relax, relax. Take a minute. Try one of these. Try a few of them, in fact.
All right, sir. Thank you, sir. This looks good, may I, sir?
Tennessee. Let's get into it. Ramsey the Great. I know a lot of y'all remember this 25-foot tall statue that was in front of our pyramid before they moved it to the University of Memphis, okay? Who was Ramsey the Great? Ramsey the Great was a pharaoh, okay? He ruled in the 19th dynasty. He was also known as the Great Ancestor, okay? And Memphis, which y'all all know, was the capital of Egypt, the royal capital of Egypt, okay? Now, Ramsey built a great temple complex in Memphis, a temple to Ptah, the god, the living God, okay? Now, one thing that I wanted to touch on, which y'all already knowing that Memphis was the old capital of Egypt and the spiritual home to Ptah, the god, okay? One of the three major power centers were here in Memphis.
Okay, was in Memphis. All right. Now, Ramsey treated Memphis as his ancestral base. Okay, he spiritually tied his divine kingship to the temple of Ptah, which was his God, the God of creation, and the God who gave kings power. Now, I'm gonna be honest with y'all. This statue here looked ancient as hell. It looked real ancient. As a matter of fact, it looked more ancient than that shit over there in that Egypt that's cosplaying as Egypt. Y'all get where I'm going with it. And I'm gonna actually show y'all some stuff, because if y'all realize a lot of the stuff in America that nods to old Egypt looks more older here than it does over there. A lot of that shit over there looked like it was brand, kind of newly built or whatever as an exhibit or to cosplay something, right? But just look at this statue. This shit don't look real old to y'all, real ancient, like it's been kept for a real long time. Okay. Now, another thing that I want to call out is this quote unquote replica, since they say the one that's in Memphis is a replica, was the only officially authorized reproduction of this ancient statue in the world. Meaning this is the only one in the world outside of the one they claim over there in Egypt, in Africa. Y'all get where I'm going with that? Or was it already just here anyway? You see what I'm saying? I'm going to make a part 2 to this, and I'm going to do a video. And I want y'all to watch that video, because I'm going to connect a lot of dots from this video. I need for y'all to watch. When you watch, make sure you share it for me. Okay, but I'm gonna show y'all a video and how the pyramid sits on the river, just like the pyramid that they claim out there in Egypt. I got a video, and y'all just pay attention to this video, and then I'm gonna get into underground of the pyramid.
Okay, remember there's a Memphis, Texas, and there's quite a few pyramids that we saw yesterday in Memphis, Texas. All right, so let me do my thank yous. Dark Skin Brother, thank you again for the 5 memberships that you gifted. We Next, aka, thank you for the super sticker, Dark Skin Brother. Elijah, thank you for the 2-month membership. All praises to the Most High. Elijah, again, for the super chat. Thanks, Abba, for family. Okay, scroll down a bit. Dark Skin Brother, thank you for the super chat. I bet they are going to sell those mummies to European. Yeah, because they ate them. Yeah. I don't know if they chopped down on the ones here. So far, I haven't heard anything about it, but they definitely ate the ones up from Egypt. Yeah. Thank you for that super chat and your support for my channel. G. Bowman Jr., thank you for the super chat. The lies of the few have deceived the many. Yeah, amen. You ain't never lie. G. Bowman Jr., thank you again for the super chat. Lies fade away, but the truth lives forever. Yeah, that is the truth. And G. Bowman Jr., thank you again for another super chat. No matter what, my metaphysical bloodlines, no babies equals no future. Amen. You know, I said that before too. Thank you for your support for my channel. Y'all, it is so many artifacts here. They couldn't get rid of all of it if they wanted to. You know, because I was looking at some of the comments, and y'all were saying, no, it's 2,500 pyramids. No, actually, it isn't. They blew up most of the pyramids. The ones that you see now are just a few they never got around to blowing up. most of the pyramids that used to be in the land were blown up. Maybe once upon a time there were 2,500, but there's certainly not that amount now. A lot of them got ground into powder, and they got rid of them, building highways and businesses on top of where they used to be. That's why you don't see as many. Yeah, it's documented that there were a lot one time, but many of them don't exist anymore. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, look, in New Jersey, they have been destroying them for years. That's why when you look, you think they're just tearing apart a mountain. No, they're tearing apart a pyramid. That's what they're doing. Oh yeah, they're in every state, Miss Ebiel. They're literally in every single state across the land. So yes, Virginia, Maryland, yeah, they got pyramids. That is the truth.
Colorado too.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, yeah. You know, there is something about 3-Eye Atlas where they don't want us to see that thing come in. That's why I said I'm determined to get a glimpse at it, you know, because, you know, I remember seeing the only comet I ever seen in my lifetime, y'all, was Halley's. I did not see Hale-Bopp. I know a couple of people said they saw it in the sky. I never saw that one in the sky. But I was driving home from work back in the 90s, and I remember looking up, and I actually saw Halley's comet. And you could see it was streaking across the sky, and you could see the tail on it and everything. And I just happened to be driving home, and I looked up, and it was right there. That is the only comet I have ever seen in my lifetime. And I believe that's gone now. I think when the last time it came back through the solar system, I think when it hit the sun, it finally broke apart. Because I don't think that comet is in existence anymore. I think it broke apart passing the sun. Mm-hmm.
All right, Lisa.
Yeah, so y'all, there are so many things about this land that is screaming our entire history and legacy in the land.
Yeah, so this just gives us.
And you know, that Illinois underground cave just blew me away. All the carvings on the wall and everything. I'm like, wow, that's like almost like a whole underground city down there.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, there's a lot of underground cities over here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, it is incredible. It's incredible work that our people did even back in those times, and it just shows how they were way more advanced than these people that are running things now. These folks ain't advanced. That's why they got to run around telling you they got a high IQ, because they're not advanced people at all.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you know, all I got to say is, y'all, you know, we are definitely in the final days, because we are finding out and seeing so many things we did not see before. And that right there is telling you, number one, we're learning more about who we are, and we're looking at the evidence of our ancestors that were once here and dominating in the land. So I am going to go ahead and conclude. Thank you so much for coming, and be on the lookout tomorrow. I do have several ideas for upcoming live streams for tomorrow. So I hope to see you all then. Please enjoy.
Thank you, Lisa. And on that note, we're going to end the show. Thank y'all for tapping in. Appreciate everybody that came through. Shout out to Crew Reality. Shout out to Main Chick. Shout out to Edward Joseph. Shout out to Max 285. Shout out to Twin. Shout out to Jay Militant. Shout out to Randall Robinson. Shout out to Daniel Berry Sports Highlights. Anybody else speaking and not speaking? So peace, love, light, reparations, separations, delineations, and black empowerment. Shane Krummer signing out from the Mile High Income and the Legal Migrant for the City. And we'll see y'all on Friday for Grand Rising with Spock in the Chase. In the meantime, make sure you like and subscribe to all of our platforms. Frontline Black News on YouTube and Facebook. Revolutionary Agenda on YouTube and Facebook. And Shabaka's Black Experience Enhanced on Facebook and Twitter. So that's going to conclude Season 5, Episode 46, Part 3, continuation of the Frontline Black News. Hopefully we can get to the Unhoused Neighbor News on the next episode. So I'll see y'all then. Peace.